Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. My name is Francis Ikome. I'm with the Regional Integration and Trade Division at the Economic Commission for Africa. And I've been tasked with facilitating this particular session, the opening ceremony for this important, very important meeting. A meeting convened jointly by ECA, UNDP, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. And it is appropriately themed the first conference on AfCFTA implementation strategies towards an implementation peer learning community. The meeting comes against the background of the signing, ratification, entry into force, and ongoing implementation of the AfCFTA agreement. And as part of efforts to ensure full, effective, and inclusive implementation of the AfCFTA agreement, over 40 countries and our state parties have been supported in the development and deployment of AfCFTA implementation strategies. Sorry for that. AfCFTA, the AfCFTA implementation strategies provide practical guidelines and roadmaps for the translation of continental commitments into national laws, regulations, and administrative processes. They also identify priority actions that enable national and regional entities to unlock the opportunities provided by the African integrated market. In light of the uniqueness of individual African countries and regional economic communities, however, they have each followed different routes in the development and deployment of these AfCFTA implementation strategies, therefore creating a diversity that provides opportunities for learning and sharing of experiences. This conference, which would be run for the next 3 days and which is structured under about 13 sessions, both plenary and breakaway sessions, is intended as a platform for peer learning on the implementation of adopted AfCFTA national, regional implementation and regional implementation strategies. It is also intended to share lessons learned and practical challenges encountered to mitigate and as well as mitigation mechanisms that have been put in place to address challenges that have been addressed. It would also look at propose specific areas of inclusive implementation of the AfCFTA at the national and regional levels. The conference aims to identify a list of potentially high impact strategic areas for priority intervention by relevant stakeholders. This particular opening segment of the conference envisages 3 sets of interventions, brief interventions, so to speak. I would have a segment which would consist of welcome statements. Then we would have a keynote statement and a keynote speech. I would want to, because we have to save on time, we started a bit late, so I would want to move straight away to the first segment. And the way we'll be proceeding, I would just identify the dignitaries that are supposed to speak, and then they would come up to the podium and make their intervention. Sorry, I was supposed to indicate that we have a translation, that the translation devices are on your tables. Channel 1 is for the English translation, and channel 2 is for the French translation. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would want to welcome to the podium Mr. Stephen Karingi, the Director of the Regional Integration and Trade Division at ECA, who would be stepping in the stead of His Excellency, the Executive Secretary of ECA. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you very much, Francis. Good morning, His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Mr. Stephen Jackson, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Kenya. Dr. Jide Martins Okeke, the Coordinator, Regional Program for Africa. My friend and brother, Prudence Bahizi, who is here on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat. Those ambassadors who are here, the Deputy Minister from Egypt, directors, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Clay Vagatete, UN Under-Secretary General and the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, it's a great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this inaugural conference on the AfCFTA implementation strategies towards an implementation peer learning community here in this beautiful city of Nairobi, Kenya. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya for hosting this conference, and to our co-organizers, the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat and the United Nations Development Program for the spirit of partnership and collegiality they brought to this important work. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have been saying, and with good reasons, that the AfCFTA is a game changer for Africa. The AfCFTA holds the promise for our continent to overcome the colonial legacy of small and fragmented markets and replace them with a single market of over 1.4 billion people with a collective GDP close to 3 trillion United States dollars. Through the single continental market, it promises to usher in the AfCFTA. The AfCFTA promises to create the economy of scale to attract large-scale investment in manufacturing, regional value chains, and industrialization. This will foster the much-desired diversification of African economies, creating resilience to withstand economic, health, and food security shocks. Indeed, the AfCFTA is a vision and work program for Africa's integration, prosperity, and transformation. However, I must also add at this point that the realization of this promise is dependent on one important factor, and that is effective, expeditious, and inclusive implementation of the commitments contained in the AfCFTA agreement. Let me also emphasize that the commitments of the AfCFTA agreement are commitments exchanged among sovereign states. As such, only the state parties can implement these commitments. Implementation is primarily a national responsibility. Therefore, governments must also be ready to finance the complementary policies and investments, especially from domestic resources, for its success. It is in appreciation of this fact that our leaders, the heads of state and government of the African Union, decided at their 31st ordinary session held in July 2018 in Nouakchott, Mauritania, to urge member states to take deliberate steps towards implementing the AfCFTA through effective and integrated national and regional implementation strategies, stroke plans as a matter of priority. Indeed, this summit decision was preceded by a call made by the 51st session of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa's Conference of African Ministers for Finance, Planning, and Economic Development in May 2018 for African countries to consider developing AfCFTA national implementation strategies in order to expedite the operationalization of the agreement. It was then that the ministers mandated ECA to support the development of such strategies. Following the endorsement of this ministerial decision by the AU heads of state and government in Nouakchott, ECA, through its Africa Trade Policy Center, got to work. Some 4 years later, and with the generous support of the European Union and the government of Canada, I am pleased to report that ECA has supported 45 countries and 5 regional economic communities to develop their AfCFTA implementation strategies. The resulting national and regional strategies are ambitious, forward-looking, and results-oriented documents that aim to guide national governments on how to implement the AfCFTA and unleash the full potential of the AfCFTA for the benefit of all citizens. Each strategy is tailored to the specific needs, priorities, and opportunities of each country. In this sense, the AfCFTA implementation strategies that we have today are highly diverse, yet they also share a lot in common. For example, most of them identify sectors of priority interest in goods and services that may have special potential to benefit from the AfCFTA. Most also identify specific interventions that need to be undertaken by different government agencies at different levels, propose allocation of resources to support implementation, and therefore enhance the readiness and capacity of each country to take advantage of the AfCFTA. This conference provides the first ever opportunity for all our member states to come together, compare their notes, exchange their experiences, and learn from each other's challenges, successes, innovations, best practices, and also accomplishments. It is harvest time for all of us. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and colleagues, in concluding, allow me to thank our co-organizers again, the AfCFTA Secretariat and UNDP, for their hard work in making this important event happen. I would also like to thank the government of Denmark for generous financial support to this conference. And I am confident that this 3-day conference will be fruitful, productive, and enriching for all of us. I also hope it will mark the beginning of a long-term and dynamic process of mutual learning and cooperation on the process of implementing the AfCFTA agreement. At the conclusion of this conference, let us all aim to identify 3 or 4 key strategic areas of intervention for national governments to prioritize, and also for development partners to provide targeted support. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thanks very much, Mr. Director, for that very instructive intervention. Let us now welcome His Excellency, Dr. G.D. Martins Okeke, Coordinator, Regional Program for Africa, United Nations Development Program. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you all. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on existing protocol for the want of time. On behalf of the UNDP Regional Service Center, I am pleased to first wish you a Happy New Year. It's my first official meeting, so Happy New Year to you all, and I hope the year is better than last year for you all. Africa's economic transformation is possible despite the global economic downturn that is being predicted. We expect a global growth rate to be merely 2.4%. Yet at UNDP, we strongly embrace the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, as a global catalyst, not just an African catalyst, but as a global catalyst for structural economic transformation, if it is effectively implemented. We also see the value proposition of the CFTA as a driver for peace and security, because evidence have shown that if we provide young people with education, with employment, and improved quality of life, we are likely to reduce the risk of their instrumentalization in violence. But for the CFTA to work, partnerships will be very important. And therefore, it is our hope that through this event, we can be inspired by the partnership that we are seeking to build to effectively implement the African Continental Free Trade Area. And this is why at UNDP, we are working very closely with member states, with the African Union Commission, with the CFTA Secretariat, and with other UN agencies to ensure the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I would like to stress 3 important points before I end my remarks. The first point is that trade is about people. Africa's people are already creating products, pathways, and cross-border exchanges to achieve collective prosperity. At the same time, as we heard from the previous speaker, governments are also signatories to the agreement of the African Continental Free Trade Area on behalf of African citizens, and it's important that we make that emphasis. Therefore, as we review and plan ahead, it is important for us to be people-centered. We must ask whether policies have worked for African businesses, for investors, for producers, for workers, for communities. This would ensure that our policy efforts and institutions are directed at ensuring that the CFTA is indeed for the African peoples. And at UNDP, this is why we stress the importance of prioritizing youth and women as we advance and fully implement the CFTA. My second point is that trade must take into account the change in political and economic context in Africa. It is often not emphasized, but I want to emphasize this point, that trade is a foreign policy instrument as much as it's an economic driver. Since 2018, African governments have signed, ratified, and commenced implementation of the CFTA. However, the world has also witnessed economic shocks that we must acknowledge, dating back to even the time before the COVID pandemic. And therefore, as we seek to fully operationalize the CFTA, we must take into account that many African countries are at risk of debt default and stress. Inflation is also rising across the continent with implications for cost of doing business and cost of living. On the political side, and I know some of the countries are here or border countries that have witnessed in recent times unconstitutional changes of government, especially in West and Central Africa. And as a result, it's important that as we implement the CFTA, we also take into account this political context. My last point is that trade is happening in a rapidly digitalizing world. The CFTA contains the forthcoming protocol on digital trade. This protocol will be important because it's going to be a tool to create a legally binding structure for digital trade within Africa, and has the potential to position a united digital Africa within the global economy. Since the CFTA came into force, the African digital economy has blossomed. Therefore, we now ask that we emphasize and prioritize digital creators, digital workers who are working tirelessly to also complement our efforts in implementing the CFTA, and they must also be supported in the work that we do. In conclusion, and with these reflections, I would like again welcome you all to this meeting, and I look forward to the deliberations over the next couple of days. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks very much, Excellency, for your reflections. We now move straight to welcome His Excellency Mr. Stephen Jackson, UN Resident Coordinator in Kenya.
Your Excellency, the Commissioner, my brothers and sisters from the United Nations and from the AfCFTA Secretariat, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, friends, since this is an AU meeting, I guess we need to say good morning, bonjour, bon dia, buenos dias, sabah al khair, and amjambo. I think, are there any other languages not so far approved? I think that's it. Thank you so much for this invitation to join your discussions today on the AfCFTA implementation strategies and peer learning. I'm very honored to be part of these discussions, just as I am very honored to be the United Nations resident coordinator in a country, Kenya, that is, I think, an African champion on integrating markets on the continent. And so my remarks will be largely, if you'll forgive me, a little bit partisan, a little bit nationalist, a little bit Kenya focused this morning. But Kenya is, I think, amongst the leading member states within the African Union that have taken a role on advancing regional and continental integration. Of course, Kenya's presidency, recent presidency of the East African Community being one shining example of that. Kenya, as I'm sure you know, was amongst the first of the African Union member states to sign, ratify, and deposit the instruments of ratification of the AfCFTA agreement. And of course, we had been hoping to hear from my good sister and friend Nardos Bekele Thomas this morning, who was my predecessor as resident coordinator here. So lots of connectivity. Great deal has been said by the previous two speakers about the importance of integrating African markets. I needn't dwell on that. You are all far greater experts in that area than I am. But I think it is very noteworthy that the continent is now making enormous strides to realizing that incredible potential that exists when you integrate markets across the 54, when you realize the promise of horizontal trade, vertical trade from Africa to the rest of the world, we know has been increasing by leaps and bounds. But this is the second frontier that we need together to help Africa realize so that she can take her rightful place at the global table in this 21st century. Since we're here to strengthen a peer learning community, maybe I can just highlight a few of the concrete steps that Kenya has taken. And maybe these examples can provide some inspiration and kickstart discussions. So Kenya is one of many countries that has launched a national free trade agreement implementation strategy. It did so in August 2022. That obviously tries to foreground the benefits that Kenya herself can realize from the free trade area, expansion of Kenya's trade and investment in Africa. That already accounts for about 40% of Kenya's total exports. We hope it can support structural transformation and foster faster economic growth and sustainable development. The Kenya strategy has a very strong emphasis on youth. Here we speak of the 35 million under 35 in Kenya. Something like 70% of the population. And Kenya's youth are synonymous with innovation in business, in investment. They're using technology. We just heard from Jide the importance of the digital transformation, the digital economy, and digital integration across this great continent. Kenya is also one of the 8 countries that were selected to participate in the AfCFTA guided trade initiative, which seeks to test the operational, institutional, legal, and trade policy environment under the free trade area. And it does this by facilitating trade amongst interested AfCFTA state parties that have met the minimum requirements. So that, for example, has led Kenya and Ghana to partner around micro, small, and medium enterprises through an exhibition in May 2023, as well as the launch of common operations. It's led to the establishment of the Ghana Trade House in Kenya, supported by UNDP offices in both countries. And I'm certain that the conference can benefit from Kenya's experience under the Guided Trade Initiative. And I suppose a little bit impiously and a bit nationalistically, I want to hope that just as there is a Ghana Trade House in Kenya, there either is or will soon be a Kenya Trade House in Ghana. That seems to me to be fair. Kenya is championing the free movement of persons on the African continent at the Youth Connect Summit late last year here. President Ruto gave a foreshadowing of his eradication of visas for all travelers across the continent. I very much hope all of you traveling to here were able to benefit from that. I'd love to hear over coffee about your experience with it, to hear how it's going. But I think it's a historic move, and one that again can really take us in that direction of maximizing the opportunity for horizontal cooperation, horizontal trade, horizontal development within the African continent. And finally, Kenya is demonstrating how AfCFTA aspirations can contribute to national development priorities and leaving no one behind. So in President Ruto's bottom-up economic transformation agenda that he launched last year, the opportunity to maximize trade and cooperation and development through the free trade area is very much written in to what is known as the BETA, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. There are 7 prioritized value chains across agriculture and livestock, blue economy, mining, manufacturing, and all of these intended to help Kenya maximize her exports and to create employment for that young Kenyan population I was talking about before. So as I begin to wind up, friends, excellencies, I'm certain that Kenya will continue to promote the AfCFTA strategy from within, but will also continue to exert leadership around these important areas on the continent. From the United Nations perspective, oh, I beg your pardon, sorry, a little bit higher, that would have been better, wouldn't it? From the United Nations perspective, just to conclude by pointing out how important we see the free trade area to Kenya and countries like Kenya, to the African continent, and to the journey towards the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063. Fully integrating the continent is integral to that challenge. And the converse is also true. If we fail to maximize that opportunity to knit the continent together economically, then we will fail the Sustainable Development Agenda. That much seems to me to be very clear. And we will therefore leave large parts of the continent behind, and we will leave large populations within large parts of the continent behind. We don't want to do either of those. So as I conclude, let me exhort you to make the most of these 3 days. Let's really have a peer learning. When we talk of peer learning, horizontal is also the adjective that we want. We want to be learning from member state to member state, pooling our experiences, what's working, where are we stuck, how can we do better? And we in the United Nations here in Kenya and across the continent are with you to help you with that. So asanteni sana. Thank you very, very much, and good luck with the deliberations.
Thanks very much for that very deep reflection, talking about experience sharing with a focus on Kenya, our host. Thanks. Let me now invite His Excellency, Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic development, trade, tourism, industry, and minerals of the African Union Commission to present his statement. Excellency.
Thank you very much, the Director of Ceremony. And I would like to greet each and every one of you. And I think I also follow the step of riding on the protocols, which were very well outlined by you, the Director, and the Dr. Stephen Karingi. And I would like to indicate that as I stand before you this morning, I'm also speaking on behalf of the Chief Executive Officer of AUDA-NEPAD, Madam Nados Bekele Thomas. Right now, as I'm speaking, she is in the Permanent Representative Committee meeting, which is preparing for the meetings of the Executive Council and the Assembly of the African Union Heads of State and Government. I should have been in that meeting. I'll be joining them later tonight, and possibly after this meeting, I could also join online, actually after the opening ceremony. The UN system and the African Union have been collaborating since the attainment or the establishment of the Organization of African Unity. That collaboration will be enhanced with the establishment of the college-to-college meetings and the participation of the African Union as a permanent member of the G20. At the level of the G20, there are what are called knowledge partners, such as the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, ILO, International Trade Center, World Trade Organization, UNCTAD, among several others. So we've also recommended that at the level of the African Union, on the continent, we should have our own knowledge partners. And we've identified UNECA to be among our knowledge partners. In the spirit of the theme, towards an African continental free trade area implementation peer learning community, I would like to share some of our contributions in the implementation of the agreement and protocols establishing the African continental free trade area. I begin by saying that after delivery of the African continental free trade area, two of the early tasks we performed was to notify the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, and the World Trade Organization, WTO, on the establishment of the African continental free trade area. In the case of WIPO, the objective was to safeguard its brand as a distinct trademark. In the case of the WTO, the objective was to register it as a regional trade agreement. Shortly after the launch of the operational phase of the African continental free trade area, our sister organization, AUDA-NEPAD, published research results on conditions for success in the implementation of the agreement establishing the African continental free trade area. The insights and results of that study are still very much useful. And I urge stakeholders, especially those in this meeting, to refer to it from time to time as we implement the agreements and protocols of the African continental free trade area. In 2018, the Assembly adopted the protocol on free movement of people, right of residence, and right of establishment. This protocol is still undergoing signature and ratification. Once more, I call on member states to sign and ratify the protocol. And doing so is going to remove formidable non-tariff barriers in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and consequently facilitate increased inter-African trade flows. Growth of the African economy is one of the key success factors of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African economy grew at 3.8% in 2023. The projected growth rate for 2024 is 4%, with Asia projected to grow at 4.9%. Africa will be the second high growth region in the world in 2024. With a view to raising and sustaining the continent's investments and growth rate, we have teamed up with the African Development Bank, Outer NEPAD, and ourselves on a study on key actions to achieve inclusive growth and sustainable development across Africa. The idea is to see if we can position African countries to grow at rates of 7 to 10% per annum over a period of 30 years or more, and also raise investment rates from the current level of 20% of GDP to 40%. We're also in the process of establishing a debt monitoring mechanism in the face of the emerging unsustainability of the debt levels of our member states. They are unsustainable in the sense that they cannot be paid or repaid on time and in full. If a debt crisis emerges across Africa, it is going to erode fiscal spaces and the capacities of state parties to implement the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, among other public investments. In addition, we are in the G20 advocating for reform of the G20 mechanism on debt treatments, with a view to ensuring that it delivers timely debt restructuring. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a launchpad for deeper continental integration. And in this respect, we have embarked on studies on rate assessment towards an African customs union / common market. And one of the studies is being undertaken by the African Trade Policy Center. And we plan to roll out the studies before the end of this year. We're also involved in the establishment of African financial institutions. And these are the African Central Bank, the African Investment Bank, the African Monetary Fund, and the African Stock Exchange. In 2022, the AU Assembly adopted a recommendation from the President of the African Development Bank to commission a study on the establishment of an African financial stability mechanism. Work is ongoing on this project. Following the adoption of the macroeconomic convergence criteria by the Assembly in 2021, we're now mobilizing funds and facilitating the adoption of the statutes to lead us to the establishment and operationalization of the African Monetary Institute in Abuja, Nigeria. The institute will monitor movement towards macroeconomic convergence, a primary condition for an African common currency and central bank. With respect to the Pan-African Stock Exchange, we are working with the African Stock Exchange Association to operationalize it as a virtual platform. We signed in July 2022 with the Association of African Stock Exchanges a memorandum of understanding. And this led to the launch of an Africa Exchanges Linkage Project, AELP, in November 2022. There are 9 participating African stock exchanges in the ALP, which we aim to upscale and transform into the Pan-African Stock Exchange. The importance of these financial institutions in the African continental free trade area lies in them offering platforms for policy harmonization, economic stability, domestic resource mobilization, and, among others, risk mitigation. We have also collaborated with UNECA in developing a manual for capturing informal cross-border trade data and integrating the statistics of informal cross-border trade in formal statistics. This will help in increasing intra-African trade by capturing hitherto neglected cross-border trade statistics. In the area of trade information, we have developed the African Trade Observatory. It's a trade intelligence tool that is custom designed for the private sector and policymakers to identify trading opportunities across the continent and the rest of the world. And also it has other aspects of trade information, including a directorate of authorized economic operators. Trust in Africa is in huge deficit. Quite often, we hear of intra-African traders being swindled by what they thought were their trading partners. The directorate is going to remove that huge threat. We're also in collaboration with the OECD, establishing a platform on investment and productive transformation in Africa. The platform will aid in fast-tracking policy innovation, as well as facilitating dialogue on issues affecting investment flows to Africa. With respect to manufacturing, we're planning to roll out the Made in Africa standard this year. In addition to promoting quality and originality, the standard will also remove technical barriers to trade in the marketplace of the African continental free trade area. Globally, manufacturing accounts for 52% of international trade. In the case of Africa, manufacturing accounts for 40 to 42% of the commodity composition of intra-African trade. Against this background, we, in collaboration with the International Trade Center, the European Union, GIZ of Germany, and UNIDO, commissioned a value chain diagnostic study to identify sectors with huge potential for sustainable value chain development in Africa, and the bottlenecks preventing businesses from fully realizing its potential. The study, released last year, mapped 5,300 products as inputs or outputs and identified 415 continental value chains. The sectors of pharmaceuticals, baby foods, apparel and textiles, as well as automobiles were identified as priority sectors for investment in the African continental free trade area. As climate change accelerates, critical minerals will play a pivotal role in the green transition. There is emerging consensus with cooperating partners that value addition in the green transition should be at source. This strategic position will boost Africa's industrialization, inter-African trade, and decent employment. In this connection, we'll be placing before the ministers responsible for mining this year an African critical minerals draft strategy. I'd like to make 3 points before I end the outline of our contribution in the implementation of the agreement and protocols of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The first one is that we have a broad and deep collaboration with African private sector organizations, such as the Pan-African Chambers of Commerce and Industry, who are here, the Pan-African Manufacturers Association, I don't see them, and the African Business Council, which also I don't see. This collaboration will further deepen and broaden as we mobilize the African private sector to participate in the G20 Business Summit. The second point is on governance. Here, the key point is that we are working with our colleagues on peace and security, as well as the African Development Bank, to come up with a program on the nexus, on the one hand, of peace and security, and on the other hand, of development and regional integration. The African Development Bank plans to use this program in coming up with security indexed bonds. At the same time, at the level of the African Union, we continue to impose sanctions where there is unconstitutional changes of government. And through the Peace and Security Department, we also continue to monitor elections across Africa. The third point is that as we meet, the world is expected to go through increased fragmentation of international trade. The first driver of fragmentation of international trade in the recent past was the COVID-19 pandemic. It is now wars which are not only disrupting production, but also making the oceans unsafe, thereby disrupting shipping lines. Against this backdrop of global supply chain disruption, the marketplace of the African continental free trade area, with a population of 1.4 billion people, and is growing, can give us the shield we need to enhance domestic resource mobilization and domestic consumption, and in the process, avoid recessions, but instead generate growth and resilience. Some parties call this strategic autonomy. And historically, domestic consumption has been a key driver of Africa's economic growth. As I move towards concluding, let me start that as part of the process of creating an AfCFTA implementation peer learning community, let us be pragmatic and also let us avoid being distracted in the implementation of the agreements and protocols of the African continental free trade area. Adopting this mindset will give us strategic focus, tremendous consistency, dynamism, discipline, and a culture of high performance. With these assets, we should see ourselves generating high impact results, evidenced by, among others, increased volumes and values of intra-African trade. I'll conclude by suggesting that in the second edition of the conference, we should request a member of the African private sector to deliver the keynote address so that we can hear from them their lessons of experience in investing, producing, and trading in the African continental free trade area. And in the third edition, let us give the slot to a state party to the agreement of the African continental free trade area. Other stakeholders like regional economic communities and civil society can be given similar placements in later editions. Such diversity of experiences and perspectives will become rich in knowledge and be better placed to move to higher levels of implementing the agreement establishing the African continental free trade area. I'll end here and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Sorry. Thanks very much, Commissioner Muchanga, Excellency. We now would proceed to invite the representative of His Excellency, Mr. Wamkele Mene, the Executive Secretary of the AfCFTA Secretariat, who would be no one else than Mr. Prudence Sibazi, who is the Director of Institutional Matters and Programs at the AfCFTA Secretariat. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. Let me, before I read the statement of the Secretary General, recognize in absentia Honorable Rebecca Miano, Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Republic of Kenya, for hosting us. His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Mr. Clever Gatete, Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, who is ably represented by Dr. Stephen Kalingi, Director for Regional Integration and Trade. His Excellency Mr. Stephen Jackson, the UN Resident Coordinator in Kenya. His Excellency Dr. Jide Martins Okeke, who is the Coordinator Regional Program for Africa, UNDP, Regional Bureau for Africa. I'm happy to recognize His Excellency Yahya Bella, who is the Deputy Minister and Head of Egyptian Commercial Services. We have distinguished ambassadors and high commissioners representing different member states here in this meeting, distinguished senior trade officials and heads of delegations, representatives of regional economic communities who are here present, the representatives of the private sector. I have seen my brother Kebo representing the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce, Commerce and Industry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Allow me to start by wishing all of you Happy New Year 2024 and welcome you to this important gathering. On behalf of His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General for the African Continental Free Trade Area, I would like to extend my deep appreciation to Honorable Miano for hosting this important conference and also extending these facilities to the delegates here in attendance. This demonstrates Kenya's dedication and commitment and unwavering support to the AfCFTA and its implementation process. The Secretary General requests me to convey his warm greetings to all of you, Your Excellencies, and also his apology for not being with us today due to other important commitments. Albert Muchanga has mentioned there is a meeting of the PRC going on, and all heads of organs and African Union Commission are compelled to be in that meeting. And later this afternoon, he will also travel to attend the World Economic Forum in Davos. So he requested me to be here and read his keynote speech, which I'm going to read verbatim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the effective implementation of the AfCFTA agreement is a gradual process which requires, first of all, the involvement of the state parties at national level by domesticating the provisions of the agreement and putting in place institutional and strategic mechanisms enabling national stakeholders, in particular the private sector, to be at the heart of actions setting the agreement in motion. It then requires the involvement of regional economic communities at regional level, which develop strategies to federate national measures, mobilize regional partners and stakeholders, and facilitate trading within regional free trade areas. Allow me to recall and quote Article 5 of the agreement establishing the AfCFTA on the principles, on the guiding principles, which states, I quote, regional economic communities' free trade areas are the building blocks for the AfCFTA. End of quote. The process can then escalate to the continental level, where we witness seamless intra-African trade with all state parties and regional economic communities using their operational tools that are developed for the implementation of the AfCFTA agreement. We have a number of AfCFTA implementation tools, and they're increasing on a daily basis. You've heard of Pan-African Payments and Settlement System. We have established the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund. We have the Guided Trade Initiative. We have the AfCFTA Rules of Origin Manual. We have the e-tariff book. We have different platforms that are coming up, the Smart AfCFTA, the Africa Trade Gateway. You've heard of the Africa Trade Observatory, which is being led by the African Union Commission. So all those tools are being developed to ensure implementation of the AfCFTA. So we have to support them and also utilize them, especially the private sector. Cognizant of this process, we've heard from Stephen, the heads of state and government of the African Union at the 31st ordinary session, which was held in July 2018 in Nouakchott, Mauritania. They committed to establish national committees on the AfCFTA to ensure meaningful participation of all stakeholders and come up with national AfCFTA and boosting intra-African trade strategies. And this conference is here to take stock of all those strategies that have been developed, to learn from each other and share experience. This decision constitutes not only the legal basis for the work that has been undertaken thus far by state parties and regional economic communities in establishing national implementation committees and developing national and regional implementation strategies with the support of relevant partners, some of which are here present in the room, but also the rationale for convening such an important conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have been advised that to date, we have 19 state parties that have established their national implementation committees, and 6 of them have identified those existing structures to be used either at regional or multilateral trading purposes when they negotiate within regional economic communities or at WTO. And there are others that are in the process of establishing those national structures, and the AfCFTA Secretariat is continuously working to support all the state parties to ensure those national structures are established. We've also heard from Dr. Stephen that we have 45 AfCFTA implementation strategies that have been developed so far, of course, with assistance of the partners, and in particular, the UNECA. Regional economic communities such as ECOWAS, ECAS, East African Community have also developed their regional AfCFTA implementation strategies. And those others that have not done so, they are in the process of completing their regional AfCFTA implementation strategies. Developing those strategies and establishment of national and regional institutional arrangement for AfCFTA implementation, and these national implementation committees go hand in hand. In fact, the formation of national implementation committees is one of the key implementing strategies in most of the strategy papers that we have seen that have been developed. So you cannot implement the AfCFTA strategy without having a structure that is established either at national level or at regional level. Also, we have learned that from our AfCFTA Guided Trade Initiative, it is almost impossible for state parties to trade under the AfCFTA regime in the absence of national implementation committees at national level. At the Secretariat, we are continuously providing technical assistance and capacity building, particularly in the formation and the operationalization of the national implementation strategies. National implementation committees. This is very important for two reasons. One, it will be difficult for those 45 strategies and many others that are being developed to be implemented without having a coordinating structure. Secondly, it will be difficult to coordinate implementation of the AfCFTA at national level without having a government structure that will bring together all the stakeholders, either from government, from private sector, from business community, from civil society, to come together. That's the importance of having AfCFTA national implementation committees. Those who've been involved in negotiations, you know how it's difficult to coordinate the national position if you do not have a structure that is established to bring together all existing stakeholders at national level. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to inform you that the last meeting of the AfCFTA Council of Ministers that was held in Dar es Salaam in December last year, honorable ministers of trade decided to establish a committee of focal persons of the AfCFTA national implementation committees. We are now moving a step ahead to have a continental coordination mechanisms for those national implementation committees as one of the AfCFTA recognized institutions. The objective of this committee is to discuss, monitor, and exchange best practices on AfCFTA implementation, as well as their national strategies thereof on a regular basis. Accordingly, we are developing the terms of reference and work plan of this committee of focal persons. Given that focal persons of national implementation committees oversee the overall activities of their subcommittees involved in the implementation at national level, they are gathering input and experience sharing will be one of the key AfCFTA institutional meetings in informing the level of implementation, opportunities created, and challenges faced in accelerating and driving AfCFTA implementation to the next level. From now on, I have the feeling that this initiative of having a peer running community is going to be formalized into that institutional meeting that has been established by the Council of Ministers. And this will give us leverage because any outcome of this meeting will be officially transmitted to the Council of Ministers for appropriate decision and eventually to the Assembly of Heads of State and Government. In this regard, we plan to convene 2 meetings of the National Implementation Committee focal persons this year, and perhaps going forward, we will have this conference be conducted under this ad hoc committee meeting. And as one of the institutional meetings of the AfCFTA, we expect the committee to develop its own dynamism from each meeting it conducts. The outcome of this conference will therefore come at a perfect timing as to providing key and insightful recommendations for consideration of the Committee of National Implementation Committees focal persons and onward submission to the Council of Ministers. Excellencies, with many national implementation committees established and national implementation strategies validated, countries embarked on trading under the AfCFTA preferential regime, mainly through the Guided Trade Initiative. This initiative allowed state parties to self-assess their state of readiness in implementing the agreement and highlighted areas of interventions and more improvement and collaboration. In this process, and considering the diversity and ground reality of African economies, peer review and peer learning are critical to monitor the level of readiness of countries to fully implement the AfCFTA agreement. That is why the main purpose of this conference is to provide a platform for information and experience sharing, for peer learning on the implementation of validated national AfCFTA implementation strategies. This will enable to create among state parties and RECs common synergies on trade cooperation through inclusive interventions towards the effective implementation of the agreement. Allow me then to salute UNECA and UNDP for working with us on this initiative, which is in line with the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation, the theme of the year 2023. And we believe this theme will always remain relevant for the AfCFTA, as it will continue to be a priority which we will spare no effort. Excellencies, I'm glad to stand before you today, more so because of the delegates here in attendance have been part of the AfCFTA journey since the beginning of negotiations in 2015. I stand here in awe of our collaborative work as we now are almost at the end of the last 2 protocols, the protocol on digital trade and the protocol on women and youth in trade, which are going to be submitted for consideration and adoption to the Assembly this year, in February 2024. As I conclude, allow me to recall how important this conference is, as it not only allows us to learn from one another, and find synergies in our work to advance our efforts towards full utilization of the agreement, but also allows us to set priorities for the year 2024 as a collective. In the next 3 days, we will have the opportunity to engage, network, and come up with strategies that will guide our work going forward. I would like then to thank all of you for your time, and on behalf of the Secretary General, His Excellency Wamkelemene, I would like to officially declare open this conference on AfCFTA implementation strategies. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thanks very much for your statement. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of the opening session. But before we proceed to the next phase, which is a group photo and a media briefing, because the media is waiting to be spoken to, I would just want to inform us all that the official representing the government of Kenya is still held up by some unforeseen commitments that came up abruptly. But they've promised that they will be here. So the arrangement is, the understanding is that at any moment when they do arrive here, we would give them the floor for a brief statement. Thanks for your understanding. The meeting would continue, but for now, we would have to break for a photo session just outside the hall. Our colleagues would guide us all, and then this will be followed by a coffee break. So thanks very much, and see you shortly. Thank you. Sorry, I've just been informed that the photo session will take place just across here. So we need to walk across the hall. Yeah, just where I'm standing, there's a door behind me. And so you. Okay. And we will do that immediately after that session. We'll proceed to coffee break and then return here at exactly 1:15 to continue with the next session. So please, let's move, yes, behind they're folding so we'll move behind there, and that's where the photo session would happen. Yeah. Hello, let's hasten a bit so that we can get our coffee before it gets cold. Yeah, please.
Okay. Colleagues, I think we should get going. Colleagues, I think we can tell the colleagues that are outside to come in so that we can start with this next session, which is going to be facilitated by Brenda Philly Modia instead of myself. So I can't see her in the room. Joseph, please call Brenda so that we can get going. She's going to facilitate this session. And those who are outside, we can bring them in. Yeah, Brenda, please. Yeah. Okay. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Welcome back. I've been given the honor of moderating the first session for this conference. And I'm looking out for our director of ceremony, Francis. So we proceed to the next session. Our director of ceremony did draw attention to the full agenda that we have for the next 3 days. So for this first session, I have the honor to call to the podium our speakers for this high-level roundtable on accelerating AfCFTA implementation through peer learning. What is working and what can be improved? So I invite to the podium Mr. Prudence Sevasi, Director for Institutional Matters and Program Coordination. Mr. Prudence, thank you. I also invite to the podium Dr. Jide Okeke, Coordinator, Regional Program for Africa, UNDP. And I call to the podium His Excellency, Mr. Yaya Ewatiki Bella, Deputy Minister and Head of Egyptian Commercial Services. And I also call to the podium Mr. Kebu Jema, Executive Director, Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So we have our distinguished panel ready to share with us on what is working and what is not working. So regarding the context to this panel, our opening session has already provided sufficient information on why we are having this conference and what the purpose is all about. Providing a platform for peer learning on the development and implementation of adopted national AfCFTA implementation strategies. But I want to focus on the objectives of this high-level roundtable, where we have our distinguished panel here. They will discuss with us about progress, opportunities, and challenges of implementing the agreement. And they will draw attention to key policy issues and strategies that African leaders must prioritize to accelerate implementation. And this panel will also seek to set the tone for subsequent discussions by highlighting the role of peer learning and knowledge sharing among countries and RECs in advancing the goals of the agreement and addressing the common challenges that are being faced in the process of implementation. Just to give some highlights on the indicative questions that the panel will be addressing. First, we would like to know whether these implementation strategies are contributing to the progress being made under the agreement. And if not, what are the challenges and possible solutions for this agreement to deliver on its promise of a prosperous, peaceful, and more integrated Africa? We'd also want to hear from our panelists how peer learning methods and benefits can be leveraged to facilitate trade integration and cooperation among African countries. And from a national perspective, we would want the panelists to share with us how the private sector and other stakeholders are being engaged to ensure implementation is inclusive, responsive, and sustainable. And we also want to hear from the private sector whether indeed the private sector are already leveraging the opportunities presented by the AfCFTA in sourcing their inputs and finding new markets for their products. If not, what policy measures need to be improved or to be put in place? And we also want our panelists to share with us what are the key priorities and actions for the future of the AfCFTA. And for instance, we are looking at a situation where we still have some outstanding issues in negotiations on rules of origin and also on textiles and automobiles. Is this a priority for now before we can effectively implement the agreement? We also want to hear from our panelists on measures being put in place to ensure effective implementation and enforcement of this agreement. So with that background, I will now turn to our panelists, starting with Mr. Prudence Cereza from the Secretariat. We want you to share with us, are these implementation strategies contributing to the progress that is being made? You have shared with us in the opening remarks the tools that are being put in place to ensure effective implementation of the AfCFTA. And these tools, to what extent are they being used? And the member states in the process of implementing, are they following the strategies? You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Once again, let me emphasize that this gathering, where you have the national focal points on implementation of the AfCFTA in the same room, is the most important gathering in the AfCFTA process. We used to have in the room chief negotiators, and chief negotiators were there to safeguard national interests. So they wouldn't speak with one voice because each one of them will have to safeguard national interests. But now we have national coordinators on the implementation. They have to cooperate if AfCFTA implementation has to be successful. So I would like to say that this is a success story. To me, in the history of the AfCFTA, this is a success story where you have coordinators of implementation in the same room, sharing experience, learning from each other. Secondly, we have seen this through the Guided Trade Initiative, as I mentioned in my statement, that with just a click of button, you call someone in any African country who is the national coordinator of the AfCFTA implementation. You tell them there is a challenge with the one SME that has imported goods from this country to this country. Can you please find out what is going on? And that person will be able to speak to the Revenue Authority. That person will be able to speak to the Bureau of Standard. That person will be able to speak to any other national institution that is in charge of clearance and facilitation of clearance of the goods. So that's how important this framework is for AfCFTA implementation. Now, I would also like to mention that we have other AfCFTA institutions that have been established under the leadership of the Council of Ministers responsible for trade. Almost each area of the AfCFTA has a committee or a subcommittee that has been established, be it rules of origin, be it customs facilitation, trade facilitation, non-tariff barriers, and so on and so forth. Those committees are able to unlock technical matters in meetings like this, but those committees do not intervene on the spot when there is a problem with the business community. The only committee that I think is going to be intervening on a daily basis is the one on non-tariff barriers, because we have a monitoring framework, a monitoring system on non-tariff barriers, where NTB can be directly reported into the system, and someone at national level will have to take action for that NTB to be resolved. But remember, the national focal point on non-tariff barriers will still be working within this AfCFTA National Implementation Committee. So that's what I want to say as my opening. You mentioned something about when are we going to conclude outstanding negotiations. I can tell you, we have done more than what is required for AfCFTA to be implemented. The protocol on trade goods has been fully concluded with all its annexes. The only outstanding annex was just the annex on rules of origin. And you know, even rules of origin have been covered up to 93.2%, with only a few tariff lines in automobile sector and textile and clothing that are now under negotiations. So if you can trade in everything else, except those few tariff lines in auto and textile, I'm quite sure we can do a lot in AfCFTA. So other protocols are in place. And the last one I mentioned, the protocol on women and youth and the protocol on digital trade have also been concluded. They will be submitted to the Assembly for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Prudence. Just a quick follow-up question. You have highlighted the wonderful progress that is being made, and we are also excited to learn that this conference actually marks the true transition from dealing with negotiators to now implementers. Now, we just want to know whether in this whole implementation process and putting in place all these tools, are there any challenges that need attention? And if so, what solutions are being proposed or mitigation measures that Secretariat has taken?
Yes, the challenge is there. The first challenge that was there, which I think we are trying to resolve, is that we do not have all countries' national committees established. In countries where those committees are operational, then the challenge is very minimum. Because when we talk about challenge to coordinate this kind of continental agreement, is about the speed at which information can flow and also the speed at which issues can be resolved. So where we have national committees that are operational, the challenges are minimum. I would say the main challenge is to have all other countries to come on board and have their national structures in place. I will just give you one example. I recently received a call from United Republic of Tanzania when I was on holidays. They just told me, you know, our goods are in Nigeria, and they have refused the AfCFTA certificate of origin. So in a situation where there is a focal point in Nigeria, by just a phone call, that matter is resolved. and it means a lot for business community. But now imagine if that happened in a country where there is no national implementation committee. So they would suffer there for maybe 1 or 2 weeks. The issue will not be resolved until there is an official meeting of the committee, which will take more than a month. But with the national committees, I think all those challenges are resolved instantly. There will always be challenges, but the most effective way to resolve the challenges is to have that institutional framework that is operating. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to Your Excellency. Yeah, we are always reminded that the success of the AfCFTA will have to be informed by the measures that are put in place at national level, then regional level, then we'll be able to see the results at continental level. So we would like you to share with us how Egypt is engaging all the private sector to ensure that the AfCFTA implementation is inclusive, responsive, and sustainable.
Thank you so much. First, I would like to inform everyone the importance of an FTA on our tables. We have concluded before a partnership between Egypt and the EU, including an FTA. Before the FTA with the European Union, Egypt and Europe, we were about 13 to 14 billion US dollars trade. Now we are 30 billion US dollars trade after the FTA with Europe, and not only doubling our exports to the European Union, but 250% increase after implementing the FTA with Europe. Same with Turkey. We had an FTA with Turkey. Now, after the FTA concluded with Turkey and fully implemented, we are 230% increase in our exports to Turkey, and our bilateral trade jumped from 2 billion US dollars to 7 billion US dollars. This is the importance of an FTA. An FTA, COMESA, if we are talking about the COMESA, we more than doubled our exports after having our FTA among the COMESA countries. So it's very important to have and to be convinced about fully implementing our FTA. I will just also mention that the EU, the intra-trade in the EU is 67%, Southeast Asia as an example, 52%, and we are still under 15% intra-regional trade. That's below any minimum standards worldwide. So this is a final solution to not only increasing our trades, but also industrialization. Because trades, people didn't start long time ago, people didn't start with industries. People started with trading. And when we started trading among each other as countries, it leads us to more wealth. So we're starting manufacturing and having industrial clusters among world countries. And after that, integration, connectivity, mobility, transportation. So it's only mainly start with trade. So this is our solution. Also, I need to mention that it's a solution of the problem that we are having now, that we are always exporting raw materials. It's enough to export raw materials and import finished goods. Isn't it enough? So I think it's a solution to start raising our intra-regional trade, which will increase our manufacturing facilities, which will complement, we can complement each other in the industrial sector. So we will decrease our imports from outside Africa, especially the final goods and the manufactured ones. According to our statistics and analysis, this FTA will, by 2035, will increase our income, Africa's income, by 450 billion US dollars, which is not that, it's a big amount that we need to inject in the African economy. We need to increase, through this FTA, we will increase our industrial capabilities, transportation links and connectivity. We need to create policies to reduce the information gap. We have a big information gap between the African countries. We don't have facts, exact facts and figures about what we are manufacturing, what we are growing, in which seasons, what are our capabilities in each and every countries. So we need to exchange this information in a transparent way and in a regular, continuous way to increase the information about us. Increasing information will lead to more trade and intra-trade. Of course, we are giving awareness to our private sector through sessions and seminars about this agreement, about this FTA, and we are trying to support them and convince them to be ready for implementing and the fully implementation of this agreement in order to get to know more about the agreement, about the sectors that we will deal in, about the tariffs. And after a few minutes, I will mention some points that we need to take also in consideration. Aside of eliminating tariffs, we have some other problems that I will mention. So awareness is very important for our private sector, and I'm asking everyone here to give awareness to your private sector as much as you can in this period to be ready for full implementation, and also give them a background about the benefits that will be get or received after the full implementation of this FTA. Actually, in order to give a boost, a quick boost for this FTA, not only implementing the tariffs, eliminating the tariffs, but we have another problem. We have non-tariff barriers. We need to identify our non-tariff barriers and to eliminate them. And this is a problem that we are facing even among the COMESA members from time to time. We have an FTA, and sometimes, as my colleague mentioned here, there is a problem in implementation, or there is a problem in a non-tariff barrier. Also, we need to create the trade networks and continental trade networks, and we need to look at our infrastructure. We have to look our infrastructure, to upgrade our infrastructure. We need to have mutual recognition, not harmonization. It will take a long time to have harmonized specifications between African countries, but we need at least mutual recognition between African countries. We need a financial and digital ecosystem, which is easy and easy to implement, including insurance solutions, including digital solutions, including financial solutions. Also, we need to have measures to be put in place that no one is left behind. Because if you leave some countries behind, that's not a real implementation for the African Continental Free Trade Area. We need to put some measures in place that no country is left behind, and to try to have more among us, the convincing each other and the political will to start implementing faster and easier the FTA, the African Continental FTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. You've given us more insights than I had initially asked, and you've actually preempted my follow-up questions. We thank you for highlighting the importance of free trade agreements, giving us examples of the results of your FTA agreements with EU and Turkey, and also the optimism you have expressed about the AfCFTA also resulting in equally the same type of increment in trade with African countries. And you've also highlighted some very significant challenges which are widely acknowledged in many publications. And from what Director Prudence had shared, I can see efforts already in place trying to address some of these. So thank you very much for those insights. I think I'll bring in our private sector in the end so that they can also speak to whether these measures that are claimed to be being put in place are helping the private sector to really leverage the AfCFTA. So now I'll move to UNDP. For UNDP, would like you to share with us, having listened to even the challenges that are being faced by state parties, whether you are putting in place any peer learning methods that can be leveraged to facilitate trade integration and cooperation among African countries. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Brenda, and good morning again. Before I go into the question, I think it's important that I identify some of the assets that may be available to you, and please take advantage of those assets. We often start our conversation as UNDP that we have 170 country offices across the world, right? And because of the trust capital that we have with government, we tend to provide support in ways that create scale and that create effectiveness. But also at the regional level, we do have capacities to provide support to national level infrastructures for accelerating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Komi is here, and I would really like him to stand up because it's important that we are able to recognize our regional CFTA project manager. So we tend to have capacities at the regional level to provide support to countries. And in this way, we would always naturally go to our country offices, but work with national counterparts. So if you do have, catalytic proposals that you think would be a quick win as we accelerate the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area, I think you should have a bilateral with Komi before you leave within the next few days. The second level of support, which I would want to mention, is the support we have established quite firmly with the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. In 2021, we signed an MOU with the CFTA Secretariat, and the MOU was not just a document. We also matched the MOU with financial contribution of $3 million over 3 years. And that has provided the Secretariat with the resources to provide capacities to member states as well. And I think it's really important that we take advantage of all of these resources as we at the national level implement action plans to accelerate the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, when I look at what we're doing at UNDP, I think the question is, we have made progress, as the previous speakers have said, but there's still some work to go as we think about the full implementation of the CFTA. In terms of policy and regulation, I think we're doing an excellent job, and that is something that has to be acknowledged. But in terms of the actual implementation of the CFTA across countries, we're seeing different levels of advancement. And as the previous speaker said, we should not aspire towards uniformity as we try to implement the CFTA. Rather, we should build on the respective comparative advantages that countries have. Now, I want to highlight a few points for your consideration. And these are areas where we are also seeking to invest, or we are building partnerships around those priorities, because we do believe that by investing in these areas, we could potentially accelerate the implementation of the CFTA. The first thing I want to emphasize is that there could be an inherent risk in the full operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area if we do not take into account sub-national diversity. What do I mean by this? Across borderland communities in Africa today, we have 270 million people. That is almost 20% of the entire population of the continent. But yet, if you look at the ways in which we are seeking to advance development in general, it's often at the macro level, which is concentrated in national capitals, right? And for CFTA to make sense, for CFTA to lead to the structural economic transformation that we are looking to achieve, if we do not invest in those borderland communities, then we would have failed. And that is why, as UNDP, a few years ago, we established the Africa Borderland Center, working with our CFTA team to essentially target women and youth in borderland communities so that we can provide capacity support, but also understand what they are doing. Because oftentimes, I think as policymakers, we also need to be a bit more humble in terms of what we know and what we do not know. Some of these individuals and communities in rural areas or in borderland communities are already implementing cross-border trade. Now, could we learn some lessons from them in ways that can be amplified and in ways that can help us accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area? It's a question that we really need to address. Now, the second point I want to make is that the CFTA is not charity. And when we have the Pan-African Business Council here with us, or we have the Pan-African Manufacturers Association here with us, they are not here to reinforce dependencies. They are here to listen to opportunities that can help them foster business opportunities in what they do in their respective businesses. So, and one way in which we can do that, and I speak as UNDP here, is to provide them with the analysis they need to identify those opportunities. It's not for us. I mean, we can't do business better than the business people, right? And therefore, to what extent can we provide the ecosystem of knowledge that would allow for these businesses to thrive? And this is, again, it's a challenge to all of us, that as we think about accelerating the CFTA, we should be humble enough to recognize our limitation as institutions and rather provide within our institutional mandate the knowledge base for other partners, especially the private sector, to take advantage of the opportunities that they have. The third point that I would want to raise is infrastructure. We talk about the intra-Africa trade as being at 15%. It is incredibly low, of course. But the problem is, why is it low? I think that's the more important question to ask. Why is it that it is easier for me to go to Alibaba and buy goods and send to Nairobi as opposed to going to Addis Ababa, which is next door, to buy almost the same thing? One of the challenges there is around infrastructure. How do we begin to develop the appropriate infrastructure for us to be able to increase intra-Africa trade? One way of doing that, and it's a quick win and it's already happening, whether we, and again, this is a challenge, whether we or not we implement the protocol on digital trade, we do know that communities, individuals are currently trading digitally on the African continent. So it's important that we begin to harness the talent, the infrastructure, and find ways of expanding that in ways that will create the qualitative change that we want to see in terms of boosting intra-Africa trade. Because if we do not do that, then I think at the policy level, we would have succeeded, but at the implementation level, we'll continue to face challenges. I think the last point I want to make is around peer-to-peer learning. For us to be able to learn amongst ourselves, we need to harness some of the regional infrastructure that we have. I think the CFTA Secretariat offers an important platform for peer-to-peer exchange, but I would also say, and this statement was made earlier by Prudence, that the regional economic communities should serve as our building blocks. We have seen successes that have been registered in ECOWAS, and I think these are lessons that we should learn. IGAD, the same. We talked about COMESA, we talked about ECA, EAC rather. What measures or what sort of ecosystem can we establish to promote peer-to-peer level at the regional level? And I think this is really an important point to raise. I'll stop there, but I do have a few other points, but maybe in the second session, I'll come to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those great insights on how we can really harness the AfCFTA in order to ensure that the private sector, who are really the focus of this AfCFTA, because if the private sector thrives, then we'll be achieving success in this particular agreement. You have drawn our attention to the need, to the need for improving on the infrastructure that is existing now. And you've also reminded us that actually with or without the agreement, there's already trade happening. It's good to know there's already trade happening and the countries can just work on improving that. And on the peer-to-peer learning, we have also been reminded that the Secretariat has already offered platforms, but certainly we are doing more even through this platform. So thank you for your insights. Now I'd like to move to the private sector. The previous speaker has really laid the context in which the private sector comes in within this agreement. So the question is the private sector already leveraging the opportunities presented by the agreement, particularly in creating value chains, also by sourcing their inputs or finding new markets for their products within the continent? You have the floor.
Thank you. I would like also to thank, first of all, the organizers actually for inviting me and sharing the various experiences that we've gone through relating to the AfCFTA. And I think your question, which I think is very interesting and relevant, I would like to sort of say, first of all, I think this is, for the last 3-4 years, the policymakers have had actually the responsibility to put in place the policies and the legal materials actually for this CFTA to proceed, meaning for the business community to act as implementer of those policies. And that's where we are actually at this stage. It seems like the negotiations, at least by and large, has been completed, and now we are in the implementation phase. So we've seen actually some trials. The 8 guided initiatives has allowed actually certain countries to start trading, and we also learned that there have been some hiccups here and there. Some have been mentioned earlier, for example, by Prudence, relating to issues with customs. I mean, these are things that would happen. in terms of actually that would happen, but certainly actually as the business goes on, the customs officials would know more about the AfCFTA, and then that problems will be gradually sort of resolved. You have to understand, I mean, there are 50 countries, 50 customs offices. Some of them actually work in a similar fashion, some don't actually. So it will take perhaps, I wouldn't say a long time, but some time actually for all these issues to be resolved. The one thing that caught my attention and our attention is the issue of awareness, and the Minister of Egypt has indicated the need to expand the awareness. And we've done actually a survey recently at Addis Ababa University to see, for example, the graduate students in business, how far I'm talking about the senior students at the Addis Ababa University Business College, to see how far their knowledge about the AfCFTA is. And the figure was quite frightening, actually. Almost 90% of the students didn't know about the AfCFTA. And that's where the peer learning actually can come. I think schools and universities actually should start really taking the AfCFTA as part of their, perhaps not curriculum, but also as part of their equipment to provide the information and the experiences that the countries are going through, so that when they graduate, actually, it will be easier for them to integrate and to also take part in this experience. But we've done also the same survey actually with the small business enterprises. As you know, about 97% of African businesses are small businesses. And the survey there shows that only 32% of the small businesses actually know about the AfCFTA. And that for me is encouraging, frankly speaking, because if we start already doing business with 32% of businesses in the first 2-3 years, all the others would follow definitely. And so it's not really something that should discourage us, but something that should really encourage us, really at this stage. To a great extent, the active part of the small businesses are somewhat knowledgeable about the AfCFTA. And one thing that I've experienced actually in my travels, for example, when I travel to Egypt, since we have the minister here, the one question that comes to me is, when is this thing starting actually? And I think the one thing that businesses have noticed is that the advantages that the AfCFTA will bring to the continent and the slow progress that we see actually in making it happen. And to a great extent, I think we need really to do more in pushing actually businesses and governments to work closely so that this anticipation really doesn't lose its momentum. And I think that is a danger that we need really to sort of look into very seriously. And finally, what I would also like to bring is the cross-border trade and the PAPs. Interesting thing about the PAPs, not too many small businesses actually know about it, and also all those that know about PAPs seem to be somewhat worried as to whether these things would actually start working and making the payment system, which is actually the major factor for businesses actually to undertake these kinds of initiative. If they don't get paid, then businesses will not be interested actually to do business, obviously. But we've seen actually across border, the PAPs being implemented informally. You sell your product, for example, if you are between Kenya and let's say Sudan, you know, the Sudanese pay at the border in Sudanese currency, and the Kenyans buy actually the product from Sudan using the Kenya shillings. And then the interaction will sort of grow up from there. And I think this is where we can learn quite a lot actually as to how we can sort of look into PAPS and make it really workable at the continental level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much on giving us the private sector perspectives and reminding the conference that a lot remains to be done in order for the private sector to really take advantage of the promise that the AfCFTA makes. One thing which has come out very clearly is an issue of awareness raising. There's need, especially that this conference has brought together the focal points, that there's need to work closely with the private sector in order to ensure that awareness about this AfCFTA and how the private sector can take advantage of it is really put out there, especially for the small and medium enterprises. Thank you for that. So we'll go into the final and last round, which I would urge our panelists to just really be quick because we have an overrun having started our meeting late. So I'd want each of our esteemed panelists here, just in 2 minutes, to share with us what are the key priorities and actions for the future of the AfCFTA, in your own opinion. What would be the key priorities and actions that need to be undertaken in order for us to truly accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA, starting with Director Prudence? Your thoughts, please.
Yes, thank you. As we enter the phase of implementation, I see a lot of work happening at national level because state parties are going to be the custodian of AfCFTA. With this in mind, then priority number one will be awareness creation. We really have to undertake a systematic awareness campaign at national level, a very systematic and detailed awareness campaign to explain to the relevant stakeholders the content of the AfCFTA in terms of legal and regulatory framework, to really understand. We talk about annexes, they understand what that annex provides for, what difference is it going to make to the status quo. I think that's very, very important point, awareness. The second priority is in terms of resources mobilization, because issues of capacity development, of course, awareness creation will require intensive resources. So we have to also mobilize resources, not only from our international partners. And I want to make a call to the private sector. We've listened to you and we always listen to you. I think it's now high time for the African businesses to own AfCFTA and also contribute to it. So in terms of resource mobilization, we would like to see the role of each African citizen, each African business person contributing to the implementation of the AfCFTA, even if it is contributing $1 a year, because of the work that is ahead of us. Then priority number 3, which I think I'm going to make only 3, we have to invest in productive capacities. We really have to invest. Everything that we've been talking about is to create a market for us. If we do not invest today, then what are we going to reap tomorrow? So we have to invest in the productive capacities. At national level, each country should look into their private sector development strategies and see where are we focusing in terms of production, in terms of building regional and continental value chains to make sure that all sectors of the AfCFTA are fully covered by African private sector. I think if we focus on those three, I repeat, awareness creation, resource mobilization, investment, especially in private sector and productive sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Abala, at national level, what should be the priority actions?
Thank you. Actually, it's very important to start with, as I mentioned before, creating a platform. We need to create a platform. We share it together that has all our resources in each and every country, what we are manufacturing in each and every country, what are the raw materials that are available in each and every country, and put this in place as fast as possible, because this platform will benefit not only the governments, but also the business entities, the business community. People in Egypt, as an example, many businessmen in Egypt doesn't know what are the manufacturing or what are they are manufacturing in Mauritius or Benin. So they do import some raw materials or finished products that might be already manufactured in another African country. So it's very important to have this platform as fast as possible. And secondly, we need quickly to have a financial ecosystem that will ease doing business between African countries and give some insurance solutions for the African countries in order for the business community to deal with their counterparts in other African countries. Also, as we mentioned before, and every colleague mentioned also, awareness among the business community through seminars, through open sessions, because not each and every business entity in our countries knows the benefits of implementing or participating in such an FTA. So awareness is very important. And again, we need to invest in our infrastructure as much as we can. So when we fully implement this FTA, we will be ready or nearly ready to upgrade or increase our intra-trade or intra-regional trade. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we move to UNDP, key priorities and actions for the future in the AfCFTA implementation. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you. I would summarize key priorities in terms of 3 C's. The first C is capabilities. How do we build the know-how across the trade value chain? So be it from production to export, it's really important that we build capabilities across the value chain, right? And I think this is something that we are, as UNDP, seeking to achieve. And here we need to be biased. We need to be biased in favor of youth and women-led SMEs. And the reason why we need to be biased is because of the demography, which we wouldn't go into. So building capabilities of youth-led and women-led SMEs across the trade value chain is going to be incredibly useful. Second is collaboration. Each of us and each of our institutions bring in with us our respective comparative advantages. And it is time for us to leverage what we can do very well and also promote collaboration with those that can do things better than us, right? In order to avoid duplication, waste, because resources are shrinking. And if we need to optimize the resources that we have, collaboration will be inevitable. My third point is around communications. I think a lot of us have talked about awareness. It goes beyond awareness. It's also around a mindset shift. Even though some individuals, and I would want to also raise the point around the statistics around awareness around CFTA, may know about the CFTA, but to what extent do they have they made the cultural shift to also embrace the CFTA? So communications, strategic communications would help us promote that shift in mindset, that shift in our traditional ways of working in ways that can benefit and accelerate the CFTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now move to the private sector. You have shared with us that the progress is slow. So in order for the private sector to ensure that the implementation is being accelerated, what will be the key priorities and actions that need to be undertaken?
Thank you. I'll just state from practical point of view, a trader, what does he want? He wants what you call a tariff tool published actually to see if, it's important for him to go into that particular market. So it will help actually if we can have that tariff book either online or in some other fashion actually. Secondly, I think we have to, and this is also for governments, we have to help really the small and medium enterprises to be part and parcel of the AfCFTA. I'm not really too sure to what extent actually the rules, regulations, the policies really favor the small and medium enterprises. In the continent, I think that should be the focus of the AfCFTA. And thirdly, I think, again, from practical point of view, I ship my goods actually to Accra. And then, for some reasons, it stayed there for 2 weeks. Then I lost my business actually. And so we need really to sort of focus on how to facilitate shipments from one place to another. This is not really a shipment by air, but also we see it also shipment by road. Some trucks actually staying in one place for 15 days. So that is not really something that would help the AfCFTA move forward. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have had some very good insights from our esteemed panelists. We have come to the conclusion of this session. If we may give them a hand of applause, please. So we can continue this conversation beyond this conference. For now, I think we'll allow for the next session to come up. Thank you very much.
We would have to move straight to the next session, and I would want to invite our colleague, Mr. Comey. I saw him just now. Okay. Yeah, so over to you. I would want to say we need to be a bit more stringent with time so that we would be able to go through the program. It's a bit, we're a bit behind schedule because we started late, but I think we manage time better. We'll be able to pull up.
Thanks very much, Francis. I was told we had a good lunch break, a kind of coffee break, so we could go till 2. But what we're going to do, we're going to try to see if we can stick to about 45 minutes. Is this okay with everyone? The session is supposed to be 1 hour, but we want to be to cut it a bit shorter, to have a 45-minute session. So let me quickly introduce the topic. We're going to look now into the status of play when it's come to the AfCFTA National Committee. So my name is Komi Cho. I'm the UNDP Regional Advisor on AfCFTA. And I'm pleased also to chair and facilitate this session. Let me invite quickly the presenters. We will have Mr. Milion Hapte from the AfCFTA Secretariat. Please, Milion. We will also have ODI, Professor Dirk, who will also share with us some perspective. Then what we want to do is also to learn from the countries themselves, the national committees, how they are doing in their respective countries. We will have then Mr. Olusegun Olutayo, my brother, senior expert at the National AfCFTA Committee of Nigeria. We will also have Madame Bamba, du secrétariat exécutif du Comité national ZLECAf de la Côte d'Ivoire. So we will also have, then we have intervention in French. I hope you still have all the microphones and others. And we will have Miss Yvonne Zulu, who is a senior economist, trade investment promotion officer at the Ministry of Trade of Zambia. Madam Zulu, please. So I understood we have a presentation, Milion, or? Yes. So, Milion, you have the floor to start, since we do not have a lot of time, but 7 minutes?
7 minutes. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Allow me, please, to, if it's a presentation, then maybe I can come down here and hopefully colleagues behind the screen, they assist us in displaying or projecting this copy of the slide for the session 2. While the technical team is trying to project the slides, I'm very happy to be here, and I see many familiar faces, colleagues here. While also I'm fighting a feeling of cold I have developed lately, so I'm trying to fight back with some vitamins and painkillers, but I am assured it's not COVID, so please don't worry with the kind of feeling that I have. So my presentation focuses on the role of the national implementation committees in the implementation of the AfCFTA. Yes. Like you heard from the director of the ceremonies for this session, Komi, my name is Milion Hapte. I am coordinator for the AfCFTA implementation, particularly when it comes to at national levels. So I would like to use the 7 minutes, I hope effectively. So if we go to the next slide, so what I will do is, we are in the mood of implementation at this stage. So negotiation stage has passed. So I will try to show some of the legal provisions as well for the AfCFTA national implementations. We are not functioning in vacuum. So we have legal backing for the national implementation committees to be in place. Then I will try to show also some of the key institutional forms and functions of these national implementation committees. Finally, I will try to show the role of the secretariat and also some of the latest developments. Perhaps you have already heard from the keynote speech of the Secretary General what we would like to accomplish in the coming months and years. So going forward, Like I said, from negotiations to implementation, we have noticed that earlier some of the key players in the negotiation, like Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Rwanda, they were some of the forerunners in forming national implementation committees. And given that the year 2023, within the African Union system, it is a year for accelerating the implementation of AfCFTA. These forerunners, they have actually, shown the way how committed they are and how serious they are in the process for their business to take advantage of the AfCFTA. So, like I mentioned earlier, and also from what you heard also from the keynote speech, the formation of the national implementation committees is actually an assembly decision for state parties who have ratified the AfCFTA. They are required also to establish these national implementation committees. And this decision was made back in 2018. So based on that decision, what we did was at the Secretariat with the assistance and coordination ODI, represented by Dirk here, we did a study on feasibility study, not feasibility actually, on baseline study, where we are in terms of formation of these committees and what is the experience of those who have already taken the journey of forming the committees. So if we go to the next slide, then what we did was, of course, as a baseline study, we assessed what is happening on the continent, but also we took some lessons from other multilateral organizations like the WTO, and some lessons from the implementation of enhanced integrated framework within that system. So what we saw was it's very important, even for the AfCFTA, if there is a legal foundation and political support when we are forming the national implementation committees. There is also a serious lesson that was learned, that there should be a financial and technical assistance for these NICs. Coordination and monitoring is the other the important aspect of for them to be successful in implementing the AfCFTA. Inclusivity, meaning in terms of bringing on board women and youth, some issues like maybe the environment and other aspects that should be also included within the NIC group. In maybe it could be in some sort of subcommittee level, so on and so forth. And the customs procedures, the vision and involvement of ministers, it's a very important aspect of NICs. I mean, for the NICs to take lesson from this. And then the appropriate institutional capacities. You have heard it from the previous panel that the awareness creation comes now and then in different phases or in different aspects. So that is also one area that we will have to take it seriously. Coordination and avoidance of complicated and duplicated structures is another. Even at national level, that means in the formation and operationalization of these NICs, it's seamless, very well coordinated formation and operationalization is key. And so coming to the recommendations that we can give for state parties in when they form these national implementation committees would be, we have identified some 10 crucial functions during formation. So maybe if I start from the at lower level on the left, I think from my side, it is the left side. So on the screen, you'll find that trade negotiations would be one aspect for the NICs to actually do. Then implementation and policy reform is another function they can do. They have to then plan and strategize how they would like to bring the AfCFTA objectives to fruition. So one of the reasons we are gathering here is also for peer learning. So on those strategies and plans, it is key that the NICs should be active. And then the reporting would be very key. First, of course, among themselves, because we have seen that in the formation of the committees, there are subcommittees, and down the line, unless they inform each other of the accomplishments within the NICs, the accomplishments and in fact, the achievements that are come into existence, it has to be captured. So one, we look at the reporting mechanism within themselves, and the other, the NICs themselves reporting to the Secretariat. So perhaps at a later stage, we will need to develop a standard reporting mechanism for these NICs, but that is one of the major roles that they can play. And monitoring and evaluation is the other key aspect. Capacity building activities, they have to provide that capacity building for their members. Also, the Secretariat giving to the NICs is another aspect in the capacity building activities. On communication and stakeholders expected from the NICs as well. And private sector engagement is at the forefront, of course, because at the key players would be the private sector. Like I said earlier, inclusion of disadvantaged group of society should also be included and reflected in the committee. And then finally, of course, that those committees should have an interface with the Secretariat, the AfCFTA Secretariat, so that we read each other on the plans and some of the activities that we coordinate together. So those are the crucial role of the NICs. Then, in terms of institutional form, I hope I'm still within my 7 minutes. Okay, thank you. So, in terms of institutional forms, maybe let me go back again. When we look at we have received some of the NICs, the legal format, the legal basis at the national levels. We have seen that in the roles and functions of those NICs, we kind of summarized, we brought forward those 10 functions, but in some of these legal documents, we have seen sometimes it's more than 10, sometimes it's less than 8, but in summary, you can actually put them together within that 10 framework. So I just want to highlight on that. So when it comes to the institutional forms, basically, you will find that there will be a steering committee. That will be an interministerial committee that will also include the private sector, and within which they will form subcommittees or working groups. Some of them, they will focus on goods. Some of them, they focus on services, depending on the format that they would like to see working for them. Then there is a secretariat dedicated to, function as a coordinating role for all those subcommittees and even for the steering committee. So that secretariat will normally have that, a very high level, able, networked leader as a head of that coordination office. Then they will be supported by communication or legal team within that. Then the next one would be the 5-step into forming the NICs. This would be very useful for those who still aspire to form the NICs. The first one would be to form a multi-stakeholder committee. That could be, first, of course, it can be led by government. When we say multi-stakeholder at national level, definitely during negotiations, they have experience, so they know how to do it. The second one is to develop a clear mandate or implementation plan, well coordinated. That means in defining the goals, the objectives in the priority sectors that should be included there, then the responsibilities for each members without duplicating their role, should be also highlighted in forming these committees. And then those state parties going this process, they have to seriously think about providing adequate resources. We have seen that from the already formed NICs, we see some of the challenges. One would be the financial resources that they are struggling with. So they have to seriously think about giving that adequate resources are provided for this. And the next one would be engage in consultation and outreach. That would be like they need to have a regular consultation with stakeholders. It's not like forming the committee and then end of the homework. But in our opinion, there should be a regular consultation. And finally, one of the most important aspects would be monitoring and evaluation of these functions and works of committee members. So generally, from the formation and operationalization, we have seen that the more we have the NICs, we see the more that we are able to trade under the AfCFTA. For example, under the guided trade initiative, that's what we have seen. Even in developing AfCFTA implementation strategies, the NIC's role was very well pronounced. And even in some aspects, like we can mention Nigeria, where they have actually used the NICs to see, or even for whether Nigeria should become, a signatory, and then finally to ratify the agreement. They used this network of national implementation committees. So there are some figures. Okay, in terms of the role of the AfCFTA Secretariat, obviously we share best practices. You heard that the Council of Ministers decided something very useful in this regard. We will do some of the monitoring activities in terms of the implementation, and we assist state parties in their formation, like I said earlier. And I tried to put some slides in figures where we will need to focus in next steps for the formation. Please go back in the yes. If you look at the colors in this picture or diagram, then our focus, we would like to focus on the ones you see as pink, which in the key for the diagram, there is no information. The 33 countries, that's where we would like to focus as a secretariat, because we will need to see they also form, so you can see there are significant numbers of countries in the continent that they need to move forward in terms of implementation. So this is almost some of the detailed information, who formed in which year, and some of them actually they used their existing structures like Angola, Namibia, Sao Tome, Senegal, and South Africa. They are repurposing the previous structure to serve as also the AfCFTA Implementation Committee. So I think we can just skip this one. I was trying to highlight within the GTI, the Guided Trade Initiative. Also, you'll see some of correlation between where there is NIC. We found that most of these countries with NICs, they have shown their readiness also to be included in the Guided Trade Initiative. So that is a strategy. I leave it for our colleagues who will be making presentation later on in terms of the regional economic communities as well. We have seen that most of them, they are at advanced level, even if some of them are also at the early stage of developing their strategies. I think I will leave it to the next presentations. So at the Secretariat, where we are now is we have that coordination unit. So like I said earlier, we are trying to give capacity building, so on and so forth. But as we go forward, based on the decision of the Council of Ministers, we will be having the committee of AfCFTA focal persons on the National Implementation Committee. So we will be convening 2 meetings. I think the good thing is I'm very glad that you gave me some more minutes. So, but as you heard it in the keynote speech, we would like to have those two meetings this year, and perhaps we will see each other again within that platform. I think finally, that is my message, saying that thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Million. I think I couldn't have stopped you because I think it was quite very interesting presentation, very clear as well. And I know most of you are quite familiar with the process at national level, since most of you are actually leading it. So you mentioned, I think what I can take from your presentation as well in terms of the national committees. Yes, currently they are at various stages when it's come to the status of those that are ready, those that are being implemented. In terms of structure as well, we will hear, I think some countries have full dedicated committee with secretariat. Some countries, the secretariat are embedded within the Ministry of Trade and so and so. But you also indicated that it's important, considering the multidimensional structure of the AfCFTA, that those committees are actually structured in a way that they also rely on multi-stakeholder approach in their, from their design to operationalization, and you also mentioned the monitoring. So we are talking here about integrated national implementation committees. Of course, the role of the FTA Secretariat, I think you have also shared with us the excellent work you are doing to coordinate the implementation of those. I want to invite now Prof. to share with us 3-4 key points on your experience or what you want to also share with that perspective. I don't know if you wanted to present it. Consider the time you can. Sure, you can see it, please.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, moderator, and thank you to the UN and UNECA in particular for inviting me here. And also let me just congratulate the HPC and UNECA for providing real regional public good around AfCFTA implementation strategies. And also congratulate Million for a fantastic presentation and discussing issues around the national implementation committees, and also highlighting the considerable progress that is being made. And sometimes we say there's not much happening on the ground, but at the same time things are happening, and in some regions it has. Thank you. Sometimes it just takes 30 years or longer to establish a really integrated region, and I think it's step by step that you need to think about. Let me emphasize 3 or 4 points from Million's presentation. First of all, I think he emphasized lessons from trade policy making and capacity building for trade policy making. And whilst I perhaps would also be one of the people who would say that the AfCFTA is not just an ordinary FTA like any others, there can still be lessons from FTAs and capacity building for it. And I think there, what he's emphasizing is that there are functions and forms of trade policy making, and we need to distinguish between functions and forms. And it's pretty often that we think about going immediately to the forms, right? So we say, oh, we need a national implementation committee, and once we have one, then it's fine. Well, there's a good basis for thinking about what the national implementation should do, what should be the legal basis for a national implementation committee, what should be the functions for national implementation committees as well. So in terms of functions, he emphasized a range of those, and one, of course, is to think about AfCFTA implementation strategies and monitoring those strategies. That's a key function of those. And I would hope that there is this nice interaction between having an institutional structure for national implementation committees and then sort of updating, implementing, monitoring, or coordinating the implementation and monitoring the implementation of AfCFTA strategies. I think another one that's been highlighted is around private sector development. And so that's a real important function, and that perhaps that hasn't always in the past been one of the best operating functions in trade policy making in low-income countries and African countries. It is about thinking about coordinating between the public and the private sector. And one example is that there is now on the public side discussion about national implementation committees. But in 2 days' time, as Dr. Prudence was already highlighting, there's going to be a launch of a private sector action plan for AfCFTA with the Secretary General and a range of presidents at the World Economic Forum. And so coordinating that interaction is pretty important. So an important interaction point is also around private sector development. Then, in terms of forms, I think there are issues around strategic direction. There are issues around having a national implementation committees, and then about thinking about committees, working groups. And many national implementation committees are at the start. Some are well established, and we've had the pleasure to work with Nigeria, for example, and also Ghana, and they have been much better established. They've already undertaken activities, but a range of others may not have done that yet, and so they are at similar stages and need to think about terms of references, for example, for national implementation committees. They need to think of terms of reference for the working groups, and so that is the next step. And perhaps let me then highlight that. In terms of the sort of the final point, is this interaction between having a national implementation committee and making progress. I think one of the slides that Million was highlighting was that those countries that had the national implementation committee from the start, 2018, 19, 20, basically also made progress on having an AfCFTA implementation strategy. They were also the front runners or amongst the front runners of the DTI. And that is perhaps something now where we're at, is basically that interaction between institutional capacity building and having activities to progress on the implementation of the AfCFTA. So here, it's important to progress on both sides. It's both, and if you think about, for example, the enhanced integrated framework, and there were some lessons from that in the paper, which is on the AfCFTA website. There, you have tier 1 and tier 2 projects. You have projects focusing on institutional capacity building, and you have tier 2 projects focusing on actual economic activities like private sector development or implementation. And you need both. You need both of these type of activities. You need both institutional capacity building and following the guidance and advice from the Secretariat. And you also need to engage in some of the activities to oil the machine of implementation. And I think that's where we're at, and we're fortunate to be able to collaborate with the AfCFTA Secretariat and to support them in working with some of the state parties to making those next steps. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof. Dirk. I think the fact that we're also hearing that institutional capacity building from the experience as well, from your support to countries, institutional capacity building is still important. This is something we are noting throughout the session, and I think this also has been discussed this morning. The private sector involvement as well, I think, is something quite important to be able to make the trade policies work for the private sector. Now, I think we can move to the countries, because I also want to have later, maybe 10 minutes, to have some questions from the floor. May I start maybe by Côte d'Ivoire? Then we can text. So, Madame Bamba, maybe 2 minutes for those. If you can use, please, your mic. So, Madame Maba, merci aussi pour être là. Je sais que la Côte d'Ivoire a un secrétariat qui coordonne vraiment la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf et nous voulons que vous nous partagiez votre expérience et vos défis aussi. Hein, qu'est-ce que vous attendez? 3, 4, 5 minutes. Merci.
D'accord, merci. Avant tout propos, j'aimerais remercier les organisateurs de cette activité et aussi en vous rend grande qualité vous du bonjour et vous transmettre également les salutations de la secrétaire exécutive, Madame Fatmata Fofana, qui devrait être là, mais pour des problèmes de calendrier au niveau national, n'a pas pu effectuer de déplacement. Merci à vous. En ce qui concerne la Côte d'Ivoire, le comité national, nous avons été mis en place par décret. Le décret 2018-514 du 30 mai 2018. Et ça, dès la signature de l'accord, parce que l'accord a été signé et quelques mois après, le décret a été pris pour la Constitution. Par la suite, nous avons ratifié l'accord le 13 novembre, déposé les instruments de ratification le 23 novembre et commencé le processus d'élaboration d'une stratégie. Et ce processus d'élaboration de la stratégie, nous avons bénéficié de l'accompagnement des partenaires tels que la CEA. Et pour pouvoir élaborer la stratégie, nous avons commencé par des activités de sensibilisation. Nous avons organisé un premier forum, le forum national où toutes les personnes très pertinentes du secteur privé, de toute l'économie ivoirienne étaient présentes. Nous avons même déplacé certaines institutions. L'Union africaine était présente, l'ITC était présente et nous avons été accompagnés dans l'élaboration de cette stratégie par la CEA, une fois qu'on remercie encore une fois. Et à la suite de ces différentes consultations, il y a eu des revues documentaires. Il y a eu la revue documentaire, il y a eu la consultation et il y a eu plein d'autres process pour quand même impliquer. Nous avions été d'abord voir le secteur privé ivoirien qui est constitué, parce qu'il faut rappeler que le secteur privé ivoirien est organisé et ils ont même une structure, ils ont un président. Donc, toutes les actions gouvernementales, avant d'entreprendre une action gouvernementale, que ce soit au niveau fiscal, de l'année fiscale, ils sont consultés et ils ont leur mot à dire. C'est pour montrer l'importance du secteur privé ivoirien. Donc, ils ont été consultés, ils ont participé aux négociations. Dès les négociations pour la signature de l'accord, ils ont été associés. Et pour pouvoir définir les listes de concessions tarifaires, ils ont été associés. Donc, nous avons élaboré cette stratégie avec l'accompagnement du secteur privé. Et par la suite, après les consultations, la revue documentaire, il y a eu la définition des axes stratégiques. Quand les axes stratégiques ont été définis, on a encore ramené ces différents éléments auprès des parties prenantes pour leur appréciation, observation, input. À la suite de cela, il y a eu un atelier de validation de la stratégie nationale avec les parties prenantes qui avaient été consultées dès l'entame de ce processus-là. Et cette validation a donné lieu à la stratégie nationale qui se décline en 6 axes. Les 6 axes sont connus et toutes nos activités de mise en œuvre sont tirées de cette stratégie-là. Et cette stratégie n'est pas restée dans la documentation de la ZLECAf, elle est disponible sur le site de la ZLECAf. Nous avons mis à disposition de toutes les parties prenantes, que ce soit les institutions d'appui au commerce, que ce soit les opérateurs économiques. Et à titre de rappel, cette stratégie-là, elle s'aligne sur la stratégie nationale d'exportation, parce que nous avons une stratégie nationale d'exportation et nous avons tenu compte de cela. Nous avons tenu compte aussi de notre PND, de tout ce qui pourrait constituer et nous amener à une mise en œuvre effective de cette stratégie-là. C'est ce que je voudrais dire à ce propos pour la stratégie nationale de la ZLECAf, de mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf. Et à côté de cela, tout le monde a été consulté, mais là, depuis l'année dernière, il y a une dynamique qui est engagée au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire. Le secteur privé veut s'affirmer dans ce processus de mise en œuvre. Et pour cette affirmation-là, le secteur privé nous a approchés. Le ministère du Commerce, quand je dis nous, c'est le ministère du Commerce parce que le secrétariat exécutif est sous la tutelle technique du ministère du Commerce et de la primature. Raison pour laquelle la primature est l'organe de décision et le ministère technique est l'organe d'orientation. Pardonnez, oui, c'est ça. l'organe de décision, et le ministère du Commerce, l'organe de coordination. Voilà un peu. Donc, le secteur privé a approché le ministère pour dire qu'eux, ils voudraient avoir leur stratégie. Pas qu'ils ne se retrouvent pas dans la grande stratégie, mais parce qu'avec la stratégie, ils touchent du doigt de leurs problèmes. Donc, nous, on leur a dit, il n'y a pas de souci, on vous accompagnera pour l'élaboration de cette stratégie. Et c'est comme ça que décembre 2023, il y a eu la validation de la stratégie du secteur privé qui se décline en 3 axes stratégiques. Et dans ces 3 axes stratégiques, il y a des activités qui seront déployées. Et là encore, pour montrer encore leur engagement, le secteur privé a décidé de financer la majeure partie de ces activités et elle-même s'y mettre pour la mobilisation des ressources pour le financement de sa stratégie. Voilà ce que je voulais dire à ce niveau concernant les différentes stratégies. Il y a la stratégie globale et depuis 2023, le secteur privé s'est doté d'une stratégie de mise en œuvre propre à elle. Mais cette stratégie s'aligne sur la stratégie globale de la ZLECAf, de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf en Côte d'Ivoire.
Avant que, juste pour vous poser une dernière question rapidement, merci pour ces points. Au niveau du financement de votre stratégie, comment est-ce que vous faites? Je pense que Milion a parlé de mobilisation de ressources. Comment est-ce que vous faites actuellement pour financer l'implémentation, la mise en œuvre?
L'implémentation, il faut dire aussi que c'est l'une de nos difficultés parce que nous n'avons pas une stratégie entièrement budgétisée. Mais comme nous avons à la tête du secrétariat exécutif une dame très dynamique qui ne cesse de bousculer les opérateurs économiques et le gouvernement de Côte d'Ivoire, elle a un budget, mais ce budget dont nous sommes dotés est un budget de fonctionnement. Mais comme nous ne pouvons pas être là, un comité de mise en œuvre et ne rien faire, dans ce budget de fonctionnement, on essaie de trouver les moyens, de trouver des ressources pour pouvoir financer nos activités de mise en œuvre. Et avec aussi l'aide des bailleurs, nous déployons certaines activités. Et c'est le lieu de rappeler que nous sommes constamment accompagnés par la CEA, le PNUD, la GIZ et des structures locales avec lesquelles aussi nous co-organisons certaines activités. C'est une question de pouvoir se partager les charges de mise en œuvre. Voilà un peu ce que je voudrais dire à ce propos.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Madame Ba, for those points. I think what we can take from there is really that Côte d'Ivoire has a full AfCFTA implementation strategy. From that strategy, they have also been able to recently develop a private sector strategy, which will then be implemented by the private sectors. They have a full functioning AfCFTA national committee. So we will come back. Maybe later you will tell us where you are with the actual opening of the market. But let's move to Nigeria. My brother Olutayo, please, we are pleased you are here. Please share with us your perspective or your experience from the ground in working, leading a number of interventions from Nigeria, the challenges and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
5 minutes. Thanks.
It's all right. Thank you very much, my brother and friend, Kumi. It's been a long journey in this space. Here we are again. I want to salute every distinguished state party represented here. It's a great journey. And of course, ahead of us is still a great journey. First and foremost, I want to salute the vision of our founding fathers and mothers. They saw integrated, prosperous, peaceful Africa before now. And I see AfCFTA is the path to achieve this, as outlined in Agenda 2063. Now, bringing it home from the perspective of Nigeria. First and foremost, having the consciousness of our population, which is in the over 200 million now. The very first thing, even ahead of the operationalization of AfCFTA, the very first thing that we did, we call it impact readiness assessment. So we conducted that around the entire 6 geopolitical zone. The report is out there. Secondly, when the government decided to move into the next phase of having an implementation committee. In our own case, we call it National Action Committee. Now, why National Action Committee is in like 4 layers. You have it even within the presidency of our country. And of course, seated in the office of the Chief of Staffs. Why that? Now, one thing that the Nigerian National Action Committee we have found of is we always like to ask this question. When we say this is the strategy we want to use, we will ask, why are we launching this strategy? Why are we adopting this strategy? So the 4 layers that we have of the National Action Committee, the president, of course, seated in the office of the Chief of Staff, the essence is what we call convening power strategy. How? Now, the convening power strategy speaks to the fact that the Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment happens to be the chairman. Then the Minister of Finance happens to be the co-chairman, because you cannot trade effectively and efficiently without resources. So we pull in the Minister of Finance. So now you, as a national committee, whatever you give yourself a status, you don't have that power to convene a meeting of a minister. But Nigeria decided to situate it in the office of the president. So when a minister is called upon by the Chief of Staff to the president, you answer the call. So that is a strategy within the strategy. So we call it convening power strategy. The 3rd layer that we also adopted, we call it coordination. As a matter of fact, that was actually the mandate the president gave to the National Action Committee. Go and coordinate. Why? Before the advent of your committee, the Act of Parliament already created ministry, departments, and agencies. Some in 1960, some in whatever year. So you cannot come in a day and then override and overshoot and say you have come and then you have all the magic wand. No, Nigeria said, no, we will not go that direction. There is an Act of Parliament created institution that will be respected. So the only single mandate given to the Nigerian Action Committee was go and coordinate. That was the marching order. And how do you do that? So we became proactive. So whether you are a regulatory agency, whether you are a private sector, whether you are, whatever institution you are, we take it upon ourselves to read the entire Act of Parliament that created you. So it was a kind of a, should I call it academic work? In fact, I was the one that led that charge, that we need to read the entire, whatever created the bureau in charge of, SPS or TBT or what have you. So we have understanding of what Ministry A, Agency A is supposed to do. So factor it into the AfCFTA protocol. And that is another strategy that we launched. We call it AfCFTA thinking protocol or AfCFTA protocol thinking. So we took the entire adopted AfCFTA vis-a-vis the Act of Parliament mandate given to all these institutions. This is your role. This is what you need to do. Are you lagging in this area? We deploy the experts. In fact, on that basis of consultation, some of them now, at a phone call, even the Director General will pick our call. Why? We adopt again what we call consultation. So we will not take any step without actually having a meeting with that particular agency concerned in that area. So we will schedule a meeting, and then we will engage you that this is what AfCFTA has passed on to us. Of recent, we received a note verbal that has to do with Lagos-Abidjan corridor. The very first thing my ES charged us to do is, Olusegun, go and have meeting with each of all these agencies first,
So that meeting was held. They have the understanding of what was sent from the secretariat. And then this is the charge, this is the responsibility. It was well defined. And then everybody would take it on board. Another thing that is of experience to us is what we call soft trade. What does that mean? Soft trade in this context is private sector focus, purely. The entire OPSN of my country, that is Nigerian Organized Private Sector, they are 4, but even outside that 4, we ensure that we have all of them on board. As a matter of fact, we have what we call regular fortnight meeting with the OPSN of Nigeria. So they are not in any way to claim that they are not being carried along or they don't know what they are doing. You cannot say that. Because before we even take first step, we ask you that this is what AfCFTA is saying, like I said earlier on, and then this is what we are thinking, what is your thinking, and then we align. And then we have a clear roadmap. By January 30th, we are going to be having this kind of a meeting with the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria to bring them on board on the GTI, finally. Having strategy within the strategy, Nigerian launched what we call GTI basket. What does that mean? We develop, so this time around, we introduce technology. A very small questions that will just give us a rundown of your, whether it's MSME, whether it's big, even the Dangote, we deploy it to everybody. Just give me your details. This is where I am, this is my product, this is the HS code. Have I been exporting before? If it's just a yes or no, some will just give. So that gave us overall information. So as I speak to you now, we have already created a GTI basket. So on the basis of ensuring that GTI is well implemented in Nigeria, we just tap into a basket. Is there a funding coming? We just tap into the basket on the priorities of those products. If I have other time, I think I will go further on that. I thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Olusegun. So when people were asking why Nigeria is not yet implementing the GTI, we understand now that you guys were very busy putting in place convening power strategy, thinking strategies and private sector engagement, including what you also mentioned, the GTI basket. So now we believe Nigeria is fully ready to join the initiative. Thanks. Let's move now to our sister from Zambia to also share with us what they are doing concretely in Zambia. You also have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opportunity. We were called on to speak last minute, but I'll try as much as possible just to elaborate the process that Zambia has undertaken in terms of establishing the National Implementation Committee for the AfCFTA. So I'll start by giving a brief background to state that Zambia signed the AfCFTA agreement on 10th February 2019, and then we thereafter ratified the agreement on 5th February 2021. So following that, following the ratification, we went ahead and began the process of developing our national implementation strategy. This began in April 2019. We concluded and launched the strategy on the 27th of July 2021, of course, with the assistance of UNECA as well as the AEC. So with that, our strategy accords interventions that are included in the, it accords pillars that are included in the AfCFTA agreement. So we undertook a process. This is something that we usually do as Zambia in terms of preparation of all strategies or policies, national documents that is. So the strategic planning and development of any policy or strategy in Zambia follows a decree based on a methodology on procedures for drafting and aligning or monitoring of implementation of strategy documents called, there is a guide to preparing national policy documents and cabinet memorandums. So with that document, we have stages that follow. in terms of preparation of documents. So of course, the beginning is agenda setting. So this is very important in terms of having an agenda just to give direction and the relevance or need of that strategy. After that, we follow a process to undertake consultations, of course. So this is just to obtain points of view relevant to stakeholders regarding the policy or strategy that is being developed. In that, we recognize the role of the private sector for their continued contribution to job creation and ultimately sustainable economic development. So we do as much as possible to engage our private sector. We also engage academia, civil society, and many other relevant stakeholders. That's government, other government institutions, as well as agencies. So this is just to have inclusive participation and get the appropriate feedback in as much as we need to. So with that, there is a process that we followed in developing the strategy. So our strategy calls for the establishment of the National Implementation Committee, which is what we're here to discuss. So for Zambia, the overall objective of the NIC is just to coordinate all matters relating to the AfCFTA activities and implementation of the AfCFTA, just to have a successful, to be successful in terms of trading under this agreement. This is something this is a new agreement that we are getting into. So in our National Implementation Committee, we have a chair and a deputy chair. So the government is the one that chairs this committee, in particular, the Ministry of Trade. So the deputy in this case is the private sector. We have the Zambia Private Sector Alliance, who is part of this committee, just to get inclusive participation, like I said. So the National Implementation Committee is supported by 10 other subcommittees. So these committees also report to the NIC in terms of undertaking the technical work that needs to be done for successful implementation of AfCFTA. So currently we have an interim secretariat. The secretariat is based at the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, so we use the officials under the ministry, but there are plans to have a full-time secretariat just to facilitate and effectively coordinate all matters relating to the AfCFTA. So we note that monitoring and evaluation is also key, just to fast track or track progress in terms of implementation of activities under the AfCFTA. Also, what we take recognition of is resource mobilization. This requires human and capital resources just for us to have that success in terms of implementing this agreement. So some of the challenges that we've identified in our strategy include limited resources to underwrite full implementation of the strategy. So with the lack of a full-time national secretariat to service the National Implementation Committee and the various subcommittees of the NIC for the duration of the implementation of a strategy, this is something that we've noted as a challenge. Although you may wish to note that the NIC, the National Implementation Committee, also has a linkage to our National Trade Facilitation Committee that is involved in implementing all trade matters, particularly the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, as well as any other trade facilitation agreement that Zambia is party to under SADC and COMESA. So the strategy is comprehensive enough to cover some of the new, the strategy is not comprehensive enough to cover some of the new topics. So this as a challenge comes in because the time that we're developing it, I think that time we only had finalized agreements in the protocols on trading goods, trading services, As dispute settlement was one of the agreements establishing the AfCFTA, but with the coming in of new protocols like digital trade, investment, intellectual property rights, as well as competition policy. Those are some of the issues that need to be included in our strategy, although we have cross-cutting issues that cover women and youth in trade, as well as climate change. So these are quite key for us. I think the other issue is we need to finalize our communication strategy just to ensure that there's comprehensive and continuous information dissemination among our stakeholders to just get them up to speed of this new trade agreement that we've entered into. So we wish to undertake some of these activities by engaging key cooperating partners just to support and address some of the challenges that we've identified. I think that's the end of my submission from my side. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Madam Zulu. I think these are quite interesting points you also raised. Good to know that to have an integrated committee, I think your committee is currently co-chaired by the Ministry of Trade and Private Sector, which is quite good. You also spoke about the monitoring and evaluation component. Resource mobilization, I think, is still coming as one of key issue, and certainly how the committee, AfCFTA, also deal with the National Trade Facilitation Committee that deal with other agreement. Something, unfortunately, we don't have time to dig into those issues, but at least you present them. Made the ceremony, I hope, can I get 10 minutes to have questions from the floor, please? Just 10. Okay, thank you. So can we open now for maximum 3 questions, please? To the panelists, AfCFTA Secretariat, Prof. Dirk, or the national committees. Any question? This is a peer learning community, so you can ask. It's not an intergovernmental meeting, so you can ask any question. That's what I was told. 3, please. Burundi. Okay, Burundi. We have Gambia, and here. Okay, let's get the 2. Do we have a third one? Okay, then we'll have for EUTAF. Okay, so please.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Je voulais également féliciter les panélistes sur la présentation qu'ils venaient de faire. Ma question, c'est dirigée vers le second. Souvent, quand on place un comité au niveau de la superstructure, il est difficile. Souvent, ça peut être difficile ou un frais de fonctionnement d'un comité qui est souvent technique, mais également qu'il y a des aspects techniques qui ne sont pas pris en considération, mais on implique souvent la politique au niveau technique, ou bien sûr la mise en œuvre des aspects techniques, parce qu'on a déjà placé la décision, ou bien les décisions qui seront faites au niveau de l'aspect structure, comme à la primature, ou bien au niveau du bureau de la présidence. Alors, je voulais savoir comment, pour vous, ça facilite le fonctionnement du comité national d'implémentation de la ZLECAf. Merci.
Gambia, please, you have.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for thank you, moderator, for giving me the opportunity. What we have observed is that the Gambia, in terms of the institutional arrangement, has never been mentioned. You know, our CFTA National Committee has always been forgotten, and this is we have officially communicated to the Secretariat as well as to the ECOWAS, but very often when countries have been mentioned, Gambia is always forgotten. We want to correct that. Thank you.
And please,
Yes. Thank you, Komi. Just to present myself, my name is Sekou Berete. I'm the head of EUTA Project Management Unit. So it's not actually the question, but it's just a modest contribution to this conference here, because I've come to understand that many people have spoken, and then we have seen that a lot of them actually are facing challenges in terms of National Implementation Committee, National Implementation Strategy, and then I've come to understand also there are some challenges in terms of mobilizing resources to ensure that every country actually leverage on the AfCFTA. So I just wish to inform that we have a project management unit on the ground that's supporting member state, regs, and also private sector. But I think I'm just giving you this first food of thought, but I think there is a panel discussion with development partners when the right time comes, probably just to inform you that we are on the ground here. If there is any question or additional resources that might need to ensure that you deliver on AfCFTA, you can actually reach out to us. Thank you.
So actually you are providing solution to resource mobilization. Can you maybe stand so that people can see you and then they will come and collect the resources? So yes, so please reach out to him as well. So what I will do, I will ask Mr. Olusegun first to respond quickly in 1 minute, million 1 minute. Then we will take it from the Madam Baba, Prof. Dirk, and Madam Zulu for last 1 minute, concluding remarks. So yes, Oga, please.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm rolling two activities into one. Response and then conclude. Okay. All right, thank you very much. First and foremost, let me say this, which I've always echoed anywhere I find myself. And that is my own understanding of AfCFTA. AfCFTA is not a sprint, it's a marathon. AfCFTA is not a sprint, it's a marathon. You have to go at your pace. You have to have that understanding. That's one. Two, to my brother and friend question. That is what I was trying to say. In the context of my country, looking at the population, looking at the gamut of administrative bottlenecks and everything, we felt the smartest way to go is to situate the overall power in the presidency. Not the president itself or himself, but the office of the chief of staff. What does that mean? It means there are regular meetings of update with the chief of staff. So chief of staff knows what is going on. Even at the secretariat, once we receive a no baba or an information, we quickly set up a meeting with the chief of staff. He always gives us that 5 minutes, 10 minutes. He doesn't have all the time, but we already have a kind of a bullet point. Sir, this is what is happening. We receive this. They are saying this. We need to reach out to this. Then we ask us, do I need to call a meeting for the Minister of Trade and Finance? If the answer is yes, immediately they deploy. And then the two ministers come. They don't have all the time, but we work proactively, painstakingly ahead of time so that we make it easier for our principal. Now, do we face challenges? The answer is yes. Resources is number one. Trade expert is also number two. Bureaucracies is also there. And that is why we invent the strategy that we call consultation when you come to bureaucracies. You keep on engaging them. You keep on making them to know what is going on. And also, partnership. We have also reached out to donor agencies, development partner, UNDP, FCDO, ODI, World Bank, GIZ. They are playing their role. I salute them. I appreciate them. They have been very supportive to the cause of AfCFTA in Nigeria. Also, finally, or the last two is, let us also see how we can embrace technology. Most times, you don't need to go. Technology can solve most of these problems for us. And finally, is to the fact that, so lastly is, we are now thinking in the direction of what we call AfCFTA Trust Fund.
How does that mean? We are trying to reach out to private sector. We are deploying, like I said, when we having a strategy, Nigeria always deploy another strategy within the strategy. Why? We said ownership. Private sector, AfCFTA is your own. They say, why? We defended it. We proved them, we give them the information, and now they said, okay, go ahead, we will support you with what we call AfCFTA Trust Fund. I thank you.
Thanks very much. Million, in 30 seconds, I think lunch is ready. Please.
You are even now taking 30 seconds away from. So, okay, let me respond to the questions and perhaps closing remarks as quickly as possible. For the distinguished delegate from Gambia, I would say basically we circulated a request from state parties to update us on where they are. So if we had that response and not reflected, we apologize, but my colleagues will reach out to you so that we have that update for future purposes. But as far as we know, that the information we gathered was the one reflected here. Maybe, some miscommunication happened in between. So we will update it the way the Gambia is implementing the AfCFTA. On closing remarks, some of the points I would like to say, one or two things. I think in going forward, I'm very happy to hear there is an AfCFTA trust fund Nigeria is deploying to financing the AfCFTA implementation, even for the implementation committees. And I have to say that this national implementation, they have to also be very innovative in resolving this issue, perhaps by developing some, resource generating activities. Our colleague Kabur is here. He has a very rich experience in how chambers of commerce finance themselves at national or even continental level in doing some of their maybe some of the national implementation committees, they have to also take some lessons how they can generate incomes through their own activities. Imagine they are serving the private sector. In the private sector, if they are not able to finance an institution that supports them, that means we are in a very serious problem. So the money is with the private sector, so they should be able to finance some of these activities. That is one. On the other, earlier we said that the Council of Ministers recognize the importance of the National Implementation Committee. So we'll be having those kind of meetings at a later stage, maybe in the same setup. So what we would like to see is, of course, apart from sharing experiences and tracking some of the implementation progresses, that arrangement, that platform needs to be captured even more at within the legal structure of the AfCFTA. Perhaps we don't see that in the existing legal structure of the AfCFTA, but since we have reached a time where the revision of the AfCFTA agreement is coming, maybe that is something we need to capture within the legal framework, and then so that their structure will be more formalized. So that's all. Yeah, I hope that I finish with 30 seconds. Thank you for the patience.
Madame Bamba, then.
D'accord, merci. Tout à l'heure, Monsieur Komi, vous avez demandé si nous avions des difficultés. Des difficultés, nous les avons, mais je pourrais les dire que nous avons des difficultés méso et micro. Comme nous sommes dans l'opérationnalisation, il y a des difficultés que nous rencontrons lors de notre activité de sensibilisation et de renforcement de capacité. Et ces difficultés se situent au niveau du faible niveau d'alphabétisation des femmes, de nos mamans qui sont dans l'agro-transformation. Parce que là, au niveau du secteur privé ivoirien, il faut dire que les grandes entreprises, elles sont bien organisées. Et nos PME, PMU, on pense qu'on fait le nécessaire. Parce que quand il y a une décision, quand on approche le secteur privé, les grandes entreprises, ça va. Mais le gros du travail, c'est au niveau de notre PME, PMI. Et la plupart du temps, pour l'organisation de nos activités, il y a des cibles. Quand vous êtes Abidjan, Bouaké, San Pedro, dans les grandes villes, il n'y a pas de souci. Mais quand vous partez en périphérie, c'est difficile de toucher la cible que vous avez définie dans vos thèmes de référence. Ça, c'est l'une de nos difficultés. Vous êtes obligé à un moment donné de prendre d'autres personnes, l'ajouter à votre cible. Et souvent, le comité technique nous a reproché de faire souvent des activités de sensibilisation dans les mêmes villes. Mais cela s'explique du fait que nous avions du mal à toucher la cible. On a l'impression que tous sont concentrés dans les grandes villes. Ça, c'est l'une de nos difficultés. Il y a aussi la lourdeur administrative. Ça, c'est propre à toutes les administrations, je pourrais dire, africaines. Et à côté de cela, malgré nos activités de sensibilisation, nous touchons dans nos activités de sensibilisation nos cœurs de cible. Nos cœurs de cible, c'est-à-dire quoi? C'est-à-dire le secteur privé, l'administration. Ils sont amenés à mettre en œuvre l'accord. Mais ce qui est des autres aspects, il est quand même difficile, même si nous faisons des tournées de sensibilisation à l'intention des universitaires, à l'intention de la société civile, mais ce n'est pas toujours suffisant. Donc, à ce niveau aussi, on voudrait appeler l'attention des bailleurs de fonds pour nous accompagner sur des aspects de communication. Nous avons des spots télé dont la diffusion coûte cher, mais là, la plupart des accompagnements dont nous bénéficions ne prennent pas en compte ces aspects. Et là, c'est sincèrement un plaidoyer que nous faisons à l'intention des bailleurs de voir cet aspect. Si on veut vulgariser l'accord, on veut que tous s'approprient, il faudrait qu'on soit informé au maximum. Parce que organiser des activités où on réunit 10 personnes, 20 personnes, 50 personnes, 100 personnes, sur 28 millions d'habitants, vous voyez combien d'activités je dois faire pour toucher 28 millions. Donc ça, c'est un appel à l'intention des bailleurs que vous êtes. Ce n'est pas fini. J'ai d'autres difficultés que je vais énumérer ici.
En une minute, puisqu'on va toujours continuer par discuter de tout ça après dans nos sessions. Merci.
D'accord, d'accord. Et la deuxième difficulté, c'est au niveau de notre stratégie de mise en œuvre. Et là, nous avons eu mandat du comité national, parce que l'organe je voudrais rappeler l'organisation du comité national. Il est constitué de 3 organes. Le conseil d'orientation et des décisions, le comité technique et le secrétariat exécutif dont je suis membre. Et le comité technique se rencontre 12 fois. Et chaque fois, il y a des questions qui sont analysées et il donne des orientations. Il donne des orientations, des coordinations. Et à la lumière des bilans faits sur les stratégies développées, il s'est avéré qu'il y a une revue à mi-parcours à faire sur nos stratégies. Et ça, c'est le process qui est en cours en ce moment pour prendre en compte certains aspects. Et
donc
pour finir, je vais conclure.
On va clôturer, sinon on n'y aura pas au lunch.
Je vais conclure. Pour conclure, je dirais que la Côte d'Ivoire va reçu une dynamique dans sa mise en œuvre cette année. Et je pense qu'on aura l'occasion d'en parler. Et dire aussi, ça c'est un appel à chacun d'entre nous. Nous sommes tous conscients que la ZLECAf, c'est chacun d'entre nous. On est conscients. Tout à l'heure, il y a un représentant du PNUD qui disait qu'il faut un changement de mentalité. Moi, je dirais plutôt qu'il faut une mentalité de changement. Parce que nous sommes tous conscients qu'il y a quelque chose à faire. Mais qu'est-ce que nous faisons pour être dans l'action? Donc, moi, je dirais une mentalité de changement. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Prof. Dirk, 10 seconds and Zambia. Please.
10 seconds, that is a challenge. A marathon, not a sprint. I think that was a really good thing to say. Yet we should also acknowledge that National Action Committee and National Implementation Committees have made successes, have had successes, and for example, in Nigeria, going from ratification to from signing to ratification, that has been supported through your National Action Committee, and a range of other things, and the awareness creation has happened. At the same time, I suppose the AfCFTA is also about a mindset change. It is not just about a free trade agreement. It's about doing things differently, and in that sense, I think having a special advisor from the president starting the National Action Committee, I think, may have helped in the case of Nigeria. But I think everywhere it is important to think that this is not business as usual. It is not just about trading goods. It's about trading services, about investment, intellectual property right, competition, all the new areas. It's about all these instruments that are there. These complementary instruments. And so, in terms of investment, for example, 20, 30 years ago, many African countries would have been not happy to discuss investment in international agreements. Now there is a voice on investment. You have an invoice, and you can have it at a global stage as well. That's a mindset shift, and I think that your National Action Committee, National Implementation Committees can help with that. And the final point about resource mobilization, I suppose we mentioned that in the paper. So the paper is all downloadable. Own resources. So governments would allocate budget to a committee or to activities. That's one. Secondly, we reviewed some of the donor initiatives that are there too. And thirdly, the private sector. And I think when we facilitated that WEF Africa meetings with all the sectors, and also at the Cape Town Business Forum meeting in April this year, the first thing we ask is on the private sector is, what do you do to showcase that you're already making use of the AfCFTA rules? And so some of the private sector are already making use of the DTI. Some of the private sector are already locating themselves in strategic areas to make use of the agreement once it is it's fully implemented. Storage facilities, infrastructure, companies, and so on. And so asking your private sector, what are you doing to help with the implementation of AfCFTA? So those three areas, I would say, need to be brought together. And yes, donors play a role, but so does the national government and the private sector.
Okay, thanks. Madam Zulu for the last word.
Thank you very much. And just to conclude, I'll be very brief. So for us, like I said, we need to address some of the legacy challenges that have a huge bearing on shaping trade within the continent. So we've raised some of these challenges already: the lack of a full-time national secretariat, lack of awareness. I think we need to call on, from Zambia, we call on the secretariat. I was happy that there's some support that they are lobbying for, but we just need to get more consensus in building capacity through lobbying, as well as promoting accountability in trade in this trading system. So also lastly, the narrow scope of the coverage of our strategies. So this is something that's very key. We need to address at a later time. This has led to us developing narrow documents that don't cover the comprehensive scope. Like I said, they need to cover the emerging issues like digital trade, IPR, competition policy. That's very key. Thank you.
Good. Thanks very much. Excellent. I think I'm not going to summarize anything since we have exceeded the time. Thanks to you for being patient with us. Thanks also all the panelists for your great work and sharing your experience as well. Met the ceremony. So a round of applause, please, for our panelists.
No. Thanks very much, everyone. And let me appreciate you personally for your patience. I know the last 45 minutes or so just stood between yourselves and lunch, but we're going to go for lunch now. And in this regard, I would want to let us know that the lunch is served on the first floor. So you are all welcome. Coupons have been shared. So if you don't have, kindly indicate to colleagues who would be at the gate. Then importantly also, you might want to use the lunch time to collect DSA for sponsored participants. Again, my colleagues, Edin and my two colleagues will be there to guide you as is appropriate. From the time my time says, let's say 2 o'clock. So we should use exactly 1 hour for lunch. So I would plead with everyone to for us to be back here at exactly 3 o'clock. So that we can complete the last sessions or the 2 sessions that are remaining. So bon appétit à tout le monde et on se voit à 15h. Bye.
tequila yatalon, kila mayo. Mono pa tequila defalon, kila hilo, kila bago, ono jamais. Namanale, namanale, namanale. Manu York, yeah. Atno, ni mutirte, dare piano fi, fekki colore. Oh no, manadi, re unyu dara dara, nubi dara sabubi. Namanale, namanale, colore, can you see it all? Manu makofate, namanale, namanale, namanale.
Moses akapiwa mitemo inakumi kuti tishandise Yesu vanhu vanorongera mamwe mitemo inezana. Moses akapiwa mitemo inakumi kuti tishandise Yesu vanhu vanorongera mamwe mitemo inezana. Ipapo pamunoronga zvamunoronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora. Ngati pamucharongapo zvamakaronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora. mucharongapo zvamunoronga vapei mukana wekurongondora ona pamunorongapo zvamakaronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongondora Mozisi akapiwa mitemo ine kuti tishandise Yesu vanhu vanorongera vanhu mitemo ine zana.
Bukavu, sikia muziki kutoka Afrika. Jaja, sikia hadithi bwana, hadithi zilizosemwa na wazazi. Muziki twaimba twacheza ye, ulitoka Afrika ye bwana. Hatuendi kusoma kucheza, hatuendi shuleni kuimba. Nani yule akasema si ukweli, muziki ni wetu we. Muziki nzuri toka Afrika, mchana na jioni twakatika. Utaukuta barabara ni nyumbani mali pote. Muziki waleta raha haona, muziki uponyeshwa magonjwa. Sisi twausherea bila matatizo, joni kwetu mama mati. Sisi twausherea bila matatizo, joni kwetu. Nala yeko ase kumanda, sahau mashida ndugu wenjoni tukatike. Hizo shida zote zitapita, telema yakatobina kopangate. Yokandule kala eza kubeta imbote. Ndule titongo na pokwa tikato sepela di mama. Muziki nzuri toka Afrika, mchana na ujio twakatika. Utaukuta barabara ni nyumbani palipote mama. Muziki waleta raha haona, muziki uponyeshwa magonjwa. Sisi twausherea bila matatizo, joni kwetu mantekota. Nane okuwania kabie ombote mbote na bino, mbote yetu ondule na biso, ndule yetu ombote mbote na bino, mbote yetu ndule na biso, ndule yetu bashengesie mbote na bino, mbote yetu ondule na biso, ndule yetu. Nina la se popa de tota, somana kande tota mata, kande tota mata chaka.
Saya deli fara kelala deli fara. Alaga kisi oma. Walai ala besaninya. Inna badenila. Jiriba ubinga kulu semba uwini. Nebeni besa kombeta mjarabiko. Alifenda fa wallahi nebefa. Mogo juguda ni sunguruba wale. Nana ni bekelembe to mjarabiko. Laidu. Wallahi ala ambesaninya. Innebedelila. Mogo juguda sunguruba wale. Nabani bekelembe to mjarabiko. Alifendefe. Wallahi nebefe. Laidu. Laidu. Innebedelila.
Hello. Hello. The hall is so quiet. I hope the launch doesn't send us to sleep. We still have some serious business to conclude before we leave this place. So let us get up and get started. We would be commencing the what should be the third session, which would constitute of presenting a synthesis report on AfCFTA implementation strategies, a diversity of approaches, and a wealth of peer learning opportunities. And this would be presented by Prof. Melaku. The moderator for this session is Ms. Gema Mashidisa. So please, can you come over and, where's Ms. Gema? Okay. I left you there and then I'll...
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As he has said, my name is Gemma. Don't bother to try and pronounce the other two names. Gemma is enough for me. So this afternoon, we are going to go work with Prof. Melaku as he will be presenting a synthesis report on the experiences gained in the development and implementation of the strategies, both at national and regional, as well as comparative analysis of the contents of the strategies. You will also identify pathways, as well as lessons learned, the challenges, opportunities, and the way forward. The conversation will also be around design and effectiveness of the strategies, linkages to the national development plans, as well as innovation to mitigate the challenges around these implementation strategies. In the interest of time, I'll give Professor Melaku to present on the synthesis report. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to see all of you here. It took us quite a bit of work to bring you all to this room, and we are very happy. So the title of my presentation says it will be sharing with you the synthesis report, which presupposes that there is a report. We have a draft report, which we have it in English right now at a fairly advanced stage. The translation to French is happening as I speak. And as soon as the translation is ready, we will be able to share with you the draft report, hopefully within tomorrow. That's the hope. So the purpose of this presentation, I will try to be brief, and I would like my moderator to please give me a sign, because I can easily run out of my time. It is a very rich report that I'm going to try to summarize in probably 15 minutes. That's what I will try to do. Next slide. My name is Malaku Desta. Let me probably introduce myself properly. I'm the coordinator of the Africa Trade Policy Center at the UNECA, and we have been leading the development of this AfCFTA strategy, the support provided to national governments from the ECA side. We work with our colleagues. We are not the only ones supporting the development of strategies. UNDP is doing, providing a lot of support. GIZ has done has provided similar support. But of course, the bulk of the strategies were developed with support from the AfCFTA. And I'm going to give you a very high-level summary of what the strategies look like. Next slide, please. So I will try to cover the following, to say a few words on each of the following, because I'm going to share the draft report. And you are going to have it as you go into the breakout sessions tomorrow, where we would like you to talk to each other. The idea, the whole purpose being to create a peer learning opportunity. We are hopeful that this will give you a broad outline, a broad overview, and then you can go into the details of it when, especially, you are in your retreats and when you are reporting back. The AfCFTA has got, I called it here the promise. The colleagues who have done this sophisticated work are actually in the room. I know Simo is here, my director Stephen is here. So the research that we have done at ECA demonstrates that the AfCFTA has a huge potential indeed. And we are not alone in saying this. A lot of other institutions like the World Bank, the IMF, have done similar work, and all of them show a positive contribution a significantly positive contribution from the AfCFTA for Africa's development, for intra-Africa trade, for poverty reduction, and everything else. The only place where you see differences is in terms of the magnitude by which we are projecting the AfCFTA to make this contribution. Otherwise, all of them are unanimous in saying the AfCFTA can indeed be a game changer for Africa. Of course, we know, and that is the premise of this conference, that is the premise of the AfCFTA strategies themselves. We know the AfCFTA agreement, unless it's implemented, it will remain without any effect. Implementation is critical. So we have impressive figures here, as you can see. Intra-Africa trade expected to grow by 34.6% overall. And then you can see the breakdown by sectors, by products, and so on and so forth. For agricultural products, agri-food products, the agro-processing sector, even for industrial development, you can, for industrialization, industrial products, you can see it. These products, these knowledge products are already available on our website. You can easily find them there. Next slide, please. Now, when we talk about the AfCFTA, yes, it has a lot of these promises in terms of deepening Africa's integration, intra-Africa trade, and so on and so forth. But I emphasize I use a different color just to stress one important point that I have already stressed, that we have all been talking about, the need for implementation. Without implementation, nothing is going to happen. In appreciation of this situation, and I think this has been stressed, emphasized by at the opening during the opening session by the ECA, by the AfCFTA Secretariat, by His Excellency the Commissioner. Everybody has emphasized this point, and we go back to the ECA Conference of Ministers decision and followed by an AU summit decision which required the establishment of national implementation committees and the development of national AfCFTA and boosting intra-Africa trade strategies. So this is how the whole thing started. In 2019, we developed, together with the AUC at the time, we developed the guidelines for developing AfCFTA strategies. The idea, the purpose being to provide an overarching framework to make sure that the different countries, different as they are, while we recognize they need to reflect their own individual unique features, we also wanted them to follow certain agreed outlines. And this is proposed, developed by ECA together with the AUC and validated in the presence of member states, of course, as we always do. Next, please. So ECA, UNDP, and GIZ, they are actively supporting the development of these strategies, as I mentioned earlier. Right now, the numbers can vary, okay, depending how you count it, because some are at an early stage in the development of the strategies. But broadly, we can say about 44 national strategies and 5 regional strategies are either completed or at different stages in the development process. I will be very specific as I go forward. GIZ has supported 1 national strategy successfully. UNDP has done 3. If there are any differences in the numbers, happy to be corrected because both UNDP colleagues and GIZ colleagues are in the room. ECA has supported about 35 strategies and 2 regional strategies. These are the ones that are completed. 35 national strategies. When I say completed, they have gone through the process of drafting in a consultative manner, and then the validation, the launch. And these strategies must, all of them, be at different stages of implementation as we speak today. Next, please. What is the purpose? The purpose of these guidelines is, of course, to provide a framework, to provide a framework through which state parties facilitate AfCFTA implementation. The decision, if you go back to the Nouakchott decision, it specifically talks about the need to take deliberate steps. We should not just, where we negotiated very hard, and then we took that momentous decision to adopt it in Kigali in 2018, and then different countries took their own time, but we have a ratification that really broke records. We have 47 right now, but that is only that's only part of the preparatory process for the AfCFTA. Essentially, yes, but not sufficient by any means. So now we have to go to the next step of actually implementing them. Assess the adequacy of their institutional and legal infrastructure, identify needs and gaps, and of course propose ways of filling those gaps. If you look at the strategies, and I'll come to that in a minute, they mostly identify, almost all of them, they identify priority sectors. They identify priority action areas. And then they talk about the kind of value chains they can build working together with their neighbors or other countries within the continent that are further afield. And then they design strategic pathways in the form of action plans for implementation. In many cases, the guidelines require, they need to have detailed action plan together with funding arrangements, how they are going to finance it, and a communication plan, a monitoring and evaluation plan, and everything else. So this is how the strategies are supposed to be, according to the guidelines. This is the purpose that they have. Next, please. In developing the strategies, we have followed kind of two types of approaches have to be taken into, two considerations, let me put it, rather than approaches, have to be taken into account. They have to be very integrative in the sense of bringing everybody together, every sector of the economy together, and they also have to be participatory, because ultimately, if you think about the AfCFTA, yes, government negotiates, but the actual success of the AfCFTA will be measured by the number of people who are going to benefit by producing and trading under the AfCFTA. Everybody has to know it, everybody has to understand it, everybody has to take advantage of it. So when we talk about the integrative approach, in each of the countries, in each of your countries, wherever we came, wherever we tried to work with you, to help you to develop this, you looked at, you didn't start from a blank sheet of paper. You looked at your industrial policy, your development plans, you name it. Different countries have got their own visions, Vision 2040, Vision 2030, whatever it is. They are not, the moment you ratify the AfCFTA, you knew where in the policy mix you wanted to put it. So this had to be done, of course, based on the existing structures. Just to mention some examples, Guinea-Bissau, for example, I think it's a very commendable kind of practice. They put in their strategy a vertical consistency requirement, as we called it here, in the sense of, look, yes, I'm part of the AfCFTA now, but I have to make sure that it is also in accord with, or consistent with my obligations at the global level, such as the WTO, or my obligations at the sub-regional level, such as ECOWAS or whichever other regional economic community Guinea-Bissau might be a member of. But you don't see similar requirements, for example, with Tunisia or Sao Tome and Principe here. So diversity of approaches, diversity of utilization. Next, please. Again, I mentioned earlier about the need for, or the consideration for a participatory approach. So here, it is about making sure that we carry everybody with us. If it's a national AfCFTA implementation strategy, it will be useful, it will be effective only if it is known and then made use of by different stakeholders within society. So there are different steps that have to be undertaken. There are sensitization and awareness raising workshops. There is the consultation and the validation meetings for the strategies. And then there is the capacity building activities that are undertaken very often side by side with the validation events. So here, typically, as you will all know, those of you who already have the completed strategies, you would pick a consultant to help you. And then we give them the training, we give them the guidelines, we try to support them as they go. That's how we did it. Otherwise, of course, these are written by each of the governments. They are government national strategies, not ECS strategies, not AfCFTA secretariat strategies, not UNDP strategies. They are national strategies first and foremost. And of course, REC strategies in some cases. But our job here is to support, to facilitate the process. Next, please. When we look at the strategic pathways, i.e. the issues that have been identified as critical steps to be undertaken, you will see here we have identified about 10 categories here. So almost all of them, of course, we are talking about AfCFTA implementation. The AfCFTA agreement creates legal obligations. Those legal obligations have to be brought down to the national legal system to be implemented. So it's only natural that countries, a lot of them, they identified regulatory and then legal reforms as key pathways for implementation of the AfCFTA. There is no surprise there about that. Then it's very interesting and then it's very encouraging that private sector development is was identified, has been identified almost by as many countries as those who identified regulatory reforms and legal reforms as part of the implementation process. The first one, almost inevitable, almost natural. The second one, yes, it is natural, but only if you think about it seriously. Because without the private sector, nothing is going to happen. I was very pleased to see this coming out in the final tallying there. And then you will see institutional alignment. You know, if there are legal reforms, it's almost impossible to talk about legal reforms, regulatory reforms, without accompanying institutional reforms. Again, very, very natural there. Infrastructure features prominently, of course. But of course, infrastructure is a big, capital-intensive, expensive kind of venture. But it has been identified by many of our countries here as that. There is another residual category of others that came up: women and youth development, stakeholder awareness and capacity building, value addition, standards, sectoral studies. Standards, it's only in 5 of the 33, I think, strategies that we looked at. It came up only in 5, which surprised me because standards are a critical precondition for sustained trade, sustainable trade, profitable trade. Next, please. Here, we just, and then you remember earlier I mentioned that different countries in their strategies identify specific product areas, priority products. Here we just used as an example, the case of Niger, okay? Niger identified some products just like everybody else. In agriculture, for example, they identified cereals, sorghum, millet, etc., legumes, tubers, industrial crops, etc. Then in an event like this, and especially imagine if we organize the private sector equivalent of this kind of event. You know, the moment you see that Niger is positioning itself to produce and export these kinds of products, then probably all you need to do is which other African country that's part of the AfCFTA is actually importing these products and from where? Does the AfCFTA give me an advantage to compete with those? If the cereals are coming from Ukraine or Russia, as we saw during the crisis, then what advantage do I have because I'm part of the AfCFTA, because I'm going to be trading duty-free essentially for 97% of the products within a few years? How do I position myself for that? This is the kind of thing that we are talking about here. Next, please. So, and then of course there is financing, very important, a requirement within the strategies, the guidelines themselves about the strategies. If you look at the types of financing ideas contained in the strategies, you will see these 3 main ways of financing the implementation of the strategies: public-private partnerships, development partners, and then of course national budgets. These have been identified by many different countries. Different strategies will have different ways of doing them. Here are some examples. Next, please. Let me do this faster. So again, the private sector, I don't think I need to say more on this. I have said it. We all have said it. I was very, very pleased to see Ato Kumurgana, the executive director of the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, being part of the roundtable earlier. So this, I think, is it's important, but it's also encouraging that the strategies have actually recognized this need. It's not hard to recognize. We are talking about trade, and only the private sector is a trader. But it is good to see it being, included in those strategies. So here again, in terms of the action plans, the private sector is seen as, of course, as an implementing partner, but sometimes also as a source of financing, which it should be, which it can be, provided the private sector is also able to capitalize on the AfCFTA and benefit itself, and by benefiting itself, benefits society directly and indirectly. So there is a need to bring the private sector, because look at what's going on right now, and I'll talk about this in a moment. Probably I'm running out of my time. So we have the phase 2 protocols coming. The private sector will need to know what the AfCFTA offers on investment, incentives, protection, promotion, etc. For example, we have the competition policy coming. Of course, the competition policy is about regulating private conduct on the market. We can go on like that. So there are a lot of rooms to bring in the private sector systematically, not just pay lip service to its role every here and there. Next, please. Challenges and lessons learned. What have we learned so far? If you look at all these strategies, what will you see? There are some 4 lessons that you see here. The first one is, of course, this is not unique. You are not going to be surprised. Lack of accurate, comprehensive data, macroeconomic data, trade data, etc., etc. This, I don't need to belabor this point, and then I will come back to it in my next slides. Designing strategies that are responsive to evolving future needs. So these strategies, not most of them, all the strategies that are completed today, they were completed based on the phase 1, protocols, the framework agreement and the 3 protocols that came with it. Now, new protocols are coming. Are we going to adapt them? New, broader policy challenges with an impact on trade are coming. Are we ready to, adapt our strategies as we go? I'll come back to this as well. Next, please. Sequencing of national and regional AfCFTA strategies. Earlier, I mentioned that the IGAD and ECOWAS have completed strategies. I believe the EAC also completed one, but they're revising it, as I understand. And several others are at different stages. IGAD, if you look at the list of countries that have not ratified the AfCFTA, many of them are likely to be in IGAD. But IGAD has done very well by going further and talking about a regional implementation strategy. What is the relationship between national and regional strategies? This is something that will require quite a bit of discussion. In some cases, for example, in Somalia, I had the privilege to visit Mogadishu, I think in November, where Somalia validated its strategy. But the Somali parliament is still waiting to ratify that strategy. If you look at Ethiopia, on the other hand, we have Ethiopia has ratified, but there is no strategy yet, where we just started supporting the government in the development of a strategy. What is the relationship? What is the normal sequencing? Should we, once the regional strategies have been developed, how do they inform national strategies? Or once the national strategies are there, how do they inform the regional strategies? This relationship needs some kind of thinking. So the key takeaway, therefore, here is the state parties may have to consider involving the regional economic communities in the development of their strategies, or in the revision of their strategies that they have now. Next, please. Delays in the development process. It can be painful. When the guidelines were developed, the hope was we could complete the process between a minimum of 6, a maximum of 12 months. In practice, no. There are strategies that took as much as 24 months, 2 years. So there have been issues here. The lesson that we learned from this is, in countries where there are robust national development policies, economic policies, trade policies, the development of the AfCFTA strategy proved to be much easier than in countries where these policies are not well developed. Again, nothing substantial. There's common sense if you think about it, but that's what we learned there. Next, please. So what are the possible takeaways? Yes, I said, needless to say, we know there is a need for data, for investment in data, but we have to say it. We have to say it. So I think that is an important area where we need to think about. The need to update, align the AfCFTA implementation strategies to new developments. New protocols, the phase 2 protocols, 3 of them were adopted last year, and earlier from Prudence, we were told that the 2 other phase protocols, digital trade and women and youth, they are likely to be adopted in the coming summit of the the Africa Union Assembly. So, new protocols. Don't hold your breath. The AfCFTA is likely to add other protocols as well, even if there is no anything on the agenda yet. There is a bicycle theory. Once you start doing this thing, you have to keep going. So Africa's policy responses to global environmental challenges. How long can we, keep ourselves kind of, how long can we bury our head on these issues? To what extent do environmental issues affect us? A lot of us, I learned this. Yes, this is my last first slide. A lot of us, a lot of our countries, probably almost all of them actually, they have nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. How does that affect the AfCFTA? Are we ready to, inform the implementation of the AfCFTA with our other environmental, but also other non-trade commitments that we have? And then the need to stay vigilant on the inclusivity dimensions of the AfCFTA implementation. Unless we are vigilant, the AfCFTA can be a blunt instrument. It can help the rich to get richer, the poor to stay poorer. We have to make sure that inclusivity remains as a fundamental prerequisite. Thank you very much. I'm done. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. Another round of applause for Prof, please. He said a lot, which is very interesting to us in terms of the national and regional implementation strategies. Have we developed strategies that are progressive to include the new protocols that have just been adopted, those that are going to be adopted in future, and other issues that may arise with time? We are seeing that there's a lot of evolution around the world in so many different areas, especially in trade. Therefore, this is the question that we need to ask ourselves as we look towards revision of some of the strategies that were developed some time ago. What are we doing to make sure that we incorporate these implementation strategies into our national development plans? Are we working on doing that? The financing strategies that we were looking at when we were developing these strategies, are we moving in the right direction towards ensuring that we take ownership when it comes to financing of this strategy? These are some of the issues that he raised that I felt that they're very key. At this point, I would like to open the floor to comments, questions, or any issues that you would like to raise. May I request that you just say one issue or question so that we can all have an opportunity for those that would be interested. And also, before you say your comment, please make sure that you introduce yourself, your name, and the organization or the country that you are representing. Thank you. I'll start in front here. I can't see from my end. Pardon me for that. Can I have the mic up front here? And then I'll take 3, and then I'll allow Professor to respond. You'd be the second one. And the third. Thank you.
Merci, madame. Je viens du Niger, du ministère du Commerce du Niger. Je m'appelle Mohamed. OK. Merci. Je disais que je viens du Niger. Je suis du ministère du Commerce du Niger. Je m'appelle Mohamed Balarabe Maman Laminou. Ma question, c'est par rapport au commerce des services, relativement surtout à la ratification du protocole sur la libre circulation des personnes. Donc, je voulais savoir si le professeur a eu à faire des études ou des recherches par rapport à l'impact que peut avoir ce protocole dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf, compte tenu de l'importance des services dans le cadre de cette mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf. Merci.
Good afternoon. My name is Said Tafida Suleiman, UNDP Nigeria.
So my question is similar to his. Let me just add quickly. It's on the cascading of the research. From a good conversation that is done, it showed there's a lot of gaps. But now that we're here, what are we thinking, or what's your advice, Prof, to us if we go back to see how do we find out where the divergence is, where do we align, and what do we need to look into so as to make sure we meet the gaps right?
Thank you. The third one is that side.
Thank you, Professor, for that elaborate presentation. My name is Ingona Simon from Zambia. I just wanted to, perhaps I didn't get you correctly, but I just wanted to find out whether this particular noble research also looked at political economy issues around power dynamics, because you are bringing in state and non-state actors on a round table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'll give Prof to respond to some of the issues that have been raised, and then we'll take the second round.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for those questions. I will try to be brief, but address them in the order they were presented. Our colleague from Niger, you raised the question in the context of trading services. Yes, we have, of course. We all know a protocol on trading services, but I think you are linking it up with the movement of people, if I am correct. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. So on the movement of people, I think it was His Excellency the Commissioner earlier talking about the protocol on movement of persons in his opening statements earlier. That is a protocol that is not part of the AfCFTA architecture. And unfortunately, although the protocol was adopted and opened for signature and ratification about nearly 2 months before the AfCFTA agreement was adopted and opened for ratification, so far, my latest information is only 4 countries have ratified it. And if my memory serves me well, Niger is, I think, one of the 4 countries that have ratified it. But that does not, which means the protocol has not entered into force. But that does not mean we don't have provisions on movement of persons under other protocols. On trading services, there are certain modalities in the provision of services that require the presence of either service providers or service recipients. A doctor moves to another place to treat, a patient comes to another place to be treated, can be an example of that. A bank comes and opens a branch in another place, can be another a form of that. That's part of the services protocol. We just have, it has not been open for ratification yet, but we have an adopted investment protocol as well. If you are an investor, I would assume, I would expect there will be movement of persons associated with that as well. So this is what I can say about the AfCFTA in the context of services and movement of persons. The colleague from Nigeria, what's your advice on how to fill the gaps? In fact, yesterday, as part of our pre-meeting here with the colleagues, we were discussing about the purpose of this meeting. The whole purpose of this conference, yes, fundamentally it is to give an opportunity for, peer learning. I think it's one of the colleagues in the opening session earlier who talked about horizontal peer learning, country to country, rather than vertical. So that is the fundamental primary purpose. A second and important purpose, I would say, is for us to identify collectively together here what are the areas that we think can make the issue that we think can make a difference if we all concentrate our efforts, our resources, and attack them and tackle them. What are those key challenges? Okay, but among the gaps, for example, we have an agreement. It has been ratified. We are very happy with that. We have strategies. A lot of our countries have them. All of them will have them at some point, I believe. But they are not enough. They themselves have to be implemented. That requires resources. That requires technical capacity. We are talking about legislative reforms. We are talking about institutional reforms. When institutions are reformed, budgets also follow them. So there is a lot that we need to do, but I think this is part of the conversation here, and I hope we will be in a better position to answer that question, very important, on the third day. Finally, our colleague from Zambia, you asked a very important question, whether we have looked at the political economy issues, the power dynamics, etc. Very, very important question. Here, it is really a kind of overview that we tried to do of the existing strategies. We did not theorize them. We did not look at them in terms of, exactly the issues that you are I would be very happy to go into the details, but that's not what we did here. For now, we developed this high-level summary in order to provoke discussions, exactly the kind of discussions that we are having, and I hope we'll be having more of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take the next round. The gentleman here, you'd be the second. And the third. Thank you. Can I have the mic here, sorry? The mic up front. The second should go to the other end.
Bonjour tout le monde, je me présente, je suis Fakhri Bouzaïen du ministère du Commerce, du Développement des Exportations tunisien. Ma question est la suivante. Professeur, en tant que vous avez vu toutes les stratégies qui ont été développées, est-ce que le commerce des services a été pris en considération dans le développement de ces stratégies, et surtout que nous savons l'importance de ce secteur? Et deuxièmement, nous savons qu'il y a un problème de données sur le commerce de services. Est-ce que c'est les études les stratégies qui ont porté sur le développement de ce secteur, comment ils ont fait pour avoir des données statistiques sur lesquelles ils sont basés pour faire leur stratégie? Et merci. Okay.
Merci. C'est M. Hassan Aden Chem du ministère du Commerce de Djibouti. Je voudrais poser une question par rapport à cette étude. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier les professeurs pour cette présentation. Est-ce que l'Afrique, comme d'autres pays, ont été affectés par les crises multidimensionnelles, que ce soit pandémique ou crise alimentaire? Est-ce que cela a affecté également la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf? Est-ce qu'il y a une corrélation avec ces crises, avec la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf? Merci.
Je me présente, je m'appelle Mawkil Moulay Mohamed, je suis chef...
Excuse me. I think there's a gentleman at the back. You'll come after him.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for these insightful presentations. My name is Sekou Berete from the EU TAF project. My question is related to this strategy that you presented earlier, given the fact that you said that most of these strategies were developed during phase 1, and then they did not accommodate phase 2 and 3 on an AfCFTA. So in terms of development partner perspective for a much better coordination, given the fact that we'll be on the front foot supporting the development of this strategy, what would be probably your given your experience, the solution that we can adopt to ensure that we look into this strategy again, trying to ensure that they accommodate all of this protocol? Thank you.
Merci. Je me présente, je m'appelle Maoki, je suis le chef de division des relations commerciales hors Europe au sein du ministère de l'Industrie et du Commerce du Maroc. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier le professeur pour l'excellente présentation. Et j'ai une petite question par rapport aux approches. De par votre présentation, il a été révélé qu'il y a différentes approches qui ont été adoptées dans l'élaboration des stratégies. Il y a des exemples qui ont été donnés, tels que l'exemple de la Tunisie, Sao Tomé, je crois. Il y a d'autres exemples. Donc, à votre avis, selon l'évaluation de ces stratégies et en préparation de la mise en place des stratégies des pays pour les pays qui ne l'ont pas encore fait. À votre avis, quelle est l'approche la plus adéquate qu'on peut adopter pour les pays en cours de préparation ou pour les pays qui entendent préparer leur stratégie? Merci.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much again, colleagues. Very many, very beautiful questions have come. I would certainly be happy to let some of my colleagues come in if you really feel like there is something you can add. I know my senior colleagues are here and other colleagues are on the back, so please feel free to jump in. So from Tunisia, data issues. How did they get the data to develop their strategies? I think is the question. In the interpretation, you were introduced as from Egypt, but I see you are from Tunisia, I believe. Yes. So here earlier I was trying to emphasize one point. Here, UNDP, GIZ, they have supported the development of these strategies, but their role is only one of technical support, and of course together with recruiting, paying for etc. for the consultants for the events and so on and so forth. Otherwise, these are national strategies led, developed, owned, adopted, and hopefully being implemented by the national governments. The data sources that you will find in your strategy, the data is almost certainly from your own country, from your own national statistical office, and so on. That would be my assumption, although I was not personally involved in the development of the Tunisian strategy. I know you have one. So this is the approach that we have taken in all cases, because our job is we are the midwives here, while you are having, the child yourself. So that is how I would answer that. Our colleague from Djibouti, was Africa affected by the poly crisis, as some would call it, the pandemic, the food crisis? I think the answer is yes. I think we all saw the impact. We still, especially if we think of the COVID, I think the impact continues to this day. If COVID were not there, I think Africa's trajectory was looking exceptionally promising. Now we see all sorts of challenges. And this is an important point, I think. We had the AfCFTA adopted in 2018. It entered into force in May 2019. Barely 6 months later, we were all on lockdown. I think the AfCFTA was quite unlucky in this sense, right? Before it saw the light of day, everything was locked down, basically. But I think the AfCFTA was also lucky in another sense. The pandemic, this disruption in global supply chains, showed us how dependent, how vulnerable we have been as a continent. And I think if there was one, case to demonstrate or to make one reason to make the case for the AfCFTA, I think the pandemic could be one. Look, we need to have a large enough, market that would justify a large-scale investment, so that we can produce at least the essential products we need for our food and for our health. Look what happened with the Russia-Ukraine crisis, right? One small country was attacked. But we realized that that small country actually was supplying a huge part of Africa in many ways. So these are things that I think have to wake us up. Our agriculture, Africa can feed the world. We have not been. It's not necessarily because we are not, doing the right thing internally. It's also because global agricultural policies have been very unfavorable to us. But it's time to wake up. The AfCFTA, I think, is a great wake-up call in that sense. From our colleague from EU TAF, strategies were developed in phase 1 and phase 2. We don't have a phase 3 SAQ. In terms of development partner coordination, what can be done to accommodate these protocols? The key here, I think, that's why I mentioned earlier, that the AfCFTA have got the 2 phases so far. There might be other agreements to be negotiated in the future. I will not be surprised. These strategies have to be kept a living document in each of our countries. They have to evolve together with global developments, continental developments, regional developments, national developments. I think they have to be kept alive. They have to evolve. That is really the only way I can present that. But of course, we will need to have at some point a very coordinated approach to support our member states to make sure the takeaways, the key commitments from these protocols are reflected in the strategies. I think that's important. Morocco, our colleague from the Ministry of Commerce in Morocco, different approaches were taken for the strategies. And then what is the approach that you think countries at the early stages should take? I am aware that we are now at the early stages of supporting the development of a strategy for Morocco. And when I was talking about the approach earlier, I used the word considerations. It would have to be integrative in the sense of bringing, all aspects of economic policy in the country together. The AfCFTA cannot be set in isolation from the other economic policy areas. And then it has to be participatory. These, I think, will have to be there. But then, of course, the whole purpose of this event and the reason we invited countries that have not yet developed their strategies is exactly for you to ask those kinds of questions. So tomorrow, you will be sitting together with other countries. We heard earlier during the discussion on national implementation committees, some countries have done better than others. We can't see that. What is it that Morocco or others at the early stages of development development of the strategy, what is it that they can learn from this? This is something we are going to explore together. But I am sure when we do this, we will reflect all the wisdom we have gathered over the years and then across the continent. Those countries that are doing their strategies later are likely to benefit from the experience of others. But hopefully, the ones who have already developed them, they will go back and look at their strategies with fresh eyes as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. We'll take the last round of comments and questions before we conclude. That gentleman, before that, may I ask from Prof's colleagues, whoever would like to say something or compliment what he said? No one? We'll take the last question or comment and then we will close the session. Thank you.
Merci pour la parole accordée. Je réponds au nom de Saleh Moussa, je suis le directeur général de la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie du Tchad. J'aimerais revenir sur une préoccupation relative aux données qui a été soulevée tout à l'heure par mon collègue de la Tunisie, sur la nature des données, sur la crédibilité des données et leur disponibilité. Mais moi, j'irai un peu plus loin en termes de perspective. Est-ce que la ZLECAf ou le secrétariat permanent de la ZLECAf travaille avec les instituts nationaux de production des statistiques ou encore les chambres de commerce qui délivrent les certificats d'origine à l'effet de digitaliser l'ensemble des productions de données? Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I think I can say a few words, but I will invite the Secretariat colleagues to comment on that. I am aware that the Secretariat is certainly investing in trade-related data and statistics. So I know that much. But because the colleagues from the Secretariat are in the room, I would like to invite any of them to intervene and either support or please feel free, contradict what I just said. I know because from the Africa Trade Policy Center within ECA, we have even recruited one person and seconded that person to work directly with the Secretariat on trade-related data and statistics. Anybody from the Secretariat Who would like to say something?
I don't want to be adventurous. With apologies, can you, because I was just, turning around for something else, and can you shortly summarize what
the question was? The colleague from Chad, building on the question that came from the colleague from Tunisia, asked, in terms of the credibility of the data that we use for strategies, is the Secretariat, in fact, specifically for the Secretary General, are they doing any work in the area of trade-related data collection, data statistics, data gathering, etc.? That's how I understood the question. I hope I have understood it right.
Oui, c'est à peu près ça, mais il y a aussi une précision, c'est par rapport en termes de perspective. Est-ce que la ZLECAf compte travailler avec les instituts nationaux de statistiques? Parce qu'il y a dans chaque pays un institut national qui produit les statistiques, et il y a aussi à côté les chambres qui délivrent les certificats d'origine. Dans le processus de digitalisation, est-ce qu'ils ont prévu travailler dans la digitalisation, dans ce processus avec les chambres et les autres données statistiques du domaine du commerce avec les instituts? Je vous remercie.
No, I think you have got it now. So in ECA, for example, if I respond to that question, the last part of your question from the ECA perspective, we have the Africa Center for Statistics within ECA, which works directly with each of the national statistics offices. And of course, at ECA, we work together with the Secretariat. And I know the Secretariat is investing in this area, over 2 million.
Loud and clear. I am very, very thankful for that. Data and statistics, when it comes to trade, it's a very challenging topic. But that I can say for certainty, not only on the continent of Africa, but even other places. Even when it comes to Africa, given that the nature of trade on the continent being informal for the significant part of it, they are not captured in the government statistics offices. So that is one thing. On the other, even if those data and the statistics are captured in the statistics agencies, I don't think, in many respects, I don't think they are complete. And so that's where the capacity building and the technical assistance will be required. So given that, at the AfCFTA level, or even including the Secretariat, so even if we rely on the data gathering and sharing of those data by the member states, we know that it's not complete, so we work for the improvement of those offices, or even the way they gather those information. So one thing that we are working to improve this is the African Trade Observatory. We hope at a later stage the information that will be gathered within that platform will be able to provide that one good sense of the data issue. On the other, of course, at some point there should be coordination, but we hope that in the implementation of that, of some of the implementation tools that we developed, such as like the PAPS, the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, will also contribute, because we hope that the informal sector will jump on that platform in terms of exporting and importing products. So that will also gather that information for us to be able to analyze and come up with some concrete steps. On the other, under the umbrella of trading services, also there are much work being done to enable state parties in capturing. And one of the very challenging areas is actually not trading goods, it's trading services. So working with central banks and as our partners like UNCTAD, so on and so forth, we are developing the capacity of state parties. So hopefully, I cannot promise like it will be solved overnight, but through process, I hope we'll be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Milen, from the Secretariat on that response on data. I think it goes even beyond just capacity. It's very important that we include our national statistics offices in our national implementation committees, because in terms of monitoring and evaluation of these strategies, we'll need that information from those officers in the national statistics office. At this point, we'll take the conclusion from Prof, and then we will close the session.
Thank you very much, Gemma, for that. And colleagues, thank you for all the questions and for your indulgence. Let me just use this opportunity to say the following. Today is kind of the preparation for tomorrow. The most important day is going to be tomorrow. The actual peer learning exercise is going to be tomorrow. Yes, I hope you have started talking to each other, sitting in your round tables. But tomorrow we are going to put you in 4 different groups, and each of you, we are hoping you will be generous enough to get up and share your perspectives, about everything to do with the AfCFTA, everything to do with the AfCFTA implementation strategy. This is how we started. This is the kind of problem that I encountered in my country, and this is the kind of innovation that addressed it. If you are facing this problem, please, think about this, etc. This is what the challenge that I faced in trying to implement it. This is the issue that came up when I was trying to identify my priority sectors, because some were happy, some were unhappy, etc. It is that conversation that you are going to have tomorrow that we are really hoping will produce the kind of insights and lessons that we all are desperate to get out of this conference. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I believe that you took away from this session that there's a need for coordinated approach by partners for the incorporation of the new issues or protocols that have just been adopted. With that, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Prof. And thank you very much for your attentiveness during this session.
Would now have to look at the 4th session, which focuses on the panel discussion would be on strategies for transformative regional integration, lessons from REX with regional AfCFTA implementation strategies. I'm supposed to, I would be chairing this. And, I will be chairing this. And luckily, Prof. Melaku's presentation already touched on this. So I will build on this. And there's an understanding that probably this would be the last session for today. And then we'll carry over the session that was to come after that to tomorrow morning. So let's see how it goes. Let me just check if the panelists are in the room. For this panel, we would have Mr. Zakaria Kingori. I don't know if he's there. I would kindly invite you to the podium. He's the infrastructure projects coordinator for IGAD. I don't seem to see him on the, okay, he's coming. There's Dr. Kola Wole Sofola, Acting Director of Trade, ECOWAS. I don't think I've seen Kola here. He's online, so we'll try to connect him to make his presentation. There's Mr. Geoffrey Osoro, Trade Coordinator, East African Community Secretariat. Is Mr. Osoro here? Okay, please kindly come to the podium. Then there is Dr. Christopher Onyango, Director of Trade and Customs, COMESA Secretariat. Okay. Then there is Mr. Zari Adin Belbachi of UMA Secretariat. And finally, there is Mr. Jacob Kocho Bongwara, Director of the Common Market for the Common Market ACAS. Okay, so it's a complete panel. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, it's quite. We have a very serious practitioners of regional integration, people with the requisite expertise to have the kind of conversation we would want to have. But as a prelude to that, I probably would want to just highlight what this session is intended to focus on. The AfCFTA agreement reaffirms the role of REX as building blocks for continental integration. And therefore, this session will discuss experiences with regional AfCFTA strategies and explore options on how to enhance coherence of regional AfCFTA strategies with national strategies and plans of their respective members. It will also provide a platform for learning and sharing experience among RECs and countries on how to overcome the common barriers to trade and integration and achieve the goals of the AfCFTA. If we were to go back to the presentation that Prof. Melaku made, he raised very pertinent issues, and he indicated that there are 5 RECs that have been supported with the preparation of AfCFTA strategies, which strategies are at different levels. EC specifically supported 2 RECs so far, ECOWAS and IGAD. The report Prof. Melaku presented raised pertinent issues regarding sequencing of national and regional AfCFTA strategies. It also raised issues around the risks of inconsistencies and incoherence between the regional and the national strategies. Importantly, though, also, although the report probably did not highlight that, is also the interface between AfCFTA strategies and the long-term visions and strategies of RECs. Almost every other REC, at least for the 8 AU recognized RECs, do have long-term visions and strategies. You have ECOWAS 2050, ECAS 2030, and so on and so forth. So how this interfaces with, or this interface, this REC strategies interface with these visions is also very, very important. The conversations we've had throughout the day on the development and deployment of visions, national visions, shows how complicated and difficult they are. On average, you're talking 6 months, as Prof. Melaku's synthesis indicated. If national strategies take 6 months, it would be good for us to know that the regional strategies take even longer because the actors and interests are more and more complicated. So within this context, I would not be posing specific questions. I would just want each of the RECs to kind of share their experiences, particularly trying to address the challenges that arose from Prof. Melaku's presentation as they relate to RECs, and more critically, how you've managed the interface between the national strategies and the REC strategies, as well as the REC's long-term visions, so that these experiences could be shared and serve as lessons for every other REC that is here. So I don't know if Kola is online. I would want to alter the intervention order a bit. If Kola is online, we may want to start with him. Kola, are you there with us? Okay, while we wait for him to get connected, let me give the floor to Mr. Zakaria Kigori to kind of share the experience of IGAD. Okay, cool. Let's allow Mr. Kigori to start and then we'll get you online.
Thank you very much. Yes, our experience with the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area is that we've been supporting our member states, working with them to prepare their implementation strategies. And so far, we have 3 member states who have prepared their implementation strategies, including Kenya, Sudan, and Ethiopia. We have also finalized our regional implementation strategy, and which is supposed to be used by the member states to prepare their implementation strategies. We have also recently prepared our regional trade policy, which is also supposed to assist in the, in the preparation of the member states' AfCFTA implementation strategies. On the part of the IGAD, apart from facilitating bringing member states together so that they can be able to agree on the issues, we also kind of mobilize support because resources are required to in this process of preparation of the strategies. And seeing that all our member states except one, IGAD is made up of 8 member states. 7 of them have signed the agreement, and 4 have, deposited the ratification instruments. So we hope that we will be able to have all the member states, or get committed to this agreement, and support them in the preparation of the AfCFTA implementation strategies. And since they participated in the reviewing and validation of our regional, strategy, we hope that the journey is not going to be very difficult. Thank you.
There's no microphone. Thanks very much. But if I may push you, was there any particular approach regarding the sequencing between the regional strategy and the national strategies, AfCFTA strategies in IGAD? Was there any particular choice as to how to proceed? Which one was or came first or should have come first? And were there any particular challenges?
Yes, there are challenges with the resources prepared, resources required to prepare, to bring stakeholders together, and also for the member states to get ready to have the implementation strategies implemented. There was no particular order, because if you look at Sudan, Kenya, and Ethiopia national strategies, they were undertaken before we were able to prepare our regional strategy. So there's no particular order. It depends on when the resources are available and when the member states are ready. Thanks
very much. And this confirms the diversity in approaches that was underscored when we started this conversation. So it was just as is the case with member states, at the rec level too, the approaches have been different. Okay, let me then try to see if Kola is online. If he is, then let's hear from him. Let him share the ECOWAS experience. And then we will take it from there. Kola, if you're online, please, can you kindly step in and make a presentation? You have 7 minutes, if that's fine by you. Over.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed, please.
Can
yeah.
you
Welcome.
hear me? Is everybody able to hear me?
Yes, Kola, we can hear you,
So
so you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. I think there's just a slight delay in the transmission of the voice. So I'll continue. First of all, on behalf of the President of the Commission, as well as the ECOWAS Commissioner responsible for Economic Affairs and Agriculture, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting ECOWAS to participate in the session. Apologies I cannot be there in person due to conflicting schedules, but it is a pleasure to be here with you, at least virtually. Happy New Year once again to all of you. We have a long and rich experience with the organizers, in particular ECA and UNDP, and as stated earlier on, they supported the preparation of the regional strategy for ECOWAS to implement the AfCFTA. So I'll just make a brief presentation. I have prepared a PowerPoint, but I don't know whether I have access to that. But just to highlight some of the key elements which I can hope will contribute towards your deliberations in Nairobi. With the support of ECA, ECOWAS, that is the Commission and its member states, developed an ECOWAS implementation strategy for the AfCFTA. It was a highly consultative process, involved not only consulting with member states, but with the organized private sector and with various partners, most especially UN agencies. We reviewed a number of key policy documents, both at the regional and the national level, including the available national AfCFTA strategies. And we also were able to look at statistics and make analysis profiles for both trade and production. The strategy looked at the diagnostic, first of all, of the region, looking at the macroeconomic framework, looking at strategic objectives, looking at cross-cutting issues, including gender and environment, and highlighted some key findings in terms of strengths, that there is strong political will for the implementation of the AfCFTA. As one of the longest established RECs, there's a long experience of economic and political cooperation, and there are existing initiatives to promote cross-border trade. But weaknesses included that some countries at that time had not yet created or developed their own implementation strategies. There is a limited number of competitive industries, and there is lack of timely and reliable information. But in terms of opportunity, we know that the continental market is far larger, so it gives a great access to a much larger market, allows diversification, and will eventually also generate employment and income. And in terms of threats, we are very well aware of political instability in our region at this current time, with a number of countries going through some unconstitutional changes of government. So with those findings, strategy was then evolved with the overall objective of mainstreaming West African economies into the continental market. The strategy provides a coherent framework to reinforce ECOWAS's mandate in strengthening our intra-regional trade process, but also ensuring that it's linked with the continental trade process as well. It is to guide our implementation of the AfCFTA and support our member states also in implementing their own AfCFTA strategies. The strategy itself is broken over 5 key pillars. The first pillar seeks to improve the effectiveness of various components of our own regional integration framework. So we're building on what we as a REC are good at doing, with a view to then leveraging that into the continental market as well. The second focus is harmonizing and coordinating our member states' national AfCFTA implementation strategies. So we're very well aware that at the time we developed the regional strategy, we had approximately, I think, 8 countries or member states that had already developed their strategies. And we had to ensure that whatever we do at the regional level leverages on what will be done at the national level. The third axis of the strategy focuses on strengthened productive and trade capacity. At the end of the day, to trade, we need to produce. So we seek to promote the West African Common Industrial Policy, amongst other sectorial documents. The fourth focuses on facilitating access to continental markets. Previous speakers have spoken about the limited knowledge of opportunities in other markets. And so this pillar seeks to improve our knowledge of the African markets. And the fifth focuses on a special group of stakeholders, and that is, it talks about increasing the opportunity for women, economic empowerment, and the youth. We know many of our economies are largely driven by micro and small medium enterprises. A large number of those are women-owned or led businesses. A key aspect, and as I round up, I think I have a couple of minutes, is the institutional mechanism to implement this strategy. A document is only as good as when it is operationalized. So it is important to have some form of an institution to ensure we maintain the momentum after the strategy was adopted by the 89th ECOWAS Council of Ministers. And the key institutional body is what will be the ECOWAS Regional AfCFTA Committee. In fact, we held a meeting of representatives of ECOWAS member states just last year, and I'm glad a number of them are with you in your session. I think I saw the representative of Nigeria. I can't see the room, but I think my other friends and colleagues are also there. And we were discussing how do we now finalize its terms of reference so it can play the central role in driving the strategy forward. In addition to that implementation committee, we've also designed an ECOWAS communication strategy. I believe I heard earlier as well, the need to further increase awareness. As trade policy officials, we are very much aware of the AfCFTA, but go out of the capitals, go into the urban areas. Is it as familiar as we know it in our circles? And many people have said not so much. So we do have a strategy for the communication, which is to enhance awareness, understanding, as well as the benefits of ECOWAS member states benefiting from the continental market. So Francis, let me pause there. I'm not to overrun time. I hope you were able to hear me. But that's just a quick snapshot of the ECOWAS strategy with 5 pillars, the institutional mechanism, which is a regional committee made up of our member states, and as well as a joint communication strategy. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kola, for your rich and instructive presentation. Luckily, the gods of connectivity were with us, so we got you very clearly. The ECOWAS strategy, I think there are a lot of elements or lessons that emerge from there very clearly. One, if I could attempt a summary, it's the highly consultative nature of the process, the presence of strong political will. There are issues of inclusivity, but more critically, the institutional mechanism for implementation. I think that is key. I would underscore that. And we are comforted to hear that the terms of reference have been drawn for the ECOWAS regional African committee that is charged with overseeing the implementation of this strategy. Thanks very much, Kola. Let me now give the floor to the next speaker, who is Mr. Geoffrey Osoro, Trade Coordinator, East African Community Secretariat.
Okay, thank you very much. I said my name is Geoffrey Osoro. I'm from the EAC Secretariat. I'll proceed to share some aspects of the EAC AfCFTA strategy, implementation strategy. And I'll first of all start by making a very brief introduction by saying that EAC is a regional community presently comprising of 8 members, and the most recent one being Somalia. Now, EAC is implementing customs union and a common market, and that basically obligates the EAC to negotiate agreements with the third parties as a group or collectively, resulting in common commitments which are taken by all the partner states together on the basis of a negotiated text. Now, having taken those commitments, it is thereafter necessary that they do develop a common strategy for implementing that agreement. And therefore, the EAC had this mandate to develop this implementation strategy. Now, we did make 2 attempts to develop that strategy. The first attempt was made way back before 2021, but it did result in the first draft in 2021. Now, that draft was not approved by the Council of Ministers, or should I say the EAC policy organs, because of various weaknesses that had been identified. And among them was the fact that it had not incorporated fully input from the national strategies. The issue was that at the time of developing the regional strategy, some of the national strategies were still being developed. And therefore, there was no harmonious relationship between the regional strategy and the national strategy. The second reason was the fact that this regional strategy was developed during the COVID pandemic. And therefore, there was very limited consultations with the stakeholders which were so important in terms of providing input in this strategy. And therefore, that led to the lack of buy-in eventually in respect to that strategy. The third one was that the strategy did not consider certain developments which were so profound and very important. And this, if I may say, give you one example, is the development of the EAC tariff. And that has very big implications in terms of implementing that strategy. So that was not brought on board in respect to the first attempt. And the last one was that in developing the first strategy paper, one of the members was just finalizing the process of accession. And therefore, it was not part of that strategy. And the council, in its wisdom, directed that the entire strategy, given the reasons, be revised, and they should also be in cooperation of the new member. And so the process of developing a revised strategy was commenced, leading to the draft that was finally made available in 2023. Now, in terms of the strategy, it takes cognizance of the EAC development strategy, very important. The EAC trade policy, which was developed a few years ago, it incorporates the EAC e-commerce strategy, the AU 2063 agenda, and the trade agreements that had been negotiated between the EAC and the third parties. Now, among others, the strategy did conduct a very comprehensive assessment of the institutional, the legal, and regulatory frameworks that pertain to both the partner states and also at the regional level, because therein was established the gaps that exist and which should have been addressed in that implementation strategy. But that was not all. The strategy also looked at the benefits and the costs with a view to maximizing on the benefits and minimizing on the costs through the production of policy frameworks, which would ensure that the costs were put to a minimum and that any impediments that arose from the implementation did not create the impact that it would otherwise do. It also looked at various areas. The private sector had a very important role in all this. But all in all, in terms of the content, the strategy in its present form does have an implementation framework, an action plan, institutional framework, a risk assessment, because that was so key, financing strategy, a budgeting framework, and M&E framework, and a communication plan. These are some of the key components of that strategy. Now, in the various presentations made this morning, there was some reference to the institutional mechanisms for implementation. I just want to tell you that in terms of the institutional framework for implementation, apart from the EAC policy organs, obviously the Secretariat has a very important role. And within the Secretariat will be established the CFTA desk. And obviously at the partner state level, there will be the national implementation committees, some of which are already in existence. I must emphasize the role of the private sector in all this. Now, some of the strategy findings or some of the areas which were established through the strategy was that the EAC does have adequate legal, regulatory, and institutional and human resource capacity to implement some of the annexes. And I'll not go into which ones those are. But there are certain annexes where there is a huge deficiency, and therefore a lot of capacity needs will be necessary to address the requirements for implementation of those annexes. I wish to add certain other challenges because it's important that we look at them in terms of this coming in terms of the coordination issues, especially new members. I think we'll have to do a lot of work to bring them on board, build their capacities where required, where necessary, based on a very comprehensive needs assessment. The issue of harmonization cannot be set aside. The issue of the varying pace of implementation obviously will affect us. And why so? Because the treaty does incorporate that element of variable geometry. So if some of us do proceed to implement this agreement while others don't, you can imagine the overall package of benefit that will be available to all the partner states. Issues of inclusivity, especially the informal sector, connectivity, infrastructure, I cannot emphasize that enough. The internal policy gaps, which I wish to elaborate on, because the EAC, as any other REC, is in the process of developing certain policy frameworks. And I'll give you some two examples. Among them is the duty remission scheme, which is being looked at fresh, and also the stays of application. And based on the policy frameworks that are developed, this might have an effect on the implementation of this agreement. So the internal policy gaps is an area too that poses a challenge that we'll have to address going forward. So we have, in conclusion, embarked on implementing certain aspects of the strategy. And as you may be aware, most of the EAC partner states are party to the GTI, and they were looking forward to extracting the benefits that are associated with the GTI. So we had to pick on this strategy to start implementing what the partner states' requirements were to exploit the GTI. And this came in the form of awareness creation, capacity building, involving both the public and the private sector. In this, we looked at the product identification, the market access issues in their totality, and so on. We have also undertaken capacity building for training of trainers, but we have not stopped at that. We have developed manuals that can be used by the trainers to undertake similar schemes within the partner states. So thank you very much.
Thanks so very much, Mr. Osoro, for that very rich and detailed presentation. Again, you would admit or agree with me that the East African Community Regional AfCFTA implementation strategy provides yet a different set of lessons, including the deliberate efforts that were made to ensure that that interface, that critical interface between the national and regional strategies was gotten right. So the delays were not for nothing. They were deliberate, and finally all the gaps that were identified to ensure that there's this synergy were addressed. You've also spoken about the revised version, and now it took cognizance of the EAC strategy. There are issues of capacity. There are challenges we've highlighted, including capacity in some areas, and the need to fill that. The inclusion of the private sector, issues around coordination, and so on and so forth. So thanks very much. I'm sure if we have time, you will get some questions from the floor to, make you probably elaborate some more. So thanks very much. With that, let me move to Prof. Christopher Onyango, to speak to us about the COMESA and the AfCFTA strategy. Over to you.
Thank you, Francis. And I want to take this opportunity to also thank UNECA for inviting us to this particular workshop and for continued collaboration with us towards this journey of integration. I would want to start by saying that we are one of the RECs which is in the process of finalizing the AfCFTA implementation strategy. However, I would want to speak about what we do as COMESA to enhance integration, continental integration, and specifically the implementation of the AfCFTA. I think briefly just to mention that we are one of the biggest RECs in the region, having a membership of 21 countries. And currently 16 of those are implementing the free trade area. So we have got quite some learnings that we can get from there. And also, I think important to mention that currently we are implementing the medium-term strategy for the period 2021-2025 with the two pillars which closely speak to the aspirations and implementation of the AfCFTA. These pillars include market integration, physical integration, infrastructure development and connectivity, productive integration, as well as gender and social affairs integration. All those are very, very relevant and critical for the implementation of the AfCFTA. Now, again, briefly, we have been implementing a number of trade facilitation instruments, which were adopted quite some years back across diverse sectors. So we have instruments, related to implementation of simplified customs, clearance and compliance, one-stop border post, infrastructure-related instruments like the COMESA, carrier's license, the regional customs bond scheme, as well as other strategies which are also very, very critical in terms of enhancing and fostering regional trade and intra-regional trade. For instance, we have adopted the simplified trade regime in goods, which is being piloted in a number of countries. And we also recently, through the policy organs, adopted extension of that to a simplified regional framework for trading services because of the importance of the small scale traders and what we call in brackets maybe informal traders who may not be captured in the conventional trade statistics planning. So we have quite a number of those particular instruments. The beauty of it is this can easily be scaled up beyond COMESA up to the continental level. We also have a very stable online NTB identification and resolution of framework, which can also be scaled up, and quite others. I would not want to mention all of them. And secondly, COMESA also has established specialized institutions which have been very effective in complementing the implementation of the COMESA treaty. Again, there are quite a number of institutions. I am sure most of you know them: the Competition Commission, Monetary Institute. We have the COMESA Business Council. We have the COMESA Women in Business, reinsurance companies, and quite a number of them. And these have been instrumental in supporting implementation of some of the agreed programs and activities. And also just to mention that some of these institutions have already set up mechanisms for collaboration at the continental or even beyond a COMESA region, which makes them very, very relevant in terms of fostering regional integration. That is as far as goods is concerned. We also have specific programs for enhancing, negotiations and also fostering trade in services, because we think both goods and services are equally important for a comprehensive integration and for it to be able to enhance the much needed structural transformation of our economies in the region. we can talk of quite a number of experiences, and I think previous speakers have highlighted many of those challenges that are there as far as the implementation of the CFTA currently is concerned. I just want to mention one or two, I mean, for purposes of this panel. And one of it, the most critical one, is domestication. So one of the lessons we have learned is it's easier to sign and ratify agreements. It's a different ball game altogether to implement them at the member states level. And I think that is a very critical component. They need to encourage, domestication of agreed policies. And this involves several stakeholders. I know we have talked about government, central governments, and also the private sector. But we need to involve the legislative arms, the politicians, national parliaments, so strongly in this, so as to be able to realize actually the objectives, full objectives of the agreements that we sign about. The second one, which has also been talked about, is about, and this is from the experience of the COVID pandemic, the need to build a strong national and regional global value chains, and to encourage, private sector to add value to our products. Again, this is has been a challenge in COMESA, to the extent that you find very low intra-COMESA trade, because much of it is trade between on finished products which are from outside the region, as opposed to what we are actually striving for, to trade within our own products in that. So that's a very, very important aspect, the need for fostering or enhancing national and global, and regional value chains, and add value to facilitate industrialization of our economies. And the third, which we also do and invest a lot, is on research and development. So we do have annual research forums. I think UNECA has been very supportive in this, just to encourage sharing of ideas, technical ideas, and also involving other stakeholders which may not be directly have been involved, for instance, the scholars and the universities. We also run a virtual university program to try to train young professionals as well as experienced experts on some of the new aspects of international trade. So these are also very, very key in fostering or enhancing sustainability. You need to develop a critical pool of experts that will be able to take, what has been built forward in the future. I want to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Onyango, for your very rich presentation. And you've indicated that COMESA, as we all are aware, is one of those regs that are still in the process of finalizing its AfCFTA implementation strategy. But the point I hear you making with a lot of emphasis that even as COMESA is still working on the strategy, it is robustly and actively engaging AfCFTA processes and pushing for the integration processes, not just within the COMESA region, but beyond. You made reference to a number of COMESA specialized institutions that have succeeded in establishing ties and engagement beyond COMESA, therefore deepening the integration processes and establishing that linkage between the continental and the sub-regional integration arrangements. You spoke about the kinds of instruments and institutions that COMESA has that lend themselves readily to scaling up. Without second guessing you, I would imagine that what you are saying is that as this COMESA strategy, AfCFTA strategy is being prepared, there are already some foundational instruments that could readily facilitate its finalization. So thanks very much for that. And I'm sure when we open the floor, you will be engaged further by the participants. With that, let me move to Uma, or what, AMU in English, Arab Maghreb Union. Yeah, so over to you, please.
Thank you, moderator. I will be a little bit sorry to ask to my Anglophone colleague to put their headsets because I will speak in French.
Channel 2, so for those who can't follow French. I know my director is very bilingual, so he does not need the microphone. Okay.
Donc, je saisis déjà cette occasion et du fait que M. Karingui parle également français pour remercier la CEA pour cette initiative, pour l'invitation déjà et pour tout le travail qu'ils sont en train d'accomplir pour assister et les États membres et les communautés économiques régionales pour notre objectif commun qui est une mise en œuvre effective de l'ASLECAF. Je n'oublierai pas bien évidemment de remercier le gouvernement kenyan pour l'hospitalité et l'accueil. Et je voudrais dire que le travail qu'on est en train de mener, nous en tant que CER représentant une partie de l'Afrique du Nord, déjà notre présence ici aujourd'hui reflète pertinemment notre vision commune. Je me rappelle de la dernière réunion du comité de pilotage du Centre africain de politique commerciale, où nous avons justement évoqué cette question: est-ce que ce processus devrait être inclusif ou se limiter à ceux qui ont déjà réussi à au moins valider ou à mettre en œuvre leur propre stratégie, soit au niveau national ou régional. Et je remercie par l'occasion professeur Melakou qui a insisté à ce que notre collaboration soit plus inclusive. Donc, pour ce qui est du cas de l'humain, je voudrais brièvement attirer votre attention que nous avons 4 pays parmi les 5 qui ont déjà ratifié l'accord ZLECAf. La Libye ne l'a pas encore fait pour des raisons, je dirais, juridiques. Nous avons également 4 pays parmi les 5 qui ont soumis leurs concessions tarifaires et toujours 4 pays qui ont soumis leurs engagements en matière de services. Actuellement, 3 pays ont élaboré les stratégies nationales et un pays est en cours d'élaboration. Pour ce qui est de la région, comme vous savez, notre spécificité démontre que nous aurons intérêt à avoir toutes les stratégies nationales adoptées pour en faire une résultante au niveau régional et assurer systématiquement la synergie dont vous avez parlé au début, monsieur le modérateur. Malheureusement, on a pris un peu de retard, mais je reste toujours confiant que le fait qu'il n'est jamais tard et qu'il faut travailler demain avec la CEA, avec le secrétariat de la ZLECAf et avec les pays évidemment pour concrétiser cet objectif. Je voudrais souligner également l'importance de la question qui n'a pas encore été posée et que pourquoi nous avons besoin de ces stratégies régionales alors que nous avons des stratégies nationales qui sont déjà en vigueur. Donc, pour notre exemple concret, je voudrais commencer par dire que déjà en l'absence d'un accord de libre-échange maghrébin, malgré sa signature depuis 2010, et là je ne veux pas entrer dans des discussions relatives aux problèmes structurels qui entravent notre intégration, mais je vais essayer de me limiter aux problèmes purement économico-techniques. Donc déjà l'absence d'un accord de libre-échange suscite cette importance d'élaborer une stratégie régionale qui viendrait en appui non seulement à la région, mais également et individuellement à chaque État membre. La stratégie sous-régionale également vise à harmoniser les stratégies nationales tout en complétant les initiatives qui ont été prises au niveau national, surtout avec notre spécificité à travers l'appartenance des pays maghrébins à multiples groupements régionaux, notamment à multiples communautés économiques régionales africaines. Je donne l'exemple illustrant de l'appartenance de la Tunisie et de la Libye au COMESA. Donc ça, c'est un autre point qui devrait être pris en considération. Il est déjà pris en considération dans le projet de notre stratégie et j'aimerais bien qu'il serait bien identifié dans les autres stratégies régionales. Donc, autre argument qui nous laisse prévoir l'importance de l'élaboration de ces stratégies régionales, c'est en rassemblant les priorités nationales, ce cadre stratégique donne la force et assure une plus grande efficacité à la région en tant que bloc. En plus, l'harmonisation entre les spécificités nationales créerait une coopération permettant des initiatives conjointes qui serviront l'intérêt de la communauté en mutualisant les efforts et en réduisant les coûts. Et les stratégies nationales, lorsqu'elles sont élaborées, ne sont pas souvent appliquées ou, entre parenthèses, partagées entre les États membres. Donc, ces stratégies nationales vont au moins donner plus de visibilité, plus d'informations actualisées au sein de chaque région. Donc, et surtout, cette approche régionale serait concluante pour le renforcement de la coopération, non seulement intra-régionale, mais aussi interrégion. C'est-à-dire, et là, on doit souligner pleinement ce manque de coordination entre nous, ici, en tant que représentants de CER, et entre toutes les CER, les 8 CER reconnus officiellement par l'Union africaine. Donc, nous avons eu cette réflexion, nous travaillons actuellement sur un premier projet. Ce projet a été dans la base sous forme d'idées. Pour concrétiser ces idées, nous avons travaillé avec le Bureau de l'Afrique du Nord. D'ailleurs, je saisis l'occasion de la présence du représentant du Bureau de l'Afrique du Nord de la CEA, c'est Aziz, qui a contribué fortement non seulement à l'élaboration des stratégies nationales des pays membres de l'UMA, mais également qui nous assiste presque au quotidien pour la réussite de notre stratégie régionale. Donc, je disais que cette stratégie qui a été déjà mise en tant que réflexion ou d'idées d'ordre général a été suivie par une réflexion plus approfondie pour élaborer les grandes lignes de la méthodologie de travail. Cette méthodologie de travail nous a amené à proposer 3 grandes parties au niveau de la stratégie. La première, bien évidemment, et je pense que c'est commun entre toutes les stratégies régionales, c'est une analyse de l'état actuel de l'intégration au niveau de chaque région. Analyse approfondie, je dirais, partant des indicateurs macroéconomiques jusqu'à la gouvernance, jusqu'aux problèmes et barrières non tarifaires au niveau de la région et jusqu'à la synergie entre ce qui se fait au niveau de la région et au niveau continental. Deuxième aspect de notre méthodologie, Au deuxième grande partie, il traite justement de ce plan d'action qui sera capable de non seulement de relever tous les défis qui existaient avant notre implication dans la ZLECAf et dans cette stratégie, mais également qui ouvre les opportunités pour aller au-delà, c'est-à-dire ne pas considérer le marché africain qu'on veut unique comme cible, mais de rechercher les complémentarités qui peuvent nous aider tous en tant qu'Africains à exploiter d'autres opportunités qui se trouvent ailleurs. Et bien sûr, la troisième grande partie, c'est l'identification des opportunités et des bénéfices sur le plan sectoriel. Pour l'instant, nous avons déjà identifié 3 secteurs. C'est au niveau de la région, c'est l'automobile, c'est la finance, puisqu'on parlait tout à l'heure du secteur des services, la finance, notamment la fintech et les produits pharmaceutiques. Bien sûr, on ne va pas se limiter à ces 3 secteurs importants, jugés importants, de par les analyses préliminaires qui ont été faites. Mais après, je pense, les discussions qui seront menées avec les États membres, nous aurons plus de secteurs jugés porteurs et utiles pour les inscrire dans cette stratégie. Donc, je ne veux pas m'étaler sur d'autres détails et je ne veux pas également répéter ce que mes prédécesseurs ont évoqué en matière de défis communs à nous tous. J'ai essayé de rester sur les défis spécifiques à notre région. Et bien sûr, lors des prochaines sessions, je pense que nous allons parler davantage et donner plus de détails sur tous ces aspects. Je vous remercie.
And thanks very much for this very interesting presentation where you ably brought out the peculiarities of the Arab Maghreb Union. You indicated how the member states of the region have been part and parcel of the AfCFTA process, as evidenced in the number of ratifications, as well as those that have submitted the tariff offers. And those 3 out of 5 members of AMU have already established national strategies. But the one thing you underscored, which I think we need to take seriously, is the importance that the AMU attaches to the development of a regional strategy, AfCFTA implementation strategy, and you've ably explained why this is very important for the region. I will not rehash what you've already said, but there are many impulses that actually warrant and make it so urgent and important for the region to develop a regional strategy. And you've reached out to ECA and other stakeholders who are looking favorably to this request of supporting this particular process. Already some serious reflection has been done within the region on how to go about developing this AMU AfCFTA implementation strategy with 3 main pillars as areas of focus. You've also identified some sectorial priorities that would be part of the AMU AFC implementation strategy. I would not be exhaustive, but that is the essence of your intervention, and thanks very much for that. With that, let me let me pass on the floor now to my brother, Dr. Jacob Kochu. I can't pronounce my own country name. Forgive me, of ACAS, to make a presentation.
Yeah, please do keep your headset because I will speak in French. Merci infiniment pour cette opportunité que nous donne une fois de plus la CEA pour discuter de la mise en œuvre de l'accord sur la zone de libre-échange continentale c'est l'occasion de renouveler notre appréciation et nos remerciements. Renouveler également nos remerciements à la République du Kenya pour toutes les facilités qui ont été mises en place pour faciliter le travail de tout le monde pendant cette réunion. Pour commencer, je voudrais dire 2 ou 3 choses pour présenter le contexte de l'Afrique centrale. La CEAC, c'est une des 8 communautés économiques régionales reconnues par par l'Union africaine. Elle est constituée de 11 États membres et avec une particularité que, d'après en raison de sa position géographique, c'est sur le continent, sauf si je me trompe, la seule communauté économique régionale qui a une frontière physique avec toutes les autres communautés. Et cela a une conséquence, c'est que la problématique de la multiple appartenance est extrêmement prégnante au sein de notre espace communautaire. Tous les États, tous sans exception, participent à au moins 2 processus d'intégration sur le continent. Le seul qui aurait pu ne pas y être, c'est Sao Tomé, et même Sao Tomé est membre de CENSAD, même s'il n'implique pas les instruments de CENSAD. Donc, c'est un gros problème pour notre espace communautaire. D'abord, pour l'implémentation de notre processus endogène d'intégration régionale, mais pour notre participation efficace aux processus continentaux. Donc, ça, c'est un élément de contexte qui me semblait important de présenter. Maintenant, comment nous avons procédé pour arriver à élaborer notre stratégie régionale de mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf? Nous sommes partis d'une réflexion interne qui reposait sur un certain nombre de questions. La première, c'est que, en tant que communauté économique régionale, pilier de l'intégration, en tant que pilier de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf tel que stipulé par l'accord lui-même, comment nous pouvons jouer ce rôle en tant que CER? Ça, c'est la première question. Deuxième question, c'est en tant qu'institution d'intégration régionale, comment on peut assurer la coordination de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf au niveau régional? Et troisièmement, comment est-ce que nous pouvons lever les contraintes qui ont inhibé l'avancement de notre processus d'intégration régionale pour que celle-ci ne puisse pas constituer de contraintes pour la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf au niveau continental. Donc, sur la base de ces questions, nous avons mené une réflexion interne qui a débouché sur des thèmes de référence, qui devaient... Il y a coupure d'électricité, mais j'ai une voix d'enseignant. Je peux continuer.
I don't know whether you speak of the Europe
Il n'y a pas d'interprétation. Okay. Donc, on va poursuivre. Donc, sur la base de ces questions, nous avons élaboré des thèmes de référence pour la rédaction et l'élaboration de la stratégie régionale de la ZLECAf. Et sur la base de ces thèmes de référence, nous avons sollicité l'appui de la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique qui nous a apporté un soutien déterminant parce que nous sommes arrivés à la conclusion que, premièrement, notre stratégie ne doit pas être une stratégie qui est centrée uniquement sur la mise en œuvre des engagements juridiques. Parce que l'analyse a montré que les contraintes qui freinent le processus d'intégration commerciale au niveau régional vont au-delà des instruments juridiques de politique commerciale. Donc, on a voulu adopter une approche complètement holistique de la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange qui intègre à la fois la mise en œuvre des engagements juridiques qui sont pris dans l'accord, mais également la mise en œuvre des politiques connexes qui permettent de tirer profit de la libéralisation commerciale. C'est sur cette base que la CEA nous a apporté un appui qui était vraiment déterminant. On a mobilisé une équipe de 9 consultants, parmi lesquels des consultants spécialistes de politique commerciale, mais également des spécialistes de politique connexe, politique agricole, politique industrielle, spécialistes de politique monétaire, spécialistes de statistiques, macroéconomie et prévision économique. En tout cas, une équipe assez large de 9 consultants qui ont fait un excellent travail qui a débouché sur des rapports sectoriels. On a eu 7 ou 8 rapports sectoriels, ce qui nous a généré un défi. Comment utiliser ces rapports sectoriels pour avoir un document de stratégie de politique commerciale qui ne se substitue pas au plan de développement régional. Et là, c'était un autre défi que nous avons dû relever en partant de ceci que la ZLECAf ne va pas se substituer aux politiques sectorielles qui existent déjà, au plan de développement nationaux. Sauf que la stratégie ZLECAf doit s'intégrer dans la politique de développement des États et doit apporter sa contribution à la mise en œuvre des plans nationaux et régionaux de développement. C'est ça la vision qui a accompagné le travail de synthèse des rapports sectoriels pour élaborer la stratégie régionale de la ZLECAf. Sur cette base-là, nous sommes arrivés à un document de stratégie qui a 6 axes stratégiques. Le premier consiste à renforcer notre processus d'intégration régionale parce que la ZLECAf s'appuie sur les processus d'intégration régionaux. Donc, tant qu'on n'est pas assez structuré au niveau régional, cela pourrait être une difficulté pour la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf. Donc, premier axe, renforcement du processus d'intégration commerciale au niveau régional. Deuxième axe, appropriation de l'accord sur la ZLECAf et participation au processus de négociation. Les négociations ne sont pas terminées, elles continuent, mais la mise en œuvre également a commencé. Donc, il y a un besoin d'appropriation des instruments par tous les acteurs, des instruments juridiques, mais également, il y a un besoin de mettre en œuvre des réformes internes au plan légal, au plan réglementaire, mais au plan institutionnel pour être capable de mettre en œuvre l'accord sur la ZLECAf. Donc, cela constitue le deuxième axe stratégique de notre accord. Le troisième, c'est les réformes qui sont relatives à l'environnement des affaires. Parce que on sait aujourd'hui qu'il ne suffira pas de mettre en œuvre les engagements de libéralisation, mais il faudra améliorer l'environnement des affaires et développer un vrai programme et de vraies capacités de facilitation des échanges pour pouvoir tirer le meilleur parti des provisions contenues dans l'accord. Donc, troisième axe, amélioration de l'environnement des affaires, développement d'un plan de facilitation des échanges pour l'Afrique centrale. Le quatrième axe est en rapport avec les réformes qui sont nécessaires pour développer les capacités productives. Ici, on a mis l'accent sur la mise en œuvre de vraies politiques industrielles à l'échelle communautaire et à l'échelle nationale également. Et là, il faut insister pour dire que la mise en œuvre d'une politique industrielle à l'échelle communautaire ne se substitue pas aux politiques industrielles nationales. Chaque État doit avoir sa politique industrielle, mais la politique communautaire doit servir de cadre de coordination et d'harmonisation pour tirer le meilleur bénéfice de la facilité que peut offrir un marché régional et plus tard un marché continental. Donc, là-dedans, on va trouver des actions telles que le développement des zones économiques spéciales, l'identification des chaînes de valeur régionales et la construction des stratégies pour développer des chaînes de valeur régionales et également l'utilisation des instruments de politique commerciale réglementés par l'accord pour faciliter le développement des chaînes de valeur régionales. Et le cinquième axe, c'est un ensemble de politiques connexes qui doivent être mises en œuvre pour pouvoir tirer le meilleur parti de la mise en œuvre de l'accord. Ici, on a la politique agricole commune de la communauté qu'il faut réactiver. Il y a toute la politique relative aux infrastructures, le transport, l'énergie, les infrastructures d'accès au marché et ainsi de suite. Il y a également tout le travail de digitalisation, l'infrastructure de digitalisation de l'économie et du commerce. Et le sixième et le dernier axe stratégique, c'est le mécanisme de mise en œuvre qui intègre la mobilisation des ressources, qui intègre le dispositif institutionnel à mettre en place, qui intègre le dispositif de suivi, évaluation de la mise en œuvre de l'accord. Ici, je voudrais insister sur le fait que pour ce qui concerne spécifiquement le mécanisme institutionnel, il y a un gros défi qui est apparu. C'est celui de la rationalisation des institutions qu'on met en place. Il y a énormément de comités qui sont en train d'être créés. Les questions qui sont couvertes par l'accord sont diverses et très techniques et très différentes les unes des autres. Pour les prendre en charge, on met en place de nombreux comités. Conséquence, plusieurs ne sont pas fonctionnels parce que les États n'ont pas l'argent pour les faire fonctionner. Parfois, les États mettent en place des comités et les membres de ces comités ne sont pas techniquement outillés pour prendre en charge les défis que relèvent les missions de ces comités. Et donc, il y a un défi. Il faut rationaliser pour pouvoir gérer les coûts et être efficace. Et là, c'est une réflexion que nous avons engagée. Et j'avais oublié un dernier point dans le mécanisme institutionnel, c'est la stratégie de communication qui doit être mise en place. Et donc, voilà notre document de stratégie qui est très complémentaire aux politiques de développement, aux stratégies de développement nationales et régionales. Où est-ce que nous en sommes avec le processus d'adoption? Le document est déjà adopté au niveau technique. Il est maintenant soumis à l'adoption par les instances ministérielles avant d'être présenté au Conseil des ministres et à la conférence des chefs d'État dans les prochaines semaines. On a un sommet ordinaire qui est prévu en fin du mois de février et il est prévu que ce sommet adopte la stratégie régionale de mise en œuvre de la SDCAF pour l'Afrique centrale. Maintenant, il y a 2 ou 3 défis qui me semblent importants de prendre en compte et je vais terminer là-dessus. Parce que quand on vient dans la mise en œuvre de l'accord et de la stratégie régionale de mise en œuvre que nous avons élaborée, il faut prendre en compte certaines questions qui ont une portée stratégique et qui peuvent être de gros goulets d'étranglement. On a évoqué certains nombres d'entre eux, le financement, ça c'est très important, l'implication du secteur privé et autres. Mais il y a 2 éléments importants sur lesquels je voudrais insister. Premièrement, le capital humain. Ceux qui travaillent avec les administrations publiques, comme on le fait au quotidien, savent qu'il y a un gros défi à l'échelle nationale et à l'échelle régionale sur la capacité humaine à conduire de manière efficace un processus comme celui de la mise en œuvre de la SDCAF. Il nous manque de techniciens pointus, de techniciens de haute qualité, en qualité et en quantité. Donc ça, c'est un énorme défi, le capital humain. Il faut qu'on ait une vraie stratégie de développement du capital humain pour non seulement l'accompagnement, la mise en œuvre de nos politiques nationales sectorielles ou nos plans de développement, mais également spécifiquement de la zone de libre-échange continentale. On a quelques instituts qui existent sur le continent qui font un énorme travail qu'on doit renforcer. On a le TRAPCA, Trade Policy Training Center in Africa, mais il faut que nos universités mettent en place des programmes qui permettent de fournir les ressources humaines de qualité qui sont à même d'accompagner la mise en œuvre d'un accord comme celui de la SDCAF. Le deuxième défi, et ça c'est une question qui a été soulevée également par un intervenant tout à l'heure, c'est des questions d'économie politique. L'accord sur la SDCAF est un instrument qui a une très haute portée stratégique, dont la mise en œuvre va avoir une influence sur divers types d'intérêts d'acteurs à l'échelle continentale, mais également sur le plan international. Et ces acteurs sont en train de travailler pour que la mise en œuvre de la SDCAF n'entrave pas leurs intérêts sur le continent. L'Afrique centrale est une des régions dans lesquelles les confrontations géopolitiques internationales sont une terrible contrainte pour le développement de la région. On ne peut pas ignorer ça. La RDC, la République centrafricaine, le Tchad, sont des pays qui sont en permanence déstabilisés par des forces extérieures et qui ne peuvent pas mettre en œuvre de manière efficace un instrument comme la ZLECAf, dans la mesure où cette mise en œuvre va avoir une influence sur les intérêts de ces acteurs qui sont présents déjà sur le terrain. Et ça, ce n'est pas valable que pour l'Afrique centrale, c'est toutes les régions du continent qui doivent, qui seront exposées à ce type d'influence. Petite anecdote pour terminer, il y a quelques semaines, j'ai été invité à une réunion très particulière dans le système de la politique étrangère de la France. Il y a une réunion qui se tient au niveau régional dans toutes les CER, une fois tous les ans, qui réunit tous les attachés commerciaux des ambassades, des ambassades de France. Et pour l'Afrique centrale, j'ai été invité à faire une présentation pendant cette réunion sur la ZLECAf. Et je vous dis que les attachés commerciaux de ces ambassades considèrent que la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf est un danger pour leurs intérêts. Et ils ne vont pas laisser ça se passer tant que ça va influencer leurs intérêts. Donc, il faut que dans notre réflexion, on intègre cet aspect qui est relatif aux influences extérieures, aux implications géopolitiques de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf. Je m'arrête là. Je vous remercie.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kocho. You ended with a very sensitive but pertinent point regarding geopolitical considerations and external influences and the threat they pose to the successful implementation of the AfCFTA. And I hear a clarion call coming from you that we cannot and should not ignore these realities and dynamics as we proceed with implementation of the AfCFTA and developing these strategies. And since I started with challenges, you also underscored issues relating to human capital poverty or shortages in the Central African region, especially with regards to getting the experts with the requisite skills, including skills related to negotiations and implementing various dimensions of the AfCFTA. Those are very important points you made. Going back to where you started, you underscored the peculiar reality of ACAS, which is one rec that borders all the other recs. There are times, I mean, the available literature suggests that this is a problem. Yes, it is, but it is also an opportunity because ACAS is the one rec that could serve as a very smooth bridge that would facilitate and enable the continental integration the way we want it, and including the AfCFTA. You indicated the reflections that were undertaken by ACAS that kind of informed the development of the ACAS strategy. The questions you raised about if the RECs and ACAS, such as ACAS, are building blocks, how can they effectively play this role? How can ACAS, for instance, address the constraints or the impediments that have prevented it from integrating effectively in a manner that does not then impact the implementation of the AfCFTA. But most critically, in terms of approach, you indicated that ACAS opted for a holistic approach, wherein you commissioned sectoral studies, which then were synthesized to develop the ACAS AfCFTA strategy. You faced challenges because you had to organize to ensure that these regional strategies don't then begin to kind of overshadow national development strategies and existing regional strategies. So quite an interesting intervention and presentation. And with that, I would want to, with the permission of all of you, I hear there's football going on, but I think 10 minutes will not kill us. If we were to open the floor for some comments and suggestions, I can see there's consensus that we should continue. So we'll do that, get some comments and questions for 10 minutes. So let me see. I see a placard. Okay, there's one here. Okay, there's another one behind and one there. Okay, 4, 5. Okay, so we'll take these 5 beginning from behind and then coming to anchor here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Once more, this is Dr. Ngona Simon from Zambia. I don't know whether I missed this particular element. It's been very clear that there's been a vertical kind of interaction between RECs and their member states in the development of the strategies. This could be true between RECs and the AfCFTA Secretariat. What I'm not so very clear, perhaps I missed that, is the interface, that horizontal interface between RECs themselves on this particular subject matter. I seek interventions from the panel. Thank you.
Okay, the next.
Bonsoir, moi c'est Madame Bomba. Si j'ai bien compris, il y a l'intervenant de la CEAC qui avait dit qu'ils ont une stratégie. C'est bien cela et qu'ils étaient en révision de cette stratégie. Si je suis fidèle à l'interprétation reçue. Donc, j'aimerais savoir de manière pratique, bien avant qu'ils adhèrent et commencent la révision de cette stratégie, comment ils se sont pris concrètement. Le déploiement de cette stratégie, c'est fait comment? Et combien d'organes constituent cette stratégie-là? Maintenant, pour le COMESA, dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAF, nous avons fait une étude de marché, porteur, un marché coupe produit marché. Et il s'avère qu'il y a des opportunités à saisir dans des marchés du COMESA, de la CEAC, du CEMAC. Mais particulièrement ce soir, j'aimerais poser la question au COMESA qui avait déjà une stratégie. Si nous, notre secteur privé, veut saisir les opportunités sur le marché du COMESA, vous qui avez une stratégie nationale, régionale, comment vous pouvez aider le comité national et son secteur privé à saisir ces opportunités, puisqu'on a fait une étude comparative, une étude pour laquelle notre pays a un avantage comparatif. Et il s'avère que dans les pays du COMESA, il y a plusieurs opportunités. Comment est-ce que les organisations de cette stratégie nationale-là, vous pourriez nous aider à saisir ces opportunités avec notre secteur privé? Merci.
Thank you, moderator, for the floor. Mine is very small. I just want to direct my question to Mr. Zakaria Kingoli from IGAD, I think, who said we have helped the member states to develop the strategy, especially he talked about Kenya and South Sudan, whom I know they are part of the EAC Customs Union. And I understand that they have their strategy, which is aligned with the EAC regional strategy. So I just wanted to understand how this is being implemented, or they have just shared with his just neighbor, Mr. Osoro, and how they have harmonized. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour les pertinentes présentations. Ma première question, est-ce qu'au niveau d'élaboration des stratégies dans chaque CER, est-ce que vous êtes en train de collaborer entre vous pour ne pas dupliquer les efforts? Donc, dans les stratégies, normalement, on doit mettre en place soit des nouveaux instruments, soit des nouvelles institutions au niveau de la mise en œuvre de ces stratégies. Et donc, est-ce que vous êtes en train de collaborer pour ne pas dupliquer les efforts? Genre l'exemple actuel que nous avons au niveau de chaque CER, vous êtes en train de développer des certificats d'origine électronique et une plateforme pour ça. Mais actuellement, au niveau de la ZLECAf, nous faisons face. Est-ce que nous, en tant que pays membre de chaque CER, est-ce qu'on va utiliser le certificat d'origine de notre zone ou bien on va utiliser le certificat d'origine de la ZLECAf? Et ça, donc le processus d'intégration, il marche à deux systèmes parallèles. Donc, je pense qu'il faut coordonner les efforts et qu'il y a un moyen de voir ces stratégies-là. Donc, ça, c'était ma première remarque. Ma deuxième remarque, elle est adressée directement au docteur Christopher du secrétariat de la COMESA, puisque la Tunisie est membre de la COMESA. Vous avez parlé que vous êtes en train de mettre en place une stratégie. Je voudrais savoir à quel niveau cette stratégie d'implantation elle est arrivée. Est-ce que vous êtes au niveau des lignes directrices ou elle est bien avancée, cette stratégie-là? Et merci.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je saisis l'occasion pour adresser mes remerciements d'abord à la CEA pour leur aimable invitation à cette conférence. Je remercie également le gouvernement du Kenya pour ce qu'il a mis à disposition des participants pour mener à bien cette conférence. Ma question pourrait peut-être paraître basique, mais il est adressé à tous les panélistes dans la mesure où je me suis posé une question. Maintenant, il y a des stratégies régionales qui sont en cours d'élaboration, de finalisation. En parallèle, il y a des stratégies nationales. À mon sens, à moins que si je me trompe, la stratégie nationale, régionale, elle est destinée aux pays membres. Les stratégies nationales, elles visent également les pays membres. Est-ce qu'il y a une synergie entre ces stratégies régionales et les stratégies nationales ou il y a un travail qui se fait indépendamment au niveau national, indépendamment du travail qui se fait au niveau régional? Merci.
Thanks very much. Let's start with Amo, because the last question is generic. It raises the question which actually this session is attempting to answer synergies between the regional and national. So let's start from you. Just attempt whatever answers you can provide to the series of questions that were raised, if they touch on your intervention. And then we'll move to Comesa and over to you.
Donc, merci encore une fois, monsieur le modérateur. Je remercie également les honorables délégués qui ont posé ces questions pertinentes. Je vais essayer de commencer par répondre à la dernière posée par mon frère du Maroc. Donc déjà, lors de mon intervention précédente, j'avais mentionné, peut-être pas explicitement, mais que la stratégie régionale devrait être la résultante des outputs de toutes les stratégies nationales. Dans notre cas, lorsqu'on a décidé de commencer ces stratégies régionales, c'était dans un souci de gagner du temps, puisque le processus a pris beaucoup de retard au niveau de la région. Deux, la question de la synergie ne devrait même pas être posée si tous les pays avaient élaborer, valider et implémenter leur stratégie nationale. Parce que dans ce cas de figure, la stratégie régionale viendrait justement pour harmoniser toutes ces stratégies, pour capitaliser sur les points forts de chaque stratégie et pour minimiser en quelque sorte tout ce qui ne va pas individuellement au niveau des pays. Maintenant, pour la deuxième question qui a été posée, et même pour la première question de notre collègue de la Tunisie, je pense de la Zambie, lorsqu'on a parlé de collaboration entre le CER. Ça, c'est une question pertinente et que j'ai évoquée moi-même lors de mon intervention, que nous avons beaucoup de chemin à courir dans ce sens, c'est-à-dire dans le cadre de la collaboration entre CER. Nous avons actuellement, je sais très bien que Nous disposons d'un cadre institutionnel qui est la réunion annuelle de coordination des CER dans le cadre de la ZLECAF. Je dis précisément dans le cadre de la ZLECAF et non pas de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAF. Peut-être que le point de mise en œuvre va être le plus saillant au niveau de cette coordination. Mais une réunion annuelle ne suffira jamais pour résoudre les problèmes quotidiens de mise en œuvre, je suis sûr et certain. Et dans ce cadre, je remercie beaucoup les deux collègues pour la question. Et je voudrais confirmer également que, et là, entre parenthèses, c'est un témoignage, lors de la réflexion même pour l'élaboration de notre stratégie régionale, j'ai eu l'opportunité et le plaisir d'avoir des consultations avec mes deux frères de l'ECAS, Cocho il est présent, et de la CEDEAO également. Monsieur le directeur, il est en ligne, et qui nous ont au moins imprégnés sur les risques encourus ou les défis qu'ils ont rencontrés au niveau de l'élaboration, avant même de passer à l'étape de la mise en œuvre. Donc, la collaboration existe, mais on doit faire encore plus. Merci.
Can I proceed? Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. And thank you, delegates, for those very good questions. I'll try to respond to just a few. But just starting with the issue of synergies, I think is a very valid point, which was raised even earlier by Zambia, to see that the strategies are in harmony with each other, even as their numbers are very, very big indeed. So it's an important question, and I think at one point we should be thinking of some independent work to try to see the divergences, if any, of those strategies, because we are talking of right now 45 or 50 plus those strategies. So I think we should be thinking of that, and I think UNECA may be at a better position to try to see the level of harmony of these strategies to avoid the duplication and also conflicts in terms of implementation. And also related to that is which takes me to the questions specifically directed to Secretariat, Commercial Secretariat, on the level of the strategy. I think one of the reasons we have taken quite a long time is I think the consultants had to do a very elaborative review of existing strategies, national strategies, where they are. You are talking of 21 members, so maybe over 15, about 15 member states have national strategies. So we insisted that they do that and also review existing regional strategies on the CFTA. So I think that's one of the reasons why that took a lot of time. So they are in the process of submitting the first draft of the strategy for our consideration as a secretariat. And then, of course, it will be followed up with the validation of member states. That's where we are at the moment. And also just to allay fears that I think it's a good opportunity for us, though it's coming late, but we would be engaging AfCFTA through TAF program to undertake the validation with member states. So that would give us some leeway in terms of trying to harmonize what exists and with the already prepared strategies. And secondly, I think given the first point, it would also be a good opportunity. I think the first strategies, I think first of all the strategies should be having a window for review, whether it is 3 or 4 years. And I think the reviewed versions would be much more specific and much more realistic, given that even negotiations on some of the phases are still ongoing. So I think for the first one, I think the the national strategy and the regional ones, which have and may not be comprehensive, can be forgiven because of the nature of the exercise. But I think in the second review, I think those comments are very, very important, and I think member states and the regional communities should take full advantage, as well as support from partners like UNECA, to work on a more proactive and more relevant strategies. As one member said in the morning, that this is a marathon, not a sprint. So I think there is still room for that. And finally, I think the most important thing is the issue of collaboration. I think collaboration and coordination is very, very important, even as we talk of these strategies, taking into account that this is not the only strategy that member states have. Member states have several strategies to look at, and sometimes the ministries may be overwhelmed. You are talking about a AGOA strategy, trade pool strategy. You are talking of so many. So sometimes at national level, there is also need to rationalize, and not really just pick on what you think is for the CFTA, but also for the overall development of trade within our national governments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll only address the issue of synergy in as far as the customs union is concerned. Just to inform you that as we presented earlier, in formulating the EAC regional strategy, input was drawn from the national strategies, and therefore there is some harmony between the national strategies and the regional strategy. There is a harmonious relationship between the two, because if that was not the case, if there was friction, it will be very difficult to implement the regional strategy. So to ensure that that does not happen, obviously there has to be harmony. Secondly, the issue of coexistence between the two. That will be necessary, but only in as far as there are national specificities that are best addressed through the national strategies. That, therefore, is the only circumstances in which the national strategies will continue to coexist with the regional strategy. The issue of review, I think, has just been talked to. I think this is very important. That will be required periodically in order to take on board the lessons that have been learned in the process of implementation, and also new developments that have occurred since the strategy was developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would say that I agree with what my colleagues here have explained, about the strategies, and especially what he has mentioned, that the review of the implementation strategies cannot be avoided because sometimes things change. There was a presentation that was made here that there has been some changes on the protocols, the 3 protocols. So maybe these are the things that should lead to the review, because things change and the strategies are not cast in stone. There was a question specifically directed to IGAD about IGAD participating in the preparation of the national AfCFTA implementation strategies. Yes, IGAD as a secretariat works for its member states. and therefore, even when preparing its own strategy, there must be participation of the member states. It's a document of the member states. We are secretariat, and what is contained there is what the member states, what the member states want. They own the document, and as such, there is a review of the document when it's prepared, and validation by member states to say now that we accept it like this. So there is participation and also of other stakeholders, the private sector and all that, before it's finalized. And I would say that for IGAD, particularly, the reference point of preparing the national and the regional strategy is AfCFTA agreement, because the strategy is supposed to implement the agreement, which has been accepted by member states, and the member states have signed. So it's not a question of whether there is questioning the AfCFTA. It's about trying to get the best strategies so that we can be able to achieve the agreement. And when preparing our strategies, we also put into consideration what defines the region, the IGAD region. We are trying to have some, we have some areas that we are concentrating on. We are in the area of peace and security, because without a peaceful region, we cannot be able to support trade, to facilitate trade, to do trade facilitation and all this. And member states cannot be able to cooperate. So peace and security is one of our main, what I would call strength areas. And opportunities where we can be able to take opportunities. We are also having the areas in trade where we would like to participate and exploit the AfCFTA agreement, including the blue economy, the livestock sector, agriculture, all these areas. And again, now working on the, on the economies of the region and integrating them. We hope that we'll be able to implement our strategies and take advantage of the opportunity that is being created by the AfCFTA. Thank you. Finally, before I finish, I want to appreciate the role that ECA is undertaking in preparing those national strategies and also our own regional strategy. ECA was played a very big role in supporting us. So I would like to take that opportunity now and acknowledge and appreciate that we could not have done this without ECA and also other stakeholders whom we are working with. Thank you.
Merci pour les questions. La première question était en rapport avec l'interface d'interaction entre les CER. Il existe des espaces. Le secrétariat de la SLECAF a pris l'initiative de mettre en place une réunion annuelle de coordination entre les CER et le secrétariat de la SLECAF sur la mise en œuvre de l'accord. Cette réunion est maintenant à sa troisième édition, je pense. On a eu une réunion l'année dernière, la quatrième en cours de préparation. Mais cet espace permet d'échanger les expériences, d'identifier les défis et de discuter avec le secrétariat comment les lever. C'est aussi un espace qui est utilisé pour réfléchir sur comment on travaille avec les partenaires techniques et financiers pour optimiser leur appui dans la mise en œuvre de l'accord. Parce que vous savez, que maintenant, on assiste à une espèce de mouvement de déplacement des appuis des partenaires vers le continent, en se concentrant sur l'Union africaine et sur le secrétariat de la SLECAF. L'Union européenne, par exemple, a révisé toute sa stratégie et a mis l'Union africaine au cœur, la Commission de l'Union africaine au cœur de son intervention sur le continent. Et donc, quand on fait la réunion de coordination, on discute avec le secrétariat de la SLECAF et puis la Commission participe aussi, la Commission de l'Union africaine participe aussi à cette réunion, on discute de ces aspects. Comment on va travailler pour faire en sorte que les appuis des partenaires techniques puissent être équitablement redistribués au niveau des CER pour ce qui concerne particulièrement la mise en œuvre de la SLECAF. Et puis, il y a aussi des espaces de discussion bilatérales avec les collègues qui sont responsables des questions commerciales dans les autres institutions d'intégration régionale sur le continent. On se parle, on discute, on échange les défis. Nous avons été au secrétariat de East African Community pendant une mission où on a eu une séance de travail particulière avec toute l'équipe de la DG Trade sur comment on peut travailler ensemble pour lever les contraintes que nous pose la multiple appartenance de nos États à différentes espèces. Donc, il y a des espaces de travail communs qui sont mis en place. Ils doivent être renforcés, c'est vrai, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de choses à faire, mais ils existent, la dynamique est engagée. La question de comment est-ce que les stratégies régionales peuvent apporter un appui à la mise en œuvre des stratégies nationales, notamment pour pouvoir bénéficier des opportunités de marché, est une question extrêmement intéressante. Elle est extrêmement intéressante parce que il faut considérer la SLECAF pour ce qu'il est. À la base, même si ce n'est pas un accord de libre-échange classique, c'est d'abord un accord de libre-échange. Donc, pour pouvoir bénéficier de l'accord de libre-échange, il faut avoir la capacité d'offre qui permettent d'accéder au marché libéralisé. Or, c'est là où se trouve le premier défi. Les États nous interpellent, demandent notre appui. Quand on leur demande qu'est-ce que vous avez à produire, à vendre, qu'est-ce que vous produisez, ils ne savent pas. Il faut commencer par là. Qu'est-ce qu'on a en termes de marchandises et de services à offrir au marché libéralisé de la SLECAF? Ça, c'est la première chose. Ou alors, qu'est-ce qu'on peut potentiellement produire en tenant compte de nos avantages comparatifs, de notre dotation factorielle, pour pouvoir avoir de l'offre commerciale à mettre sur le marché libéralisé? On peut aider à faire cette analyse-là. Si un pays le demande, on peut aider à faire cette analyse pour identifier quel est le potentiel dont dispose le pays pour pouvoir venir sur le marché libéralisé de la SLECAF avec une offre commerciale consistante. La deuxième chose, c'est identifier où se trouvent les marchés potentiels pour les marchandises et les services que vous avez. Quand vous voulez accéder au marché, quel est le pays qui offre les meilleures opportunités pour vos entreprises? On peut aider à faire ces analyses-là. Et après, quelles sont les contraintes d'accès au marché de ces pays? Les contraintes réglementaires, les contraintes logistiques, et quelles sont les réformes que vous devez faire dans votre pays pour accéder à ces marchés, pour répondre aux exigences réglementaires des pays de destination de vos marchandises. Donc, il y a énormément de choses que les communautés économiques régionales peuvent apporter en termes d'assistance, en termes d'accompagnement, mais il faut que... Pardon? Donc, il faut que les pays déjà à leur niveau fassent le travail domestique. Je vais prendre un exemple pour terminer. Un État membre de la CEAC nous interpelle. Nous voulons faire partie de l'initiative du commerce guidé. Ok, d'accord. Est-ce que vous avez déjà inséré le tarif préférentiel que vous avez soumis à la SLECAF dans votre loi de finances? Non, on ne l'a pas encore fait. Vous ne pouvez pas. Parce que si le tarif préférentiel n'est pas intégré dans votre loi de finances, les administrations douanières ne peuvent pas l'appliquer. Et donc, ils ne peuvent pas donner la réciprocité aux autres. Les autres ne vont pas vous ouvrir leur marché. Est-ce que vous avez déjà identifié 2 ou 3 produits fabriqués par une entreprise locale qui est tournée vers l'exportation, qui a besoin d'aller sur le marché libéralisé? Non. Mais ça c'est des choses basiques qu'il faut faire. Vous avez 2 industries du pays qui fabriquent des marchandises et qui sont tournés vers l'exportation. Parce que si une industrie produit avec pour base le marché domestique, ça ne sert à rien. Sauf si vous allez commencer par la renforcer pour être capable d'accéder au marché international et tourner son intérêt vers le marché international, alors on va l'accompagner. Donc, il y a beaucoup de choses qui peuvent être faites, mais le pays lui-même doit d'abord avoir sa stratégie. Et c'est là tout le rôle de la stratégie nationale. C'est là tout le rôle de la stratégie nationale. Merci.
Thanks very much. I think I would democratically say we cannot take any more questions. I can see fatigue, and it's been quite an engaging, a robust session, I must admit, and would have to call it quits here. Let me just say we should give a strong hand of applause to the panelists. Thanks very much. Just to say before you leave, the issue of inter-reg cooperation, ECA has just, the division has just finished a piece of research which kind of attempted to review REC's long-term visions and strategies with a view of identifying some commonalities that could then serve as platforms for enhancing inter-reg cooperation. So we'll be reaching out to you people. I want you to own this document. So we are still trying to get resources. We'll get resources. We'll be convening an expert group meeting for you people to review this document so that you see the opportunity. The AfCFTA is one of those common platforms around the area of trade, but there are others. Almost every reg has an industrialization policy and stuff. So how do we leverage that to then enhance inter-reg cooperation? Thanks. I just wanted to put that on the table so that when you see the invitation and the paper, you should be ready to review and comment on it. Thank you. Just some housekeeping. We've been informed that all participants and delegates are invited to a networking cocktail, which would start at 6 p.m. On this very floor, just opposite this door, so at 6 p.m. With that, thanks very much, and see you shortly. Take care.